So welcome to my F1-100 guide. This is a review of my old guide that I did 2 years ago. It's all the same information. It's mostly the same strats. However, I think it's a little more cleaner. I think it's playing better. Also, the quality is much higher on YouTube. So I do recommend you consume this guide instead of the old one if you're just trying to get your first lonely road title clear. Something I will say, there's one big difference from the old guide, and if you just want to know that difference right away, it's that now we know that you cannot get the no match side debuff on the last 3 floors of F1-100, and that's really the big difference. As a reminder, if you ever want to clear a specific deep dungeon on any of the jobs, like let's say you want to do Monk F1-100 because it's your main, or you want to do Black Mage F1-100 because it's your main, or whatever, I do have actually a VOD of every single possible combination of job or deep dungeon on my channel. So right now there's 21 jobs in the game, there's 3 deep dungeons, I have at least 63 VODs. There's one for every specific combination. So if that interests you, because I will not be making guides for every single job, of course, but if you just want to see a POV, make sure you subscribe to my channel and check out my VODs for this kind of information. So anyway, I hope you enjoy the guide. So F1-100, the way you unlock F1-100 at all is on this East Oster coastline. We're in Robussy, right? There's gonna be a quest there. It's a blue quest. I believe you have to progress. I don't know like at what point in MST you gotta progress, but you gotta progress until you see a blue quest there. And it's gonna be locked to you until you do 1 to 50 POTD. So if you haven't done that, you can do that. Specifically, if you have no clue what POTD is, you don't really need a guide to do 150 POTD. I mean, you can watch it if you want, or you can just do your Necromancer if you feel like it, which is the equivalent title of what we're about to do. But it's very simple. You just do 150. Usually use a PF for it. That's the easiest way. It's going to take you at most 2 hours. And anyway, once you've done that, then you can do that quest, which leads you in I don't remember where, but anyway, you're gonna end up in this place in front of this giant tower, this giant ass tower right there. And this is F1-100, and it goes you know, I can't even look where it goes, but it goes very, very high. Not infinite, but very, very high. So that's F1-100. So what the hell is F1-100, POTD, you know, EO? But what is F1-100 and Deep Dungeon in general? It's essentially a roguelite mode. Well, let's call it more like a roguelite mode. So if you play any roguelite game, it's the same concept, right? It's procedurally generated, a procedurally generated run that starts at like floor 1 and ends at floor X. And then the point is just to beat the whole thing, but then the challenge is that every run's going to be a little different from each other's. So that is the main idea of Deep Dungeon. And the resource, because there's always some kind of resource in roguelites, right? The resource in that case is called Pomanders, and these are what you like pick up during floors and carry between floors. Pomanders and Magicites, but they're kind of like in the same resource pack, let's say. So that's the resources you're going to be using and finding and keeping. And then the only other thing you can really do to affect your experience outside is the job you're gonna play. So you can actually go in with any of the jobs. I could go in with Gunbreaker, I could go in with Red Mage, Summoner, anything. I can heal, right? I could play Sage. However, the best job, I think pretty universally agreed. Why does that bush keep disappearing? Anyway, pretty universally agreed that the best job in F1-100 is Warrior. So you're going to see most guides recommend Warrior, and I am no exception. I'm not a contrarian today. Warrior is very strong inside because just the insane tankiness, which honestly mainly is because of blood waiting. It's just amazing inside. Your damage is low, and it's kind of a time rush inside. You have about 1 hour. No, you don't have about. You have 1 hour max to do every single set of floor. A set of floors, 10 floors, and you have to do 10 of them. You can do that. You can do the 10 of them separately, right? You don't have to do like all 10 back to back, because that would be 10 hours. You have to do each one in like blocks of 1 hour, so you can just do 1 hour today, 1 hour tomorrow, etc. And yeah, so the downside of Warrior and tanks and healers, but like Warrior specifically today, is that your damage is low, which means you're gonna run into that 1 hour timer more often. but the upsides more than make up for it. Like the fact that you won't die so easily, it more than makes up for it. And so that's pretty much what Deep Dungeon is. Big TLDR. I mean, honestly, once you go inside though, you'll rapidly understand how it works. It's not that complicated. That's the basics. So the way it works, whenever you take that guy specifically, Kusei, I don't know how you say it, but he's gonna give you some options. You can see you have something called Aetherpool there. This is like your gear inside. It's like your equipment inside, because when you're outside, your gear doesn't... Sorry, when you're inside, your gear doesn't actually carry inside. I mean, you won't be naked. You'll still have your gear on you, but it doesn't actually provide you with any stats. 100% of your stats come from this Aetherpool thing. How do you get Aetherpool? Is inside there's gonna be some chests, and there's gonna be a counter chest, a silver chest. And these silver chests, whenever you open them, will give you Aetherpool. And the cap is 99. Now, the higher you are, the more Aetherpool you get. So technically, if you want to grind Aetherpool, it's usually better to try and go to the higher floors. However, for F1-100 high, whenever you try to enter, let me just delete this. You have 2 saves, by the way. So that's 2 different runs. So you can, like, let's say I stop on floor 30, and then I can do whatever hell I want, and now this save would be floor 30, as long as I keep it there, right? And then I can go back in any time. But I still have a second save file if I want to, like, have a different save at the same time or something. So anyway, whenever you want to enter, at first it just let you start at 1. But once you beat the floor 30 for the first time, it'll offer you between floor 1 and floor 21. Now, if you start at floor 21, you will not get your title, because that's why you're watching this video, right? You want to get the Lone Hero title, which is solo the whole place, but you have to do this from floor 1. So if you ever start at 21, you will not get the title. Everything else works as it is. So there's a title, for example, for clearing the place 4 times in a group or solo. This would still work. You get bags inside, you will still get them. You can go all the way to 100 with this. It's just you won't get the title. So if you want to get the title, always just start at 1, which is no issue in MLI because it's very fast. You get to 21. However, if you want to farm Aetherpool, I would recommend starting at 21, because there's a thing that whenever you kill the boss on floor 30, he's going to give you 2 things guaranteed. He's going to give you 1 potsherd, which is this thing. No, which is this thing, Impairing Potsherd. He's going to give you 1 guaranteed, and he also give you +1/+1 Aetherpool guaranteed. Plus whatever you could find on the floor itself, right? So what I recommend doing to farm Aetherpool specifically is, first of all, either find a PF or just solo yourself up to 30. You can easily do it, but if you have a PF, it's faster. But honestly, it's very easy in MLI. So anyway, you're gonna reach 30. At this point, it doesn't matter what your Aetherpool is. Just play some tank, you know, something that can heal itself. And then once you reach 31, you'll unlock the ability to start at 21. And then all you're gonna do is you're gonna just do 21, 30 over and over until you have, I would say, for MLI, until you got like 70 Aetherpool probably. Once you've got 70 Aetherpool, then you are ready to start your run. And of course, the goal would be that you have 99 by the time you need it. So, but I would start your run once you're at 70. So the real run where you start at floor 1. And then I would just go all the way to about 61, 71. And then if your Aetherpool is not close to 99 with that save file, then I would go to a second save file and do some more 2130 to cap it up, just to make sure you've got what you want. But I wouldn't like grind 99 and then start a file, because then that's kind of like you're kind of wasting some time by doing that. So yeah, go to like 70, 80, then start your run, and then just kind of like do a pocket check once you're at the floor 61, just to make sure it is at 99. It's by far the easiest deep dungeon to farm Aetherpool for. So you're eating good if all you're gonna do is MLI. You're eating good. By far the easiest one to farm Aetherpool in. So that's pretty much all that I can talk about that is like deep dungeon, but I can talk outside. So it's a roguelike system, there's a gear system, and you pick the job you want to play. So I will say for F1-100 specifically, there's differences between the 3 deep dungeon. But for F1-100 specifically, in my opinion, it's much easier to clear on a tank than any other job. So if you want to run Gunbreaker, Dark Knight, or Paladin inside of F1-100, they're all pretty damn good. I'm just doing Warrior because it's by far the safest because of run tuition, but they're all really good. However, if you want to run a healer or a DPS, just be warned that although it's not like, you know, it's not like they're shit, but I would say they're significantly weaker than tanks, at least for the sake of a first clear. But honestly, just for the sake of any clear, even me, I would go on tank every time. If I want to clear guaranteed, I would go tank every time in F1-100. Okay, so that's all the basics. And so the way it works, so now I will assume at this point, you would have grinded your Aetherpool. You have like 60, 70, 80. You have some amount of Aetherpool and you're ready to begin. One last thing is that the only thing you can do outside that will affect the inside. 2 things actually. Your food buffs that you eat will still work inside. You can eat them inside too, but essentially that's the only way you can get some stats from outside inside. All we really care about is the vitality. The other stats, the sub-stats are not very big deals. I like to do skill speed personally because I feel like it's the only benefit I can see because it decreases agility by a very small amount. But anything that gives you vitality is what you want to use. Now, I can't actually tell you what eye level caps your vitality. I always just use the best food I'm able to, and you should just do the same, in my opinion. Just use the best food you're able to, or if you're like really broke, just use the, you know, just go in the market board, click the meal tab, just go from top to bottom and just buy the first thing that's like within your price range, right? That's what I would do personally. But always have some food inside. Because it is a waste. It's not like you need it, right? I've cleared sets where I forgot to eat the whole time. But it's just like, it would be a stupid thing not to have because it's just like free stats, essentially. And also the second thing, I mentioned potsherds briefly, these things. This is also the deep dungeon where it's the least painful thing to, it's the least painful to acquire them. So you're gonna get potsherds inside whenever you open bronze chest, but you also get 1 guaranteed every time you farm 30. And well, would you look at that? 30 is also what you're gonna farm for Aetherpool. So by the time your Aetherpool is ready, you'll have, I don't know, at the bare minimum, you'll have like 15 shards, which you can trade with this girl. This is a girl, right? Yeah, you can trade with this girl. For the first thing there, empowering potions. These are very important. But you'll have so much from just doing the Aetherpool farm that you'll never need to farm them again. And all these do, if you've done Eureka, not the deep dungeon, but Eureka, like the place, you know, the Pagos and all that stuff. It's essentially the same thing, where it's a healing over time effect whenever you press it, and it lasts for 30 seconds. So this is very important inside, but it won't be so bad to have them. And you won't need them for a while inside, but you should just have plenty from just farming Aetherpool. Like let's say you already have cap Aetherpool, but you don't have any potsherds because you use them for like buying, because they actually buy you some things too. I think an emote or something. Well, there's an orchestra and roll, which I don't even have. They buy some things. Yeah, an emote. So let's say you do have Aetherpool, but you don't have any shards. I would still start your run and just go all the way to 61. And then at this point, you'll probably have enough potions to just do the rest. But if you don't, just do 21, 30 a few times. And then you'll have enough potions to do it. It's not, it is not too bad. It's really not too bad. There is also, in fact, a third thing I forgot to mention in the video. Alongside the sustaining potions, there's also what I will call the regular potions. These are the hyper potions you can see to the right of my sustaining potions. These are very nice to have. It's essentially a one-time heal that you can use about every 60 seconds. And I highly recommend you go on the market board and you buy a few hyper potions. I don't know, maybe 100 or so for your run. If you cannot afford it or you are a free trial, don't worry, because when you're inside the deep dungeon, monsters will drop something called a super potion, which is essentially the same thing, but heals you less. So you can just go with that. But if you can afford to, definitely buy the hyper potions because they just heal a higher percentage of HP. Okay, so I am pretty sure that's everything I want to cover. So now let's actually go inside. So like I said, you're just gonna talk to this guy. You're just going to all these options don't really matter because I'm only talking solo today, not group. So you're gonna say enter, entrance. You want to use fixed party because match is just like it's like PF essentially, duty finder. Fixed party. Yes, you are sure, and he's gonna like he's gonna hype you up. Say, "Oh, you're really sure? You're brave," and you're gonna say, "Yes, I am, boy." And then you choose floor 1, important, and that's the thing. You, by the way, just a note in passing, because that sometimes happens. If you ever pop the screen to go in, because you get this in every set, but then you can't go into something, like, I don't know, your cat's doing trouble in your room or something. And if you withdraw there, you don't lose the run, right? You do not lose a run. Because, yes, I can't believe I didn't mention this, but the point of the dungeon, it's a bit late to say it, but the point of the dungeon is that if you die, you lose a run, right? A bit exactly like roguelikes. If you die inside, you lose a run, and you must begin from floor 1. That's the thing. So you see there it says party KO. As long as this is 0, we're fine. But if I ever die, I cannot continue the run if it's above 30, and well, that means you won't get a title. So you do make sure you do the whole thing without dying or disconnecting. Same for both. All right. So anyway, so like I said, floor 1, and then we comments, and then you would eat food. You can eat it. It's inside or outside. Up to you. I like to eat it outside because it's easier to remember. So that is Deep Dungeon, the very first set. Now I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about just Deep Dungeon mechanics early on. Keep in mind though, the first 50 floors are extremely easy, never lie. Very easy. You probably don't need a guide for them. But so I will use that time to just talk about general Deep Dungeon mechanics. So the way it's structured, if you've ever played something like Binding of Isaac, it's very similar. Or Shiran. Very similar structure. It's basically rooms connected with always. And that's it. That's like the whole... I just described it, the whole Deep Dungeon. So that right now we are in the spawn room. We call the spawn room wherever you spawn. Now you see these are chests. These are golden chests specifically. These are what give you your resource for the run. If you press C or whatever is the button for your inventory screen on controller, you're gonna get that screen at the top left. And whenever you click a chest, you're gonna find something for that. So that's your resource that you're gonna carry during the whole run. So see, they are done intuition, they are done safety. Now I will say what the Pomanders do in due time, but that's just your resources. So see, there's a hallway. And there are monsters in each room. There is also patrolling monsters such as this shark. I will talk more about patrols later on, but basically there's like 2 types of monsters. Some monsters stay in a room and chill forever, and some monsters patrol between rooms. And this guy is a patrol room. So now as you can see, even though I'm a tank, these are dying very fast. And this will remain the same way all the way to 50 level high. It's very easy up to 50. So like there's really nothing to worry about. So you saw there I hugged the wall, which makes no sense. Why would you hug the wall when you can just run through the middle of the room? That is because if you run through the middle of the rooms, there is a chance you're gonna hit something called a trap. Traps are definitely what's gonna kill you on the first 50 floors if you're not careful about them. I mean, they'll kill you anytime, but if you die on the first 50 floors, that's gonna be because of a trap. Traps are worse in F1 High than they are in PUTD. So you have to respect them a little bit. And I will show you traps over and over, but just as a passing note, the easiest way to do a trap is to hug walls, because traps, they tend to be more in the middle of the rooms. And by tend to be, I mean like 95% of the time they are somewhere not on the walls. And so by hugging the walls, we can avoid most of it. Not all of them, but most of them. So as you can see there, there's this glowing thing that's like really enticing to go in, and I will do that. Opening resources on the way. So whenever you step on that, it's gonna pulse 3 times, and then it's gonna teleport you to the next floor. And it's essentially, that's the gist of it. You want to go to this thing every floor, and it's going to teleport you to the next floor, and you do that 10 times, 9 times, 9 or 10 times per set, and then that's the set. The set's over, right? That's essentially what it is. How do you open this glowing thing? We call it the key. It's called the beacon of passage, but no one calls it that. It's called the key. It's used to calling it the key. Is you kill monsters. Whenever you kill monsters, you're gonna see the color switches for the key. Also for the beacon of return, but this thing is not useful for solo, it's useless. So we're just looking at the beacon of passage. So the more things you kill, the more it starts glowing up. And at some point, it's gonna turn very bright blue. And once it turns very bright blue, that means the key is open, which means you can leave. But like right now, I can't leave. Like if I just go and it's this thing, if I go there, it's not letting me leave, right? I'm stuck there. So I must kill monsters until I'm out. That is, like, you know, by large, this is the dungeon, like the way you beat it. Like if you want to make it the most simplified you could possibly say it, kill monsters, go to the key is like how you win. You do this 99 times and you win, right? Because there's 100 floors for this deep dungeon specifically. So as you can see, damage is very low. So see there, the key is very gluey. It says beacon of passage is activated. That means we can leave. Now when you can leave, I mean you can just leave. You can just go. But I mean if you have time, because there's an hour, and you will not have time issues for the first, you know, for the first 60 floors probably. You can still always get chests, or like, you know, not too far. I wouldn't go out of your way too much to get chests. Like, I wouldn't go out of your way to explore every square, but you know, if there's something not too far, go for it, of course. But yeah, that is essentially just the game plan. It's to find monsters, kill monsters, open key, leave, and do this every floor. So there it pulses 3, 1, 2, 3. If I step out, it cancels the pulse. I have to stay. 1, 2, 3, and I'm out. Now the key, you're gonna notice the key changes color. Like it doesn't go from like this color to bright blue and then you're out. It's the color is, I would not rely on the color to tell you if it's gonna open soon or not. It's essentially orangey, right? But basically it's gonna go from blue to orange, and then it's gonna do bright blue at some point. Sometimes it skips the orange part, just goes bright blue right away. All you care about is when it's bright blue. But like, you can't really infer if it will open soon from like the key, like the color it is. So yeah, there we got things above my floor number, right? You saw like I've got these icons: floor effect Ace, floor effect auto heal penalty. So these are what you call enchantments. They can either be positive or negative, though I would say the negative ones by far are like way worse than the positive ones. So usually we consider it a negative thing. These are essentially things that affect this floor you're on specifically. So I'm on floor 3, and on floor 3 I have these effects active, and that's what they are. That's just what they are. So in that particular case, I'll show you every kind of enchantment we can get. In that particular case, I got the best one, which is Ace. which essentially reduces your GCD. It's like a very big skill spell speed buff. Sorry, I believe it's a bit below 20%. So you can see my GCD there is like 2 seconds rather than 2.40 or something. So a little below 20%. That's the best one. And the second one I got, as you can see, I'm not actually regening health, because usually you regen health out of combat. But I'm not actually regening health, and that's because of this one. HP regeneration for all party members is disabled. That just makes it so you don't regen health between pulls. But like, you can still heal, right? I can use a potion. I can use equilibrium, right? It's just like doesn't like auto regen. So if you need Aetherpool, that's the chest you're looking for. This silver looking chest. Now these can blow up whenever you open a silver chest, and I will tell you why in a moment. But when you open a silver chest, I recommend you kind of stop in front of it for a second, right? Like if you're coming to it, stop for a second, wait, then open it, because these can explode, and when these explode, they will do 70% of your max health, not current, max health. So if I open this at 50% HP and it blew up, it would kill me. So you gotta make sure you're full health or near full health when you open them, and you also kind of want to make sure you stop for a second in front of them, in case you hit the trap that reduces your HP. By the way, talking of traps, you may have noticed, well, I haven't hit the trap a single time yet, but you may have noticed the spawn room. I don't really care if I'm running on the walls or not. That's because the spawn room, which as a reminder is the room you spawn in, does not have a trap. This room never has a trap. It always has 0 traps. So this is always safe to move around. Every room can contain from 0 to 1 trap. Excluding the spawn room, every room will have 0 or 1 trap. It can never have 2. It can never have 3. It can only have 0 or 1, right? So this room right there, I'm in, it might have a trap. I don't know. But it might have no trap too. So like, you know, just as an example, I will cite this. So this is my first pomander I'm using. This reveals the current floor map and the location of all the hidden traps. So you may have noticed, bottom right is my map. It's the same keybind as your map in the real game. Whenever, so these are like, this contains a lot of information. It tells you what the beacon of return, where the beacon of return is, tells you where the key is, tells you like if there's a connection, you know, what if there's a room. And when you use a site, it'll reveal the whole thing for you, and also reveal traps, which are these glowing things. So you see there's a trap there. See, there's a trap there, and then there was a trap in that other room. So in that case, all the rooms have traps. That's just that's usually what you would expect, but sometimes they don't have traps. And that's the reason you want to arc the walls, because as you may have noticed, none of these are actually on the wall. So that's how you avoid them without knowing they're there. No, I'm not saying they're never on the wall. They are sometimes, but it's much more rare, you know? And that's why you want to arc walls, because if you're just kind of being greedy and not really arcing the walls, you know, like let's say there's a chest on A, and then you're just kind of running like that, well, what's gonna happen? You're gonna hit that trap. And traps all have different effects, which I will explain in due time, because I want to make sure we're kind of stretching out the explanations for the first 50 floors. But yes, that's why you arc the walls, because you don't want to hit the traps for no reason. Now, I will say, because traps can be on the walls, at least early on, you must always have that possibility in the back of your head that you can hit a trap whenever you're in a room. So it's preferable to not fight monsters. It's preferable not to fight monsters in a room if you can avoid it. Unless you know there's no trap in that specific room, which would be like either one of 4 things. You use a safety, which is another pomander for traps, or use a side, or you already step on the trap, or it's the spawn room, which, by the way, I might as well show what safety does. Very simple. Safety does not need, you don't need to side to use safety. You can use a safety just like by itself, but all it does, it removes all the traps from the current floor. So you see there's a trap there. I saw it because of my sight, and if I use a safety, well, it goes poof, and so does the trap there. All the traps disappear on the floor. So like right now, if I had not sighted, well, it wouldn't matter because I would still be able to just fight things in the middle of the room now. Because I know there's no traps. Now I know there's no traps. So that's the two trap-related Pomanders. And of course, I'm using them just for showing them off. For the sake of showing them. So yeah, there's a lot of trap types. I think there's 5 or 6 in total, and there's some that are not all traps are equal. Some are much more dangerous than others. But we will get to these. We will get to these when it's a good time for it. So you know what I'm doing right now is essentially the way I'm pulling these monsters is the way you want to pull monsters almost the entire run. The safest way to pull a monster by far is you just gonna come out it in a hallway. Because hallways can never have traps. Trap is a room only thing. Every room has 0 or 1 trap, but hallways can never have traps, right? So essentially, up to like A, there's no trap. There is I cannot hit a trap in that space. It's impossible. So this is like always safe to fight in. So the safest way to do this is just pull a monster in the hallway and then just kind of kick its ass in the hallway. And then once it's dead, then you can go in a room, right? Because now if you hit a trap, you're not gonna die. So, oh yeah, I might as well just talk about it. So whenever you're gonna find chests and Pomanders and all that. Whenever you don't have enough space for it, it's gonna say that you return the Pomander of X to the coffer. You cannot carry any more of that item. It doesn't waste it or anything. It doesn't waste the Pomander or anything. It's just gonna keep it in the chest for you, ready to use. That's because you can only have 3 of each Pomander at most at the same time. So like right now I have 3 strength. I can't pick up a 4th one. So what you want to do when that happens is you just want to use it and then pick it up, you know? And so what strength does is very simple. It increases your damage dealt by 30% and also your healing by 30%, which would include your healing things on water, right? So now my equilibrium would heal more, my raw intuition would heal more, etc. That's what strength does. So it's a very powerful Pomander. It's a very common Pomander. Not all Pomanders have the same drop rates. They don't all have the same drop rates. But strength is one of the most common ones. So you're gonna find plenty of strength. And that's good because that's very useful on tank. So keys open, you leave. I really would not waste too much time exploring, just opening chests and all that. I would leave whenever you were able to. So yeah, as you can see, I have actually not even thought about the monsters on the first 10 floors. I did that for POTD. But for F1-100, the first 10 floors, it doesn't matter at all. If I talk about the monsters, none of them will do anything of significance. That's why I kind of skipped them. It's weird, but like, so basically, if you want some context, 150 F1-100 used to be harder. But whenever Dawntrail came out, they kind of did a stat squish, right? And that stat squish had an impact in Deep Dungeon, even though they said, you know, in 20 strings that it would have no impact. It still had an impact in Deep Dungeon. It made 150 extremely easy. And I think 110 is the worst of it, because things just die instantly. But if you really want to know what monsters do in 110, they just do some telegraphs. The only monster that has anything worth of mention is this guy, the Uabami. And this is not something you would ever see unless you did an AoE pull, but this guy has a gaze petrify. This. Just don't look at it. And that's it. Now you've mastered 110. Congratulations. Everything else is not really worth talking about. I will talk about the monsters starting from next set though. Next set, it's still very easy up to 50. But there's some monsters that I think are worth just to mention briefly. So monsters, as I said, most of them, I'd say 90% of the monsters, they just kind of chill in rooms. So that's exactly what these guys are doing. They can't really go in always. I mean, sometimes they'll kind of like be a bit in the hallway, but they'll never be like, you know, right in the hallway in the middle of it. But this one can, because it's a patrol. And patrols, by the way, it's not the way it works for patrol. It's not that a monster is like randomly a patrol. It's a specific monster type is a patrol. So like this Yumemi, if you see the Yumemi, he's always a patrol, excluding a very rare case when he's not. But if you see a Uwabami, he's never patrolling, right? It's not an RNG thing by monster, it's a monster type thing. It's a monster type thing specifically. So we're still playing very safe, of course. It's very overkill for the first set to play safe. Because there's really not much that's gonna kill you, even in the case of a trap, but you know, it's the best time to build good habits for later. Open the key, leave, and see there we got the enchantment again, the no region enchantment. We're on floor 8. There's 10 floors per set. That means there's 8, 9, and 10 left. We got no heal again. I swear there's more enchantments. Don't know why we keep getting that one. Well, that's RNG for you, right? That's a roguelike RNG for you. So how many monsters spawn in each room is a bit dependent on the specific sets, but by default, unless I say otherwise, there's always 2 to 3 monsters per room. So this room has 2 or 3. It has 3. The next room has 2 or 3. It has 1. It has 2, and that rule is the same for every square. Now, just something specific I will mention is a patrol. Whenever the floor starts, the patrol is generated in a room, and then it patrols, right? So if you see a room that has 1 monster, it's because there was a patrol in it, and the patrol like is somewhere else now. But like there's always 2 or 3 monsters. Oh, and see that we haven't found the key in this case. So the key, I know it's open because of my minimap icon, but I don't actually see it. Of course it doesn't matter right now, but later on you want to try and make sure you see the key by the time it's open usually. That guy saw me. Monsters see you in different ways. I will cover that later though. If you've done Eureka at all, Eureka the place, not the deep dungeon, then it's very similar to there. We got Aced again, which is the best buff. See, this guy's a patrol type monster. He spawned in that room, but now he's patrolling. So you know, like if I let him pass. Well, you see now that room has 1 monster. I mean, technically 2 because of patrol, but this guy came from the other room. Now this room had 1 monster, which doesn't break the rule I just thought about. It's just because the patrol spawned in there. It was part of the initial monsters. That's just it. So it's not very important to know this, but I will just mention it. Let's just put it that way. The strong Pomanders only start dropping from floor 7. Before floor 7, you're gonna find a very common thing like strength, steel, safety, size, etc. And starting from 7, you can actually drop the powerful things. And so but that's not very important to know, because I don't think you should go super out of your way for chests, but it's just something that's nice to know. Make sure you open silvers, by the way, even if your Aetherpool's capped, because silvers actually contain one type of Pomander called a Magi. I mean, it's not a Pomander, but I consider it as such. And Magi is by far the strongest thing you can have in your runs. And they also capped to 3, but they're only found in silver chests. So make sure you do open all the silver chests that you see. And see, now we're on the 9th floor. We're gonna go to the 10th floor, which is the last floor. But here's a catch for you. The 10th floor is always a boss. Every set, excluding the last one. The last floor is always a boss. And now there's this guy. Now all the bosses have mechanics. But they don't really... They're all very easy. This guy is the easiest one by far. It's not even worth talking about in my opinion. I'll pull him. Dodge telegraphs. That's it. Simply dodge telegraphs, or don't. If you don't feel like dodging, I guess. But it's a very easy... It's very easy. By the way, if we're talking specifically Warrior, by the way, when he does overkill, you'll get pushed. It's just annoying, but you know, it doesn't do damage, so it's not very high pressure. Anyway, specifically for Warrior, you'll have to suffer with Berserk for a bit, but you'll actually unlock Inner Release by the time you are level 70, because you start at level 61 inside. And now we're level 66. Next set we're gonna reach 70, and 70 is where we get Inner Release, which is much better than Berserk. So yeah, first set is definitely where you want to just get accustomed to like the mechanics of the dungeon, but this is not where you're gonna find a challenge. Even if your Aetherpool's low, this guy will give you no issues, by the way. This is not an Aetherpool thing. Because the way Aetherpool works is it caps. It caps at a certain value for certain floors. And right now, even though I have 99, it's not actually giving me the power of 99. It's giving me the power of like, I don't know, 15 or something, right? Because it caps at a certain value. So this will, even if you start at 1 Aetherpool, it's going to be as easy. And now whenever you kill the boss, well, that's it. Now you've won the set. At this point, as soon as this guy dies, the boss dies, you have completed this set. You are free to leave. You can leave with this tab. You can leave with the exit thing. The only thing you cannot do is you cannot DC at this point. If you DC there, you lose a run. Don't ask me why it's like that, but it's like that. So if I disconnect there, like forcibly, or just like I just like timeout or something. When I say timeout, I am of course referring to the timer on the top right, but do not worry if you are ever killing a boss on a set and let's say you kill the boss within 5 seconds left or something, it will always put you back at 10 minutes at the timer at the top right. So if you're killing the boss at the last second, you don't actually have to hurry up and leave. You'll have 10 minutes to leave. Okay, anyway, so the second set, that's the first one I'm going to actually talk about. So, that's the set we just did, and these monsters, like I said, they were not really worth talking about. Honestly, they're not worth talking about much more. On the next, that's also PUTD. That's EO. They're not worth talking about much more, but I just gonna do it because there's a few things that are worth talking about. specifically this guy, Heavenly Hand. This guy has an enrage if you keep it alive for too long, which actually hurts a lot. Will also knock you back. Just make sure you stun or kill it. But it's if you're fighting 1v1, you will always kill this guy in time. Just something to keep in mind if you pull one and you're not paying attention. Auto Cat Gaze is just annoying. He has a gaze attack. And then if you look at him, you're gonna get like, I think you get Charm or something, and then he's gonna minify you, which is just a waste of time. That's it. Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's it for the... And the boss, I'll talk about the boss when we get there. But it's mostly just don't be in telegraphs. It's mostly that. So your food buff, refresh it outside or inside, whatever you prefer. Then go in. So whenever you go in, it's the same thing. You just train, you can withdraw if you want. It's not going to lose your run, but we want to go in, of course. So chests, the way chests spawn in floors, I will not bore you with too much of the complicated way it works, but essentially every room will have 0 or 1 or 2 or 3 chests. And it distributes the chests in a round robin way, right? So it's the game is going to like try and give every room 1 chest. Then it will try and give every room 2 chests. Then it will try and give every room 3 chests, etc. And by default, there can be 4 to 6 chests per floor. There can be more, but not without using like Pomanders. By default, you have 4, 5, or 6 chests per floor. So talking of Pomanders, I've used safety, side, strength already. Now I use steel. Steel's very simple. Decrease damage received by 40%. It's a good Pomander to have. It's not as important on the tank compared to a DPS where steel is your lifeblood. But it's still very nice. It's still very nice. Later on, this will become like, extremely useful. So as a reminder, whenever you get a silver, just wait, open. Do not open it as soon as you get to it. Just wait a second. Because if you step on a trap that reduces your HP, you want to make sure you don't kill yourself with a silver right after, because they blow up. So your Pomander caps at 3. I would not shy away from using your Pomanders when they're at 3 for the first 50 floors. Excluding the very powerful ones, I would not hesitate to use your Pomanders if they're sitting at 3, especially strength. Especially strength. It's just going to make it a bit faster for you, right? And yes, in MI you can, like I said earlier, you can avoid all traps, pseudo. As long as you arc the walls like this, you will have, well, you can't. Okay, well, sorry, let me rephrase it. You will avoid 95+% of traps as long as you arc the walls. Once we get to the higher floors, we know the wall traps, luckily. But I would say up to 40, up to floor 40, you have a risk of hitting a trap on the wall. Once you are above 40, then it's not so true anymore, but up to 40, then there's a risk, yes. So I found a side there, I used it. I used the opportunity to show you some of the traps, what they look like, because traps all have different effects, but they also look different. So you can differentiate them. So this trap specifically, this is an otter trap. It looks like an otter, right? That's why you remember. That's why you can remember. This is the most dangerous trap, in my opinion. Whenever you step on this, for 30 seconds, you are transformed into an otter, which cannot do any ability, any spell, any item, and loses 50. I lose 50% of my HP right now. For 30 seconds. This This, like, once you reach the medium to high floor, this is almost guaranteed death every time you hit it. So this is the worst trap. In my opinion, worse than luring, which is another type of trap. So that is one type. This is another type. We had this one earlier, but I didn't mention it. This is the silence trap. I remember it from the Illuminati Eye. Now this will, for 30 seconds, silence you and pacify you, which means I cannot use any ability or spell. Sorry, I cannot use any weapon, skill, or spell. No, shut up. I'll talk about you later. So you can't choose any any weapon, skill, or spell, but you can still use abilities, essentially OGCDs. So I could still use OGCDs if I felt like it. Now, if you're a caster, you can remove this silence stain with a potion called Echo Drop. For both other case of Warrior, though, we don't really care about this. We're just gonna... You just gotta wait out the 30 seconds. And now this, I'm glad I found this, because this is the most important trap to remember what it looks like. We'll see this plenty. There'll be multiple opportunities to remember it. But this is called a landmine. This is the reason I said stop whenever you open a silver for a second. It's sort of this trap. And although it is a negative trap, it's beneficial. It is beneficial too. So the way this works, whenever you step on this, sorry, it will do 70% of your, no, 80%. It will do 80% of your current health. So if I'm at 20%, it won't kill me, right? It'll leave me very low when I step on it, but it will not kill me. If I'm at 100%, it won't kill me, but it'll do a lot of damage to me. So this is just a landmine, a trap that does damage to you when you step on it. There's a small animation and then it explodes. Now, why this is a good trap and why you want to remember it, the way I remember it, by the way, is because it's the most symmetrical square trap. I think this is an easy one to remember. It's just like, looks like a square, right? But the reason this is very strong is because this works on the monsters too. When you step on it, it will do 80% of your 80% of your current health, but also the current health of the monsters. So like, for example, this guy, if I step on it, see, he got damage too. We both got damage, and that will be very useful later. Because right now, it's kind of pointless, right? Like, monsters are dying so fast. Why would I want to, like, risk myself for just saving a second? But, like, later on, that saving 1 second becomes, you know, saving 50 seconds. But then the traps do AoE damage, right? So then what if you have 10 monsters on you? Well, now you save 50 seconds times 10. Oh, suddenly you save 5 minutes. By the way, I can do math. You save like 8 minutes, you know, suddenly. And yeah. So that will become very important later on. But right now, I just want to show what it does and what it looks like. This is... You don't have to remember what every trap looks like. But if you need to remember one, it's this one. It's the landmine. There we found our first Magi. This is essentially a Pomander, but it's the most powerful, quote-unquote, Pomander. So you saw this guy earlier, he did like a blue telegraph thing. These are called auspices, I believe, and they're useful-ish. Whenever you're near them, they will sometimes humor you and do an AoE that buffs you. Specifically, this one gives you a damage buff for 5 minutes, but like honestly, these are kind of useless. These are not useless, it's just that they're rare and the buff is a small amount. I believe it's 10% for 5 minutes, so it's not really worth going out of your way for it. But if you do have one, then sure, you know, try and get it to give the buff to you. Udo asked, at what time should I start to manage my time with Warrior? For F1 high, I would say you have to start managing your time from 61, 71. Somewhere between these two is when you gotta start managing your time. I would say for most people, 71 is when you have to start managing your time, but 61 can also need some Pomander usage. So there we got 2 enchantments. Very bad enchantments too. So let's start with the second one. The Gloom is very nasty. Gloom does 3 things. First of all, like, monsters move 50% faster. So you see this guy, how fast he's gonna move to me? Much faster, right? So he moves 50% faster. And that includes patrolling. So see this patrol? He's moving 50% faster compared to without having the buff. The enchantment. So something to keep in mind. Second thing it does, monster does a lot more damage. I believe it's 20%. So the monster just hits 20% harder for the floor. And third thing is the monster is also much tankier. I believe a 20% defense buff. You can see these 2 buffs, by the way. Vulnerability down and damage up on the monster. So yeah, they run faster, hit harder, and take less damage. So it's like a triple enchantment in one. Very bad. One of the worst ones. And what the second enchantment does, this one, no ability. Sorry, item penalty. This makes it so you cannot choose items on the floor. What is an item? It's a Pomander, excluding Serenity, which is an exception, and Magicite. Or your potions. Your regen potion or just your regular potion. And this is bad. Like, this is not bad right now, but this will be pretty bad later on that you can choose these. Luckily, you're tank. Tank is the job, and especially Warrior, it's the job where it's the least impactful, let's say. But it's still something to keep in mind. So this is bronze. This is a one type of chest I didn't talk about yet. This contains nothing that benefits your run, but it will contain sometimes a potsherd or potions. So they're still worth to open when they're right there. By the way, little tip: if you ever want to pull a monster but it's too far for your tomahawk, you can actually provoke. This is a place where pulling with provoke is good. This is not my raids. Good, you have your raid mindset. Let me just take a sip of this, sorry. Like, if you're a good raider, if you're coming from a raiding environment, I definitely think your skill's gonna... Like, your skill as in, like, your dexterity with your, like, controller or keyboard will carry over. But there's surprisingly a lot in Deep Dungeon that you don't really practice in Rage ever. So, you know, that's just a dumb example, but for example, pulling with provoke is not something you would do, but then you would do it in the dungeon because it's 10 more, so it's 5 more yards, you know, so sometimes you'll do it. So this is the only monster that is, I would say, like, quote-unquote dangerous. Evidently N. So this guy has an enrage, like I said. If you just, like, hit it, you'll never see enrage, even without strength, which I don't have. But I'll still show you the enrage. It's about 20 to 30 seconds after he's in combat. He's about to do it, I believe. It's called Wash Away. You can interrupt or stun. If you ever get there, I recommend you do this. It's not gonna one-shot you on tank, but it is gonna chunt you pretty bad. Ah, see? So this blew up. Like I said, silvers can blow up, and when they do, you have to remember it's different from landmines. Landmines do 80% of your current health. Silvers do 70% of your max health. Not the same, max health. However, they also explode, affecting monsters around you. So you know what I did earlier with a landmine to kill a monster faster? I could do it with a silver chest too. I just think it's a bit less good with chests because it's more dangerous, right? But it's still good, you know. Sorry, let me rephrase. It's good, but it's more dangerous. So up to you if you want to do it. So floor 15 is special in Evan High. It's always a big room. This is unique to Evan High. You're not gonna see that in the POTD or EO. Big rooms are 12. Like they look hard to. They look complicated, but they're not. It's 12 squares with no hallways connecting them. Every rule that I talked about still applies to this. It's just, you have to think of it as 12 squares with no hallway. So you know the thing I said about having 0 to 1 trap in each room, excluding the spawn room, it's the same there. It's just there's no hallways. So like, you know, let's say like this is where the square ends. Well, there's no traps where I am right now. But as soon as I step out of these boundaries, now I'm in a different square, which could have trap. Each square has 2 or 3 monsters. It's the same. Now, these rooms, you can still hug the wall to avoid traps. It's the same as the other floors. There's a risk, but there's less risk with a trap. However, these you almost always want a safety or sight these floors. Because traps are very annoying. And also there's a thing about the keys. You see there's a key there. But like these floors are special because there's multiple keys. Well, usually. I'd say 90% of the time there's going to be multiple keys. So there's a key there, and I'm pretty sure that's a key back there too. See, there's 2 keys. So which one is like which one can I leave with? Can I leave with both? No, because every key is fake except one. And a fake key, this is a big room only thing, by the way. You're not gonna see that on the regular floors. But a fake key is going to be a trap or nothing. It's going to either like just kind of disappear when you step on it, or it's gonna be a trap. So if you safety, you will remove these fake keys at the same time. However, if you're in a situation where you don't have a safety like me right now, you can also side. Side's gonna like kind of cover the ground thing, so now you can actually see where the traps are underground. However, it will not remove the fake traps, the fake beacons, sorry, the fake keys. So see, there's still 2 keys on the map right now, and I don't know which one's the real one. And if you safety, which you should honestly on these floors, if you safety, you will not have this problem. Like the fake keys will be removed. Just something to keep in mind. So I'll use that opportunity to show you some of the traps too, because there seems to be a lot of traps. 2 Lorraines, by the way. Nice scoring seed. Anyway. So this is a Lorraine trap, the second most dangerous trap, in my opinion. This is a good one to remember. Not too important in F1 High. Less than PUTD and your Torthos, but it's still okay to remember if you want to remember it. It's kind of easy to remember too, because it's like an arrow, and you know, arrow are pointy, dangerous, and this is a dangerous trap. And you're gonna remember what this one does, because when you step on it, you summon 3 monsters which are instantly in combat with you. You cannot like you can't like run away from them. As soon as you step on the trap, you're in combat, guaranteed. So this is a dangerous trap, especially later on, because later on you're not like, right now it's fine, but like later on I can't fight 3 monsters, right? It's just not, it's not realistic to fight 3 monsters later on. So yes, as soon as you step on this Lorraine trap, the arrow pointy one, you have 3 monsters engaged in combat with you. These monsters they'll be in combat right away, but they'll take like 3 seconds to like lock in, basically, right? They'll stand there for 3 seconds, then they'll run to you, but they are in combat from the moment they spawn. Something to keep in mind. So essentially, you have 3 seconds to decide what you're gonna do. After this, you're in combat. You're fighting them, sorry. You are always in combat, but you're fighting them after 3 seconds. Oh, I got a mimic there. So whenever you open chests, there's a chance that it's gonna be a mimic instead. Mimic is a type of monster that only has 2 abilities. He has something called Pox. Well, it has a name. Malice, which you can interrupt and should. And then he also has something called Death Trap, which is just a telegraph. So these are just like a Fate chest, which is a monster. You kill the monster, and that's it. Now, I never remember exactly. Sorry, yes, I do remember actually. Sorry. From 1 to 30, only bronze chest can be mimicked. So if you right-click a gold or a silver, it can never be a mimic. But if you right-click a bronze, it can be a mimic. From 31 to 60, only silvers can be mimics. So if you right-click a silver chest, it could be a mimic. And start from 61 plus, which honestly is when mimics start being something you can think about more. Starting from 61 plus, only gold chest can be mimicked. So if you right-click a silver or a bronze, can never be mimicked. But if you right-click a gold, it can be mimicked. And by the way, I didn't really mention this guy too much. He's the second monster that is worth to talk about on the set. This guy, he just does an annoying gaze thing. This thing. And it's annoying because if you look at him, it's gonna like suck you in essentially. Seduce you in, and then you're gonna hit this by this, get hit by this, which minifies you. You won't die, but you know, look at my damage. Life's too short to be doing 80 damage every storm path. You can stun these guys too. And I know I said a lot about this floor because there was just so many opportunities to talk about things on this floor. But last of all, once the key is open, which is it has been open for a while, but you know, once the key is open, if you have not safetied because you were not able to, and now you have keys open, but some of them are fake and one of them is real. There is one way you can know which one is fake without actually stepping on it and possibly like triggering a trap, which would be a luring. The worst possible would be a luring, but it could be a landmine too or whatever. But if you don't want to risk it, you can conceal. So what conceal does, it renders the party invisible to enemies and traps. So if I pop a conceal there, if I step on this luring, it ain't proccing. If I go by this monster, he ain't pulling. You know, it's like I'm essentially invisible for as long as I don't use any spells, including sprint. I can sprint, it won't break it. And also the thing that conceal does, which is very nice, is it will suss out fake keys. So you saw that this was pulsing, right? This was a real key, but if I go on a fake one, I'll show you what it does. So if I conceal and I step on this fake key, now I know it's fake because I know the other one's real, and there can only be one real one. It doesn't do anything, right? Even though it's like ready to let me leave, it doesn't pulse. This is how you know it's fake. So it's kind of weird. I'm showing like the backup plan for the big rooms because usually sight plus conceal is the backup, but I don't have any safety, so it was a good chance to show it. So yes, your backup for these floors is you sight and you're gonna conceal at the end of the floor to find a real key. And now we know this one's real. Alright, it was a long floor. I had it. By the way, if you want to like just... On average, I'd say you would be out of this set already. If you were just doing this casually, you would be out of this set already. So like we're taking our sweet time there. So the Heavenly Hand, the guy I thought about with the wash away, the reason I thought about him a little more is because he is a patrol. And, you know, so a patrol is always more likely to be pulled accidentally. So that's why I just want you guys to know he had an enrage. Because if you're fighting him 1v1, like I said, you're not going to see the enrage. But if he's a patrol and you pull him accidentally, you might. Okay, let's talk about some more Pomanders. So let's talk about next floor Pomanders. So there's a subset of Pomanders that they all do this. They don't all do the same thing, but they work the same way. They do an effect, but it only procs on the next floor. And let's talk about some of these. So let's talk about F1s. F1's very simple actually. F1s increases the number of treasure coffers on the next floor, and that's it. That's what it does. These coffers can be gold, bronze, silver. That's just up to RNG. And specifically, see there, I was lazy and I didn't knock the wall, and there I got a trap for it. Actually, the only trap type I didn't see too. This increases the damage you're taking and reduces the damage you're doing. I believe 20% for each. I'll show you what it looks like when I get a chance to. But that's the last trap I had not hidden yet. This will not increase the damage you take from Silver's explosions. If this blew up, this would not have increased the damage I would have taken. Just a heads up. Anyway, F1s increases the amount of chests next floor. They can be any color. And specifically, it increases the amount of chests by 2 or 3. To like make it simple, you're gonna get 2 or 3 extra chests next floor. And that's what it does. Also, a thing it does too is it increases the odds of a treasure room, which we haven't seen yet, but it does increase the odds of a treasure room, which is something to keep in mind. So I'll just use one just for the sake of using one. But the effect it has is hard to like quantify. You know, we get 2 or 3 extra chests. They could be shit. They could be good. Of course, at this point, right now, we don't really care what they would be. But now we know we have 6, 7, or 8 chests. So we don't know what I'm again there. Item penalty again doesn't let me use any palms. Excluding Serenity, excluding match sites. Also can't choose any potions. We also got blind. Blindness is accuracy of all party members is reduced. I believe it's about 10% miss rate whenever you have this debuff. So about 10% of your attacks will miss. Now this is especially annoying on like every job, honestly, because it's going to like kind of ruin your combo. So like let's say I'm doing my warrior combo, I'm doing my 1, 2, 3, my buff, let's say my buff path. So I do 1, 2, then I do my buff. But then if I miss any of these, I have to restart getting my buff, you know. Because whenever you miss your combo, it's trying to restart the combo. So just basically when you have blind, you just gotta make sure you pay attention to your bars a little more. But like, honestly, in the grand scheme of things, it's kind of annoying, but it's not bad in relation to the bad debuffs you can get. Like no item is worse, for sure. And yes, the fact that you can use no match sites whenever you have the item penalty is a massive thing to remember. It's very important to remember that you can use the match sites in no item penalty. It's not gonna matter for a while, but it's good to remember. Talking about match sites, by the way, we picked up 3 already. They are kind of rare, but they have a much higher drop rate for like the early floors. It's happened a few times in my life, very few times, maybe 2 out of like hundreds of runs, where I did not have to rematch sites by the time I needed them. But it's very rare. It's very rare. I'd say, personally, if you enter floor 30, if you finish 130 and you still don't have like more than 1 match site, maybe go out of your way a bit for silvers from this point on. But if you have 2 starting from like 30, don't even think about it. And I'd say 90% of the time, 95% of the time, you'll have 3 by the time you're at 30. So I'll use this free side there, because maybe I'll get to show the trap I didn't show yet. Yep, it's there. So this one is the least important one to remember what it looks like, because this is the only trap. This is not the only trap, but it's a trap that doesn't do anything on the monsters, and it's also a trap that you cannot that is not dangerous really, so it's not really worth to remember. But this is innervation. This is the one that debuffs you for 20%, by 20% attack and defense for 1 minute. It's not very easy to remember. It's not very important to remember, but if you want to remember it, I just remember it by the fact it's round. Would I consider going out of my way for chess if I start from 21? I would say... I mean, I would consider it if I had like no match sites and no raisings, which is a Pomander I haven't talked about yet. But if I had no raisings, no match site, I would maybe go out of my way for it. But even then, I don't think I would go super out of my way for it. I would just kind of like maybe check one or two squares every floor that I would not have checked otherwise. And then I would just kind of roll with it because it's very rare. It's not rare that you don't have your 3 raisings, which is very nice. But I also don't know if I want to take like an extra an hour, 30 minutes every run to make sure I have 3 raising when it's not even guaranteed, you know. So I don't know. It's kind of a judgment call. When I thought about raising, you can decide for yourself what you want to do. But it's a judgment call. So anyway, I use an F1/floor, which increases the number of treasure coffers. Sorry, I used it 2 floors ago, but now I'll use a flight. Flight is the same next floor thing. It's the same next floor effect on a Pomander type. This one decreases the number of enemies on the next floor. Very vague, very vague description. So it does 2 things. Next floor, I now need to kill 50% less monsters to open the key. And also next floor has approximately 33% less monsters just like on the floor itself. I say 33% less monsters. It's like it's like between 33% to 50% less monsters. It depends on the specific floors. But just remember, there's less monsters now. Now every room has 1 or 2 monsters rather than 2 to 3. And the amount of things I need to kill to get out is going to be cut by 50% too. So this pawn is like... essentially, it's just saving you time. It's just good to save you time. It's also good that there's less monsters on the floors, because then if there's less monsters, that means it's less difficult to check chests without fighting things, which right now doesn't matter, but later will matter. So yeah, that's this set. We talked about the traps. That was honestly the bulk of it. We had a lot of enchantments, but right now, and we're not out. That's why you should pay attention to make sure you are out. Next set, I'll talk about. I think I will touch about respawns and aggro types. Maybe we'll see. By the way, the reason I'm not talking about these monsters is because they do telegraphs and you stand out of the telegraphs. Now, I don't even know myself what telegraphs do what, because there's no reason you should get hit by them. If you want to find out, be my guest, but I have never found out personally. So, I mean, if any of these telegraphs, you know, put a doom effect on you and you die, now you know, but I didn't know. Just a heads up. I assume, my assumption is you step out of every telegraph. So this boss, not too hard. It's essentially telegraphs. Just make sure you don't get caught off guard by 2 things. First of all, I would stay away from the edges, because he's going to do a... whenever he does a mechanic, there's going to be some butterflies that spawn on the edges. And these will explode. Without a telegraph, I believe. So just stay away from the edges. And then he's gonna do a gaze. Just don't look at it. Because if you look at it, you get feared into the butterflies, right? That's kind of the wombo combo they do. But that's it. That's the whole fight. Just stay very close so you can avoid the bait cones. Don't look at the gaze, and that's it. And don't go on the edges. F1-100 bosses are by far the worst bosses in all 3 deep dungeons. None of them are that entertaining or challenging, excluding maybe the last one. Highly recommend you never read gazes in Deep Dungeon 2. It's the your one GCD is never worth it. As you can see, the amount of damage I'm taking is ridiculously low, right? That I don't even have a steal. I don't even have the Pomander that reduces the damage I take, right? That's just the damage I'm taking. Don't worry, this will get much higher later on. But like I said, up to 50, it's kind of the damage output you're gonna see, unfortunately. Because of the stats push. And anyway, the boss is dead. I'll mention something about whenever you finish the boss, so as soon as he dies, the set is like over. As long as you don't DC, so you've won. But something I want to mention is you can still lose Pomanders at this point. Like if I use Pomanders, they'll get spent, right? Like if I use an F3 intuitions right now, I haven't really seen what it showed what it does. But if I use an intuition, now I have 2. Like it's not coming back for the next set, so it's just something to keep in mind. If you waste Pomanders there for whatever reason, you lose them for real, even though you did this set already. Okay, so next set. Next set's still very easy. Still very easy. Not much to talk about. I mean, in fact, is there anything to talk about? Atamoto, yes. This guy has a like semi-enrage if you keep him alive for a long time. It's like a mid-array, essentially. Chunks a lot. Chunks a lot. Just keep it in mind if you pull this guy accidentally, because you will never see the enrage if you're just fighting. And this guy also worth to mention, he has a drawing effect which you cannot arm's length, and it's not like the drawing effect is gonna kill you by itself, but it can either pull you into traps easily, or it can wombo you with some other like AoEs, but just something to keep in mind. Technically he has an enrage too, but it's like a minute into the fight or something. I don't even know you would see this enrage. Tengu has a gaze if you keep him alive for a long time. I think it's a few seconds of CC. And that's it. The boss very easy. Boss is very easy. So let's head in. Food buff. By the way, food buff, it's 30 minutes per time you use it. I recommend you just do an hour whenever you're about to do a set. It's easier to count this way, because you don't have to count. Okay, this set, probably gonna talk about aggro types, respawns, and stuff like that. And whatever else I can remember to talk about. So yeah, oh yeah, one thing that's kind of nice to know. So you see these guys are like casters, right? This, by the way, this blinding burst will put a blind on you, just don't get hit. So these guys are casters, you know? They cast things on you. They don't actually do auto attacks. Now why that's an important thing, a difference to know, is so you need line of sight to do like things, right? Like to do cast, you need line of sight. But so do they. So if I go behind the wall every time they're gonna cast on me, look at this. You see, he's not actually doing damage to me now, because I'm actually line of sighting every time he casts. So I'm on 21 right now. You can actually start your run at 21. if you want to practice this specific tech. This is very nice later on. If you are able to do this, and there's no excuse you should not be able to do this, because you can practice it instantly from like the very first floor you can start on. Practice this, because later on this will make a few monsters a lot easier. Much later on. But you know, this is a good investment of your time to practice this. We call it line of sight, basically. Like you LOS the monster. So I'm actually gonna use alteration now. This is the last. Is that correct? Yeah, that's the last type of Pomander that has an next floor effect. It has an effect on the next floor, but not my current floor. So what this does, it changes the enemy occupying a random room on the next floor into a Mimic or a Mandragora, which we call Corrigan usually. So basically, next floor, one of the rooms will be randomly chosen after it has generated, and that room, every monster in it will become a Corrigan or a Mimic. And all at the same time. It'll either be all Corrigans or all Mimics. It won't be a mix of them. Now, this is good, usually. It's almost always beneficial for two reasons. First of all is whatever monsters get replaced, assuming you're on the higher floors, are probably monsters that are annoying to fight anyway, so you would rather they were be gone. Even if it's Mimics that gets replaced with, you would usually rather fight the Mimic than whatever was replaced. Usually, not always, but usually. Second thing, certain reason it's good is because if you get the Corrigan kind of monster, which is like a plant, little plant, well, it's the little plant is a you get one shot. Like whatever you do, it gets one shot. So it's free kills essentially. It's kills you don't have to do. And well, perfect example, it's these guys. So Corrigans. Oh, we call them Corrigans. Well, the Pomanders says Mandragoras, but we call them Corrigans. They're actually called Corrigans there. We call them Corrigans in every deep dungeon, by the way, so get used to it. So yeah, these guys, they don't actually pull, like if I go near them. But as soon as they enter combat with you in any way, like if I provoke, for example, they explode, stunning you for a second if you're near, but they die instantly. So like if I go near this guy and I attack him, I get stunned for a second, but he dies instantly, right? That's the important part. So that's 2 free kills. 2 free kills that I got. And this will be pretty nice later on. But it's a 50% RNG, right? You have 50% chance they'll be mates or 50% chance they'll be Corrigans. So it's a time gain, but it's not a guaranteed time gain. Just something to keep in mind. Now don't worry, we'll go over time gain management later on. Like time management later on is going to be the entire place, basically the entire game plan. But right now it's just something to keep in mind. As you can see, time, there's never been a time yet where my time was tight. It's at the top right, by the way. I haven't mentioned it, but it's at the top right. There's never been a time where the time was tight. And I spent a lot of time playing everything, every set. So, you know, that's how little time matters at the moment. So, you know, in POTD, in my POTD guide, if you watched it, I kind of pushed about, I kind of talked about using your pawns when they're at 3 to speed up. Because there's no reason to sit on 3 pawns for such a long time. It's kind of the same in F1-100. It's the same idea, it's just I don't push it too much in F1-100 because, like, honestly, the monsters die so fast that even if I use a strength, it's nice on the boss, but like on the monsters, it's kind of whatever because they die so fast already, you know. I'm not actually spending 90% of the time fighting. I'm spending like 50% of the time because it dies instantly. So that's why I haven't really like worried too much about using my strength and all that. But I will say, you'll need to use palms later, right? So it's not a bad idea to use palms that are at 3, that are not rare. And to know if a palm is rare, just think of it, is it powerful? If it's a powerful palm, it's probably rare. So a strength isn't rare. So I would like not hesitate to use your palms when they're at 3. Just to like get a feel for using them. But it's not as big of a deal as it is in PUTD. Because it's not really wasting you too much time. Oh, we got a treasure room there. First time we see one. So a treasure room is a room that has two things in that room happening. First of all, that room just is full of monsters. It basically just states all the monsters that can spawn on this floor. And it just shoves a random amount of them in this room. If there's a patrol in this treasure room, it will not patrol. So like, I don't remember if... I think the Kata Sharon might be a patrol. I don't know for sure. I don't remember because there's like a similar monster. But like, if this guy is a patrol normally, but he spawned in the treasure room, well, he's not a patrol. So that's the only... That's the one exception where a patrol doesn't patrol. It's when it spawns in the treasure room. Second thing about treasure rooms is they have 4 chests every time. So this room has 4 chests. So, you know, it's kind of a risk-reward thing. There's more monsters, but there's more chests. By the way, this trap is a perfect example of why you want to hug the walls. If I just, like, kind of beeline to the chest, I would have hit that trap. Other trap could die easily if I was fighting something. So that's a treasure room, and like I said, this is what gets multiplied by 2. The odds of a treasure room gets multiplied by 2 whenever you use an F1 or a flight. And that multiplied chance is not really relevant until I would say the last 2 sets. But it's just something that's nice to know that it's a thing. As a reminder, landmine, just show it again. How do you remember it's a landmine? It's just kind of a very square, diamond-shaped thing. Very symmetrical, and when you step on it, 80% of your current health. You didn't know that about flight? It's a pretty, like, quote-unquote, recent development. This wasn't this was not information that we knew when I made my first guide, but this is information we know now. So yes, affluence and flight increase the treasure room rate by a double. It doubles it essentially. Oh, see, we got another treasure room. Same thing, just random monsters of the set. Sorry, not the set, of the floor are just shoved in. Got a mimic too. Now I'll show you something. Well, I'll show you something more, less scuffed. One sec. Let me just finish off the mimic. So there's a Pomander I haven't used yet, called a Witching. This. So this transform all targets within range into a frog, imp, or chicken. So it's going to just transform everything around me in one of these critters. Now these, not all of the critters are the same. Frog does almost no damage to you when it attacks you. Chicken does, I believe, 30% damage or so. And imp does, I believe, 60% damage or so. And by damage, I mean their regular damage. So like if that guy hits me for 1,000 normally and he gets like imped, he's gonna hit me for 600 instead. And this is a circle around you, which by the way is not affected by line of sight. So if I'm there, it's kind of hard to show, but if I'm there and I use Witching, he'll still hit that guy. Well, I'll show you. See, there's no line of sight. And this guy is a toad, so he's doing the least amount of damage possible. He's doing 5 to me. Like this. But just to show you what I wanted to show. Witch Chain is very nice if you're ever in a situation where you accidentally pull too many monsters, which, I mean, we're going to like get a bit forced there. We're gonna force it a bit. But, you know, if you ever have too many monsters on you and you don't really know, like, how to do it, you can Witch Chain. And then, you know, early on, you can just AoE down the monsters. Later on, you can't really AoE down the monsters. Early on, though, you can. Now, it's not a bad idea. If you have 3 Witch Chains as you're climbing, or you have 3, it's not a bad idea to practice like pulls like this a few times, because you will need to do this later on. A pull like this, you won't have to do it too often, but there'll be some times where you're doing something similar to this. So if you can just kind of get the muscle memory of this, you know, well, there's not enough time to make the muscle memory, but if you can just kind of practice it, it is not a bad idea. You can also practice landmines. Remember how I said landmines do damage to monsters around you? Well, you can combine this with a Witch Chain, right? Now suddenly these monsters don't do much damage to you, and now you can like practice the landmine thing like this. You know? Suddenly you can see what's the worth of doing it, right? Now suddenly I killed 3 monsters in like 5 seconds. You know, it's like, oh yeah, I see what's the point of doing that. Now that's gonna be important later on. If you have 3 Witch Chains climbing, it's a good opportunity to practice things like that. You know, let's say I had like a 3 Witch Chain and I had 3 sides, when maybe I'll be willing to use a side out of my pocket to practice this. Or maybe the opposite, you know? Maybe I have 3 sides and I find a free side, but then I have 3 Witch Chains, so I practice a landmine with my, you know, one of my Witch Chains. Not a bad thing to do. Not a bad thing to do. So let's show what Fortune does. I mean, show is a big word, but what Fortune does essentially, monsters have a drop rate of chests. They can drop random chests at about a 2 or 3% drop rate. Whenever you use this, it adds plus 12% to that number. So now this guy, he went from 2 or 3% to like 15%. I always forget if it adds plus 12 or plus 13, but it's something like that. So now this guy has a much higher chance to drop a chest. Now he didn't drop one, but he has a much higher chance. And also, this drop rate buff, it applies to everything on the floor retroactively, or like everything that spawns in the future. So these guys, even though I created them after I use a Fortune, they still have a higher drop rate of chest. Unfortunately, none of them drop one to prove it, but trust me, it applies to every monster that exists or it will ever exist on this floor. Now, specifically, your Fortunes and F1s are essentially the same kind of... They do kind of the same thing, which is they just increase the amount of chests you're gonna find. If you have these at 3 early on, like there's no reason not to use them. If you're still missing things, which I am, there's no reason not to have ones, because it's not like it's really gaining me anything to keep it for later. So I'll try and show you the drop rate from Alluring again. So these guys were created after I did the Fortune. No, never lucky. Never lucky. You'll just have to trust my word. I mean, that's Fortune for you, you know? It goes from a 2% to a 15%. But that's still 15%, you know? It's still not guaranteed to give you a chest. It's likely. Well, it's likely. It's more likely, but it's not... It's still not that common. But you have to look at it in a... You have to look at Fortune as a you know, a statistical thing more than like a I use Fortune and I get pickups now. You know you'll get more things with Fortune overall. You just don't know if it's gonna be now. But then, you know, if you compare a run where you use 20 fortunes and a run where you use 0 fortune, well, the run with 20 fortunes will have way more pickups. That's just how it works. Okay. I have not thought about the aggro types yet. I guess I'll do that next set. I just want to cover the Pomanders right now, rather than the aggro types. Though I should probably mention something that is going to become much more rare starting from the next set. It's called respawn. So the monsters in the deep dungeon have a respawn timer. Not monsters, but floors have a respawn timer. Every set has a different respawn timer. Or like, not a different, but like it has its own respawn timer essentially. So for example, first set for Heaven on High has a respawn timer of 1 minute. That means every minute from the moment I spawn on the floor, a monster will appear. Like this guy. This guy did it. So it's been 1 minute since I entered this floor. The clock, every 1 minute, it just respawns a monster. And it's like, it just chooses a random monster that is eligible to appear on this floor and it spawns it. And it's what it did with this guy. So for Heaven on High, the respawn timer is 1 minute from 1 to 30. Very easy to remember. And then the respawn timer for 31 all the way to the end is 10 minutes. So you're going to see much less respawns starting from the next set. But you're going to see plenty of respawns early on. But it's like... it's not really gonna matter because it's unlikely that it's gonna like cause you trouble. At worst, you won't notice and it's an enraged monster. But that's it. Also, respawns there's no logic in place for it to like avoid you. Like this guy was a respawn, by the way, very obvious this time. So there's no logic, and by this I mean it doesn't try and avoid you. It doesn't like follow any kind of like, you know, it doesn't try to spawn away from the player. It doesn't try to spawn like a certain distance from you. It just spawns randomly in any room, including the spawn room. It can spawn in the spawn room too, even though the spawn room usually has 0 monsters. It can spawn in the spawn room too. It can't spawn in the hallway. That's the only thing. And also the respawn can be a patrol. If it's a patrol, it'll start to patrol. That's important to remember later on, because later on you might spend 10 minutes on the floor. It's rare, but it can happen. And if you do, and a respawn is a patrol, it can rapidly get you into trouble. So just something to keep in mind. But as a reminder, again, respawn follow no logic. The respawn can be like a pixel away from you and instantly pull. Like there's no logic to it. Just something to keep in mind. So one day I'll get a match site and I'll show you what it actually does, but that day has not come. I'll show you what Serenity does though. So Serenity is the one Pomander I said you can use in in item penalty, and the reason for that is because this removes all enchantments from the current floor. So every enchantment that we would have, if I use Serenity, it removes them. And that includes the no ability. The no item enchantment. So we'll do that. So if I do that, now I can use all my things again, including my potions. Serenity is very precious. By the way, this guy is the guy that sucks you in, and if you arms length, it will not prevent it. Sorry, it will prevent it. What am I saying? It will prevent it. I mixed this monster up. My bad. Yes, sorry. You can arms length this thing. You can. I must have mixed it up with another monster. I don't know which one though. So anyway, what was I saying? Serenity. Yeah, Serenity is very precious. It's a very precious Pomander. maybe your most precious Pomander. So I would not spend these unless you need to. Even early on, I wouldn't spend them unless you really like have to. Even if I'm like floor 35 and there's like a glue, no ability, and it's kind of annoying, I would still kind of suck it up because it is just a very precious Pomander. It's not super Omega rare, but like if you don't have it when you need it, it's really bad. Let's just put it that way. Well, this guy, by the way, he does a gaze. And like I said, you're not gonna see it usually. You'll see it if you stay in combat for a while, which I will. Yeah, it takes a while, as you can see. That's why I don't even know if it's worth to show up, but this is the case. Ah, Frailty. I might as well show what Frailty does. Frailty is like a combination of Steel and Strength. It's a weaker Steel and a weaker Strength. However, it doesn't apply to you. It applies to the enemies. So this weakens all the enemies on the current floor. Now, this is not like Fortune. This does not include monsters that have not spawned yet. So I don't know if I could show maybe a luring trap. Yeah, see, there's one. So if I use a Frailty there, every monster that currently exists on the floor will get this debuff. This increases the damage it takes by 20% and also decreases the damage it does by 20%. So it's a strength, but on other monsters. However, the difference is it doesn't apply to monsters that don't exist yet. So like these guys, you see they don't have the debuff on them. That is a difference. It's a pretty good Pomander. It's a bit more rare than Strength and Steel, so you don't want to like use it too much for no reason. I would say it's like uncommon. Usually, if you use a Frailty, it's going to be because you have a... Sorry, it's because you have a Strength running and you just want to make sure you kill as much as you can. So we got another bedroom there. Same thing. Usually you want a safety or side bedrooms. It's by far the safest way to do it. But let's say you don't have a safety or a side. Or you're very low on them, which to be fair, I am. A way you can do these floors very slowly but kind of safe is you can just hug the walls. You try and not move too much because traps can always be on the edges. And you know that's where like you can make some, you know, some actual decisions. Like you could steal there. Because you know, you're like, oh, if I'm gonna hit a trap, I want to make sure I'm pretty tanky for it. So I could steal. But anyway, so that you're just gonna pull things by staying on the edges of the wall as much as you can. Provoke's very good for this. Yeah, I've already talked about the fate keys, Hugo. It's very unlikely you'll ever have to do a big room like this. But it can happen sometimes. If your resources are looking pretty bad, it's not impossible that you do have to do a big room like this. So the key is open. So now you have two choices. If you've done a bedroom like this, and by the way, this is applicable to any like any floor of any level, you have two choices. By far, safest choice is you conceal. If you just conceal, then it's like before. I can just check all the keys one by one, and then once I know the real one, I just leave. Second thing you can do, which is much more dangerous, is you can just kind of check the keys manually. Now that this is, I even hesitate to show it because I think it's very unlikely you'll ever use this. But like, if you do have no conceal, no safety, no sights, and you're doing a bedroom, first of all, man, you fucked up. But if you're in that situation, here's what you want to do. You want to just like kind of line up for a key and make sure there's nothing around it. You want to make sure, and this is gonna be hard to explain for controller, but you want to make sure you're like facing it and your camera is locked in the position. So at this point, I'm not moving my camera ever, because here's what I want to do. I want to go forward, press W, hold W, go to the key, step on it, and then if this was a fate key, let's say this was a Lorraine, I don't want to fight in the traps, right? So now if this pop a Lorraine, I would just press S and move back to the wall like this, without ever moving my camera, because this way I know that if I didn't hit a trap on the way in, I will not hit a trap on the way out. So it's a bit technical, and is honestly a bit unlikely you would ever do a room like this, but it's nice to know that it's an option. Like, you don't automatically lose if you don't have like safeties or sights or conceals, but you know, it is like that. If you don't have the resources, it is like that. So then I'm gonna show exactly what I did last floor, except this time I'll just do a conceal instead. So let's say you get to a bedroom, which by the way we got 2 bedrooms, that's pretty rare. Definitely a scoring seed. Anyway. So let's say we don't have safeties or sights to spare, and as a reminder, this is like early on it's fine to do this. Like early on it's okay to do this, but once you get to the much higher floors, you would almost always rather safety or sight if you can afford it. I'm just doing this for the sake of showing it. But anyway, you can conceal out. You would rather sight, so you can see the traps on the floors, but you can just conceal out. So then once the key is open, you just kind of like make sure there's a key near you, you conceal, you sprint, and then you just check the keys one by one. And it's this one, so lucky. Now this boss does a lot, but actually doesn't do much. I'll just explain the mechanics as they happen. He has a few telegraphs, and he has like one real mechanic, let's say. This is just a telegraph, move out or don't. It doesn't do much damage. Up to you. Now Cloud Crawl this is the mechanic. You're supposed to get knocked into a little cloud like this. I'll show you properly. So you just make sure you're away because he's a proximity marker, then not into a cloud, which makes it not blow up, and then you're fine. I'll strain because I value my time. Now, whenever he's not doing that mechanic, all he's gonna do is telegraph. Just make sure you're close. This is his big telegraph, which I don't know why it gives you so much time to move out of it, but you just don't get hit. I think this doesn't even one-shot you. I don't remember getting hit by it. Maybe I did, but it doesn't one-shot you. So anyway, this mechanic, the same one he did before, you don't actually need to move away from him. Like this does almost no damage. I just have Rampart right now. That does almost no damage. So if you're gonna grind 2130 for Aetherpool or Poachers, this is the boss you're gonna be seeing a lot of. Just a thing, I haven't shown what a match site does yet, but basically it kills everything on the floor. You can use it on the boss too, and it does some amount of damage to the boss, but it's not a lot of damage, so it's a last resort thing. But if I'm just saying this because if you're farming 2130 for like Aetherpool, well, you can match site this guy for more damage. Because, you know, you don't care about your match site if you are doing this. And there it is, 1 to 30. Very easy. I would not expect you to die at anything there. The only reason you should die on this these beginning floors is you step on a trap. An auto trap, honestly. Outside of that, I would really not expect you to die on these floors. You're better than that. Okay, anyway, so next set. Next set is the first time that respawns are 10 minutes from now on until the end. That's really nice. Also, that's POTD. There it is. Monsters are... There's a few monsters, more monsters that you have to know, but the monsters still die instantly on this set. It's very easy. This guy, whenever he's low HP, he's gonna blow up. I think whenever he's below 10%, he's gonna start blowing up. It's not instant, it's a long cast, so you have time to do it. You can also stun. This guy explodes after 30 seconds in the pool or so, or when he's below 20%, can also be stunned. This guy just does a swipe, but it doesn't do much damage. This guy also explodes when he's below 10%. You can't stun it. This guy is a very weird... I always thought about it because it's just interesting. He has a very weird AoE that if you get hit by it, every buff you have loses 50% of their duration. Very weird, but it's a thing. Just don't get hit by it. It also decreases your food buff for some reason. So... probably most dangerous monster on this set. If he does a gaze attack, and if you look at him, you're gonna get auto trap. It's like you're gonna step on an auto trap. It's gonna auto you for 30 seconds, and it's very likely to kill you if you get hit by this. So be careful. This guy does nothing. Well, I mean, he does a charge like... He puts a marker on your head, which was very scary, but it doesn't actually do much with it. I'll show it off when I get there. And the boss of this set is very easy. Show you when we get there. Alright. So, food buff. So, I'm not going to talk about the aggro types this set because next set is going to be easier to talk about them. So we'll cover that next set. So I'll just finish off the Pomanders that I haven't talked about. Something about this set. This is the last set. Because you may have noticed, I didn't mention it, but you may have noticed that whenever we go to a new set, sometimes it looks different, you know? Not always. So like for example, this set looks exactly the same way the last one did. But it doesn't look the same as 110 did. No, it was like a different place almost. We call these layouts essentially. Like it's a different layout. And now right now, I'm in the last layout where traps are not common, but like where you are not unlikely to hit a trap on a wall, you know? So this is the last... This is usually the last set where you have to worry about traps a lot. After this, it becomes much easier to avoid traps. So just a heads up. Now at this point, if you enter 31, I think it's a good time to kind of like get a situation on your Pomanders. If you don't have 3 match sites yet, if you have 2 match sites, I wouldn't stress about it. If you have one match site, I would maybe go off your way a bit to check like a few silvers there and there. Now, raisins is a judgment call. Raisins are somewhat rare early on, and then a bit common. They're like more common in the later sets until a certain point. But they're really nice to have when you're progging, so you kind of have to decide like, do you want to like go of your way a bit more, lose a bit more time, but to maybe find raisins? Because what a raising does is it just makes it so when you die, you revive once. On the spot. Like if I die where I'm standing right there, and I have a raising active, well, it's gonna like bring me back up there, and now my raising is used. That's what raising does. So it's a very nice progging Pomander. But it is somewhat rare. So I would say often you don't have all three by the time you're at like 50. So it's a judgment call what you want to do with it. Personally, I don't like going on my way for it. I'd say from experience, I would say 90% of the time you're gonna have 3 by the time you're at 71. Even if you don't go off your way, but sometimes you cannot have 3. It happens. So we'll speed up a bit through this floor, and I'll just cover the other Pomanders I haven't talked about, which is not many. Intuition, I haven't talked about it at all. What Intuition does is actually gives you a buff, which reveals the current floor hidden treasure. Now this has no gameplay benefit in the deep dungeon. What it does is there's gonna be like some beams of light sometime. And if you stand on the beam of light for a few seconds, it'll pop a chest. And then when you pick up the chest, it gives you what is called a piece of Hector's sword. This is loot outside. Like you can convert this outside into loot to sell on the market board or like mounts and whatnot. But it doesn't give you any benefit in game. Like, it doesn't benefit you in any way in the dungeon, so that's up to you if you want to go for them. If you want to go for them, they start being really good money, starting from like 71. Specifically. Before that, they're not that good. That guy's in rage, by the way, when he's below 10%. He does this. Just stun or kill. You're very unlikely to see it, honestly. You can also line of sight it if you feel like it. I don't know why you would, but you could. Like if it was there and you were like behind that wall, you would LOS it. This guy has the same in rage. The only difference is he does it in rage when he's below 20%, or he does it after, I believe, 30 seconds in combat. So if I just keep it like you know, not too low, but like 30%, he's gonna do the enrage at some point, even though he's not at his HP threshold. Like this. You can stun, you can LOS. You can honestly probably tank it with defensives, though I wouldn't try. I would not try, but you can probably do it. See, silver is always the same thing. Get to the chest, stop, open, then you're good. Never like go to the chest, open instantly. Because if you do this, at some point you hit a landmine, and because the danger is you hit a landmine, you lose 80% of your current health. Then you open the silver on the same like second, and now you lose the rest of your HP, right? That's what you want to be careful about. So see, we're at the point where silvers can be mimics rather than bronze and gold. So now only silvers can be mimics right now. You can't stun or interrupt these guys. So, you know, whenever he does the infatuation, the malice, I can stun or interrupt, up to me. Though I would say it's not a bad idea to get used to interrupting, because whenever you get the golden mimics, they can only be interrupted. They cannot be stunned. So these guys or the patrol, it explodes when it's below 10%. Not on a timer, only when it's below 10%. Like this. So I have not shown what Purity does, but what Purity does, it removes the pot status. It's something you get from mimics, which honestly I would like to show you. So maybe we'll get one next score. Ah, see, we got a drop there, but I had no fortune running. So this was just the flat 2 or 3% drop rate from the monster. Gave me a chest. So let's hope I did get mimics from the alteration, because as a reminder, alteration is 50% chance Corrigan, 50% chance mimics. And yes, this is the last set where traps are kind of a pain, yes. So if you're able to pull things in always do it. At least always do it until you're at a point where you know the monsters well enough to know you would survive, you know, such an encounter. We're Corrigians, unfortunately. Ah, but that works. We're gonna make instead. So Pox, I'll show you what Pox is. So whenever he does the Malice cast, if you do not interrupt the cast, you're gonna get it on you. It's actually a pretty bad debuff. It's a 10-minute. It's a 10-minute debuff that does 3 things. First of all, it's a dot. It just does damage to you. You know, you can see I'm taking 46 every 3 seconds. It's not a lot of damage, but it is some damage. But that's not like the bad part. The second thing it does is it removes your HP regeneration out of combat. So you know, whenever I would get the no regen enchantment, it's essentially the no regen enchantment, but on your ass for 10 minutes. So that's bad, because in combination to the dot, it means you're slowly losing health. Now tank in a way is good for parts, because you can just heal a lot even though you can't regen out of combat, but then you can also interrupt the pots, you know, so you shouldn't really expect to live with this debuff if you do get it. And the third thing this debuff does is it cuts your damage by 10%. So as long as I have this, I'm doing 10% less damage. So of course this is all bad. I would say on tank the worst is the damage loss, but you have this Pomander called Purity, which removes the pot status, like I said, and this is what it does. It just use this and you remove the pots. That's the only way to remove this. If you die and raise, or if you Esuna or whatever, you cannot remove this. You can only do what I did, Purity. On tank though, like I said, you interrupt the mimics. You don't have to deal with this like 95% of the time. If you have to deal with this, it's either because you're multipling mimics for some reason, or because you pull the mimic and you don't have your interrupt ready. Or maybe a mimic like is away from you and starts casting, you don't have time to go back into interrupt, right? But it should be rare. It should be rare. Oh, Petri, perfect. So this is, I believe, the last Pomander I haven't shown. Let me just check. Correct. I haven't shown Petri or Magi. Magi I can't really show unless I pick up a free one, unfortunately. It's kind of hard to show. So what Petri does, for 30 seconds, turn all enemies on current floor to stone. Now this is like frailty. It affects enemies that currently exist, but it doesn't affect enemies that will exist in the future. So if I step on the luring trap, then the lured monsters, they're not petrified if I use it, you know, before. So that's something to keep in mind. So petrify turns all monsters to stone for 30 seconds. Sounds like kind of but it's actually really strong. Because when monsters are turned to stone, they get one shot by any point of damage you can do to them. So if I Petri there, you see they have 30 seconds of stone cures. Any point of damage I do to them, sorry, any point of direct damage, not dots, but like direct damage, will one-shot them. All of them. For 30 seconds. So as you can see, this is a very powerful Pomander. Very powerful. Now, keep in mind when this debuff wears off. When this wears off. Well, now he doesn't like die instantly, you know. You have 30 seconds to make it happen. Hey, what's up, East? Thanks for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, guys. Doing the guide. So yeah, Petri is very powerful. I would say Petri is are pretty rare. That's a Pomander you want to keep at 3 if you were able to. I would maybe, you know, just kind of pick them up. If you find a free one, use it once just to get a feel for it. But I wouldn't waste your Petris, honestly. They're a bit too rare for that. And now the only one I haven't been able to show yet is Match Sights. Unfortunately, Match Sights, to show what a Match Sight does, I need to use it, but if I do that, they're pretty rare. The higher you go, the more rare they become. So like early on, they're very common, but then as the more higher you go, the more rare they become. And at least for the sake of the guide, I would like to have 3 Match Sight. I'm not saying you need 3 to clear. I could clear with 2. Well, I mean like anyone could clear with 2 Match Sights, but for the sake of the guide, I would prefer to have 3. So I'll hold on to them. I'll only use 1 if I get the chance to. But yes, as far as I'm aware, that is every basic thing in Deep Dungeon that I've covered at this point, excluding aggro types and kind of like room mechanics with monsters, which I will talk about next set. Because we need some juice left for the next set. Because the next set is the last set where the difficulty is kind of brain dead. Starting from 51, so in 2 sets, there will be actual things that could kill you. Until then, not really. This guy, by the way, most dangerous monster on this set, like I said. If you keep him in combat for a little bit, he'll do this shifting light thing, which is bad, bad, bad. Do not get hit by this. It's a 30-second auto trap debuff. So Short Round is asking, are there any plans to update my solo tier list for Dawntrail, for PTD, MI, and EO? So if you're not aware, I have a tier list for like how strong I think each job is in each deep dungeon on my YouTube. And yes, I do plan to update them for Dawntrail. Though I will say my current ones, I don't think there's a big difference between the new ones I'll make and the old ones. There's not a big difference. Like in all 3, every strong job is still strong, and there's only some, like, let's say mid tiers that go a bit up, some low tiers that go a bit up, but there's no upsets, you know. There's no like, actually this job is top 1 now. No such thing. This is the intuition bag, by the way, the beam of light. As a reminder, provides no benefit to your run, but gives you loot outside. Let me check this silver. Maybe I'll get a Match Sight. It'd be very nice if I could show what a Match Sight does, but then still have it in my pocket. Because Match Sight, I mean, there'll be plenty of chances to talk about Match Sight later on. But Match Sight does 2 things. Kills everything on the floor. No strings attached, no like catch. Just kills everything. Except a boss. And also will make you invulnerable when you press it for a few seconds. So it is essentially your best emergency Pomander. But it's very rare, so you want to try and avoid using it like that. By the way, absolutely unrelated to like the actual run. Well, I guess it's kind of related, but the way music works in Deep Dungeon, they have like a essentially they have like a list of songs, and they just kind of shuffle the songs every 3 floors. You get a new song. So you know, 31, 32, 33 is one song. Then 31, 30, 35, 36 is another song, and then 37, 38, 39 is a song, and then the boss song is always the same. Now I can assure you, you don't need to know this to clear, but it's just nice information, I guess. This Kyofusa looks way scarier than he actually is. So when you pull him, he does this absolutely terrifying thing, but turns out it does no damage. So much scarier than it actually is. So we have a free Petri there. Just as a reminder, the Petri doesn't have any range or anything. If I use it there, well, the 30-second timer started now. So now at 41:35, every monster will not be Petri. Keep in mind, something that will happen easily to you is it's easy to forget traps exist when you Petri, right? So like, for example, you want to like kill this guy, so you go in, you tomahawk, and then you step on a trap as you're doing it. That's something that's very likely to happen to you when you Petri, because you just forget traps exist when it's up, trust me. Always out the walls. Even if you Petri, out the walls. So we got another big room there. So I'll show you more of a classic way to do it. Just safety. You could just safety, could just side. I'll use safety because I haven't been able to do it yet. This is the classic way to do a big room. Use safety. And when you safety a big room, every fate key is gone. Every fate key is gone, and so is every trap. So that's like the easiest way to do it. Essentially, it's like a 1 Pomander investment. Now again, if you have 3 fortunes or 3 F1s, it's never a bad idea to just use one. If you're missing things, and right now I'm missing raisings. See, we got a treasure room there. This is what I meant by big rooms are essentially 12 squares. They're not essentially, they are 12 squares. Ah, see with the silver explosion there? See, it does damage to monsters. Anyways, a big room is 12 squares with no hallway. So I see it's the same rules. One of the rooms happen to be a treasure room, and that's why there's like a bunch of monsters there. See, this room has 3. This room has 3. This room has 3. There's patrols going between the rooms too. It's all the same rules. Now I would like a match site. I'll just go a bit on my way for these chests. I would say a big room, by the way. Very nice. A big room is the best chance to get fast chests. If you're missing like resource, it's gonna be your fastest way to check a lot of chests, because they're just like kind of like all in range, you know. So match site. Match site is the best like Pomander. It's not a Pomander, but it's kind of like a resource, so I call it a Pomander. So when you press it, everything on the floor will die, and you will get invulnerable as well. So like I guess I can show you with these guys, you know, they do the jump that you saw. Well, actually, I'll just show you by doing a big pull. So let me just pull a bunch of monsters, which you don't need to do. There is no reason for me to pull a bunch of monsters when I do a match site, because everything's gonna die, right? Like you see there's monsters back there. They'll all die. They will all die. But I just want to show you the damage and vulnerability from the match site. So like right now we have a bunch of monsters on us. They're all doing abilities, attacks. They're gonna jump on my ass. Now if I match site, as soon as I press it, I'm invulnerable. No telegraph or attack will hurt me. Everything on the floor will die. No exception. Now it's everything that currently exists will die. So if I step on the luring at this point, the lured monsters would not die. But I think in that case, it's a bit obvious that it would not die. Also, you may ask, is there a difference between the different types of match sites? Like right there, I use an Ifrit. There's Garuda, Ifrit, Titan. There is no difference really. The only difference is some of them, they do the animation faster and some of them do the animation slower. It's not really a big difference, but it is a difference. There's also a fourth, very rare type of match site called Elder Match Site. Now I wish I could show you what it does, but I have to find it, which is unlikely. But if I don't find it, just as a heads up, it's a match site that has a very long animation, which is good usually, because a longer animation means you benefit from the invuln for longer, essentially. And it one-shots a boss. So it can one-shot a boss too. So it's a match site that you can actually use on a boss fight. Now, I don't think it's worth to plan to use it on a boss, but it's a nice option to have if you find it. But it's not like it's... I don't plan to use it on the boss, even if I find one. So don't think that... Because I did that mistake initially, in my own runs when I was starting out. I thought Elder was like... You know, like I thought if I didn't find an Elder, my chances to clear were much lower. My god, this is a score Scylla. This is my 4th bedroom, by the way, since I started. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, Elder Match Site, although it's nice, it doesn't really impact your clear rate that much. It's just nice because if you do a mistake on the boss and you raise, then you can still kill it with the Elder, but it doesn't really... Like, you don't really want to use it on the boss unless it's like Desperate. So it's not... Don't feel like you have to find one to clear. So there I'm gonna do the bedroom the way I said earlier, kind of like the very safe way. By the way, I would not expect to see 4 bedrooms. Well, 5 with the guaranteed one. I would not expect to see 5 bedrooms by this time. Usually you'll see like 3 or 4 the whole run. And we have not safetied our side, so I don't know which... I don't know where the traps are, and I don't know which key is fake, which key is real. So this might be fate. Always do the same thing where you'd like kind of like go in a straight line, step on it, and then you go back the same way. Now, of course, you know, if you hit another trap and there's nothing fighting you, just wait. Don't move. Because if you hit a luring trap, you're gonna hate your life. If you hit a landmine, you won't die. You will not die if you're another and you hit a landmine, because it does 80% of your current health, and your current health is reduced when you're another. So, you know, it's just gonna do 80% of your new health. But if you hit a luring when you're ordered, I don't have high hopes for your survival. So there's a key there, same thing. Aim the, just kind of line up the camera, press W. Make sure there's no monster, don't move the camera. with a bit when you're like by the key. Go on it. And it's the real one. So this boss does absolutely nothing except one mechanic. He's also pretty squishy compared to the F1-100 bosses, so that's cool. Because you won't have that pleasure of squishy bosses for long. It's gonna end soon. So he just does telegraphs. And then he does a mechanic where he's gonna run to the middle after this. It's easier to show if I don't keep in the middle. He's gonna run to the middle. And do this. He's gonna push you back, just don't get pushed back in the sides, right? That's it, that's the boss. That's the whole boss. The whole damn boss. And he's just gonna do it again. He switches the sides. So just make sure you're not just standing in the same side every time. Now if you shield yourself, you actually prevent the knockback. Just a small optimization you can do. And we've covered every Pomander, every like type of resource. Next set we're gonna cover the like aggro types. Also a bit of like all the monsters work when they're inside of rooms. And then after this, we've covered pretty much every deep dungeon mechanic you would want to know. After this, it's going to be like the first introduction to like actual monsters that do things. And then after that, it's gonna just be time management skills. And there we go. So see, with all the explanation, this only took 30 minutes. You will probably get these through these sets in 20 minutes. Unlike just a regular pace. So. Alright, anyway. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. So, next set. Next set is the last easy set. That's the last relaxing set. A few monsters to mention. A lot of these monsters have big telegraphs, so just make sure you're not putting yourself into like tight situations. This guy does a join effect, just make sure you're not in combat with multiple things. This guy is an enrage after a bit, but you can interrupt it, and it also will not one-shot you. It's a long cast. This guy also has an enrage after 30 seconds in combat. But just don't get to the point where you see it. It's an instant cast though. If he's in combat for 30 seconds, it's an instant cast. So don't get to that point. And that's it. So yeah, not much to talk about, just a few things. Sorry, I'm lost. All right. Okay, food buff. So last thing I want to cover there for like deep dungeon mechanics is just aggro types, and then kind of like the way monsters work inside of rooms. We'll do that in due time. This monster is another monster you can practice LOS against. If you're still not comfortable with it. And if you're not comfortable with it, you can practice it in like the 21 forever, but let's say you don't have any save file, you can still practice against this Ganseki sprite guy. So this guy does a very big telegraph whenever he does it. It will not kill you or anything, but just something to keep in mind. So aggro types. There's 3 types of aggro in Deep Dungeon compared to Ultra, which is I think more and also more complicated aggro types, but they're pretty simple in Deep Dungeon. So essentially monsters, they have 3 ways they can see you, and every monster is just predetermined to see you in a certain way. So there's sound, proximity, and sight. So this, for example, this sprite is proximity. Proximity is, I would say, the most annoying type of aggro, because it's the one that you can't really play around. It's just in your way. Proximity is very simple. If you're anywhere within a 10-yard range of the monster in any direction, so it's a circle, right? Then he'll see you. Now it's convenient because Howling Fist, if you were wondering why I have a Howling Fist at the top, I have a video in the description that explains why more, but this is my aggro indicator. For as long as the red cross is there, I know the monster is farther than 10 yards, and the aggro range happens to be like 9.8 or whatever. So you see when the red cross disappears, I'm like in its range basically, and if I take one more step, he'll pull. So that's proximity. No matter where I am around, he will pull. As soon as I'm in range, he'll pull. Doesn't matter if I'm behind, if I'm walking, if I'm on the side, he'll just pull. Most annoying aggro type, like I said, because it's the one that you can't really... Like, if there's a monster that's proximity and he's on the way, he's like in the way, you can't do anything but conceal to like be invisible or kill it. Or you can wait and pray that you're lucky and he's away, but like that's not very reliable. So good question, Fizz. The 10-yard rule for aggro starts from the edge of their circle. It specifically starts from the edge of their circle. Essentially, what that means is the bigger is a monster, and by bigger I mean physically, right? The bigger it is physically, the farther it is gonna see you from, because it doesn't originate from the middle of the hitbox, it originates from the edge of the circle. Now luckily, Howling Fist, the like abilities only care about the edge of the circle also. So like the 10-yard thing always works, no matter how big the monster is. But yes, it is the edge of the circle. And by the way, there's no... in POTD, there's an exception with Mimics where they can see you from farther than 10. There's no exception in F1-100. In F1-100, every single monster will see you from 10 yards. And when I say 10, just to be clear, I mean like 9.8 or 9.9, but it's essentially 10. Patrols tend to be sight. Not all the time, but in MI they're mostly sight whenever it's a patrol. So like, of course you'd want to know what patrols are later on, like you just want to know it. But if you don't know, it's probably sight. And sight, I will show you what sight is. It's, I would say, the second best aggro type. You can actually play around it a lot. Now to show you properly, I kind of need to see traps. Oh yeah, also I didn't mention it. This set is where traps are much less annoying. If you hug the walls on this set, you will never hit a trap, with 2 exceptions. 2 exceptions. And they are right there, but one of them is right there. This specific room, which honestly is easy to remember, it's like the Matrix room, because it has like this grid shape. There's a wall trap on the right sometimes. This trap, I will hit it if I hug the wall. And there is sometimes a trap on the wall of the left there too. Both can have traps, but the one on the right is much more common. So if you have to choose, go to the left every time. But in this room, never fight something while you're like moving on the wall if you can avoid it. But this is the only room for like quite a few sets, because the next few sets have the same layout. This is the only room that has like traps on the wall. This is a Matrix room. The only room where you have to like kind of respect it. Every other room, as long as you hug the wall tightly, never trap. No trap will hit you. There's only one other room that does not have a wall trap, but it has a trap that's like kind of close to the wall. But that's it. So I'll show you the aggro on these guys. So these guys are sight. That means they don't see me unless I'm facing them. So see there? They have a cone. Imagine a cone in front of them. That's what they have. That's what they have. Now, if I step within 10 yards of them, but in front, then they'll see me, right? See that guy? He's gonna pull. There. It's a cone in front of him. Like I said, it's the second best aggro type because you can play around it, but it does require some RNG. Because like you gotta make sure he's not facing the direction. Like, because if there's a doorway and he's facing the doorway, well, you can't really do much about it. But usually you can avoid these guys in some way. And the reason you would want to avoid a monster, by the way, is usually because the key's open and you just want to leave. So there's two aggro types. There's one last aggro type, which is honestly pretty rare in F1 high, but there's a monster on this set that has it. I'll show you whenever I get to it, but it's a bit of a... he's a bit of a late bloomer on that set. He happens on the later floors. So reminder, this guy is procs. So no matter where I am around him, as soon as I am at 10 yards, he'll pull. This guy is sight, and this guy is the cone thing. Now, you see the resource I use to show you the monsters in each set. I will link that resource in the description, so you can actually use it to know like what each monster is, if it's side, procs, or whatever. Personally, I will tell you the important ones. In the end, I never did really go over all the monsters individually and what their aggro types are in the end game, just because the gameplay was mostly, you know, going forward and pulling whatever was on the way. So I do recommend you go on the description and go on the DD Compendium website so you can familiarize yourself with the aggro types of the monster. They're all properly indicated there. Like on the higher floors, I'll tell you like, oh, this guy, it's important to know is proc. Oh, this guy, it's important to know is side. But I will not go over every single monster, because that even myself, it's not information that I use that often on tank at least. But I will link in the description of the video the like the website to, if you want to like learn which ones are what. I believe there's also a plugin that does something where if you click a monster, it opens a tab that tells you like if it's side procs or a sound. But I don't know the name of the plugin. I think it's called Deep Dungeon Dex or Bestiary or something like that, but I can't really confirm. So anyway, monster is still very easy, obviously. I'd say at this point though, it's very nice that you can just kind of run around the edge of the room. Like that kind of gameplay where we're running on the edge of the room while we're pulling monsters is going to be very similar to what we're going to do in the endgame floors. That's the kind of the way we're going to be playing the endgame floors. But it's not bad to get used to it. Now, Elder Magicite is very nice if you get it. It's very nice. But like, would I go out of my way to get an Elder Magicite? Like, if I have already my 3 Magicites, would I go out of my way to check every silver chest to maybe get an Elder Magicite? No. I would only check silvers if they're like right there. But I would not like explore every square for the hope of an Elder. That's just a waste of time. So monsters, the way monsters act in rooms, and that will be important to know for later, so remember that well. The way monsters act in rooms is they, and I mean non-patrols, they stand there, and then every X amount of second, they'll move. When they move, it is, okay, that's a bad room to show because it has like these holes and these make them confused. But like, let's say this room, whenever a monster is about to move, he's kind of like gonna go, I'd say 90% of the time he's gonna go backwards in like a cone. Like in the, imagine a cone behind him, he'll go in like one of the directions of the cone. He'll move somewhere within the cone. He'll move like a random amount of steps and then it'll stop. See, this one did it too. So next time they move, like this one's gonna move somewhere between these two, and then the one behind is gonna move somewhere between these two. Now that's not 100% true. Sometimes they'll move again and like forward, but it's rare. Like it's like maybe 10% of the time they'll move like that. So see, they're gonna move. It's so see that one move on the edge of the cone, and then this one moved. See, this one moved quite to the right. So it's not a perfect science, but 90% of the time you can expect it to move somewhere backwards. So like, you know, for example, like if I want to go like to 1, well, I know he's very likely to move back, and then I know this one's also very likely to move back. So see, he moved back. And now this one, you know, could move towards me, but he's not likely to move towards 1, you know? And see there, I could. So, what time does it take for them to move? It's like a random amount of time, but I would say on average, it's like between 15... It's like between 15 seconds to 25 seconds is how much time it takes for a monster to move again. But it's not like a consistent time. And also it seems to vary a bit between monsters. Like some monsters take longer, some monsters go faster, but it's usually between 15 to 20 seconds. 15 seconds to 25 seconds. Now if I had to average it out, I would say it's about 20 seconds to move. And now that's important to know because later on, it's not impossible that you want to like get to somewhere. Like for example, if there's a chest on the right there, I want to check it, but then I want to fight these guys. But then because I know the way they moves, like I know this one just moves, so not gonna move again. I know this one was gonna move backwards, and he did. You know, now I can go. Rather than just go all the way around and for them to like turn back towards me. So that's important information to know and remember. TLDR, every 20 seconds, monsters move backwards. That's like the thing you should remember. Every 20 seconds, monsters tend to move backwards. That's all you gotta remember. See that key there is very yellow, very bright yellow. That's why I'm saying you can't really rely on the color of the key to know when you're out. Well, unless it's open, right? Because it's just orangey. Like sometimes they go from blue to bright blue. Sometimes they go from like very light yellow to blue. Sometimes they go really bright yellow to blue. You don't know. You just don't know. Don't rely on the color. Just there's like an average amount of kills to open keys. And that average goes up the higher you go. Right now, at the point we're at, it's usually around 6 kills to get out. Once we get to the harder floors, it's going to become on average 7 kills. And once we get to the very last set, it's going to be on average 8 kills. That's all you got to remember. So Sekiban as an enrage. I'll show it to you. See, we got a free match side there, but I'll still show you the enrage. So this guy's gonna do 2 epigraphs. Is it 2 or 3? I think it's 2. And then he'll do an enrage after the third one. Now this guy cannot be stunned. Just a heads up. And then after, I believe now he's gonna do Trembling. Yeah, so this is the Enrage. You can interrupt it, or you can line of sight it, or you can get hit by it. It will not kill you. Up to you. And then now we'll use this because I got free one. As you can see, match sight kills everything. Don't need to be in range. I don't even need to see them. Everything dies. Guaranteed. I don't know why my arm gang is there. So this room, this is the only room that you have to like kind of know there's a trap very close to the wall. Whenever you're turning these corners there, make sure you're doing it very tight. You do it very tight because there's I don't know which doorway it is. I think it's this one. But one of the doorways has a trap that's like somewhere there. So that's a room where you're gonna make sure you hug the walls. That is, as far as I know, the only room that has a trap that's like very close though. On this particular layout. Another match site. I mean, I'll pick it up just so I have 3 different match sites. Just as a reminder, all these match sites do the same thing. It's just they have a slightly different animation time, but the animation is not attached to the invuln. So it's only the only difference is that when you use it, the monsters will die, let's say, a second later. But like the actual invuln you get from it happens when you press the match site. So it's not like it's gonna like, it's not like the shorter animation will basically sorry, it's not like the shorter animation would make it so your invuln like faster. It's the same invuln for all. So I got a no ability there. This is the worst debuff for tank. Use of abilities is prohibited for all party members. This means anything that's like an OGCD. So like specifically for warrior, I'm losing basically all my damage because I lose in a release. And also I can't use any defensives. And it's just really bad. This is the worst debuff. This debuff, when you see it in the end game, you will almost always, 95% of the time, you're gonna use a Pomander to like deal with it. Because it's gonna waste you a lot of time. Now, why is tank considered like the strongest job in arguably PUTD, but definitely even high? I mean, because it's tanky and monsters don't kick your ass as much, but this debuff, or should I say, not this debuff, and by debuff I mean enchantment, sorry, but like, you know, the no item enchantment is kind of like the equivalent of no ability on tank. If you get a no ability on a DPS, usually you can do it still. Maybe you'll use a steal or something, but you can use it. You can do it. On tank, it's really not an enchantment you want to do, which is kind of like the equivalent of no item for DPS jobs. But the difference is, when you get no item on a DPS, you can't use items, including your Pomanders. So now your options of things you can use to deal with it is much more limited. Now, on tank, your no ability does not restrict the use of items. So you can actually use any of your Pomanders to deal with it. So that's like the big upside, in my opinion, of tank, is that your game breathing debuff does not restrict your usage of Pomanders, so you can actually use whatever you want for it. Instead of no item, which restrict your Pomander usage to basically 6 of them. Like 3 Serenities or 3 Match Sites. That's your only options. If you get no item. By the way, I've been waiting for a worm, a Mizu, to show you like the sound aggro, but I've not seen one. A bit unfortunate. If I don't see a worm, it's not the end of the world. But well, I mean, it kind of sucks because I would like to show it right now. Maybe next floor. Hopefully next floor. But yes, I have covered pretty much everything that I could think of. That after this, every other set is going to be set specific or time management specific. So we got Gloom. Gloom is, I would say, one of the worst debuffs. It's not worse than Nobility, but it's probably second place for tank. Probably second place for everyone, honestly. There is one enchantment we didn't see yet. Or at least if we saw it, I didn't notice. It's called the No Match Side enchantment. No match side enchantment just means you can't use a match side. It's not a big deal. It can be annoying, but it's not a big deal usually. Oh, there's also another enchantment we didn't see yet. At least I don't remember seeing it. It's a sprint. It's a buff actually. It's an enchantment that makes it so your sprint is always on for the floor. But that's more useful on like DPS jobs. It's not so useful on tank. By the way, there's the worm. So these guys are sound aggro. Pretty rare type in High, but they exist. So what is sound? It means that if you're anywhere within 10 yards and you're running, it will pull like a proximity monster. However, if you're walking, it will not pull. No matter where. Like even if I'm facing him, he won't pull. Now, something to keep in mind, if you touch his hitbox, he should pull. Now, I don't know why he's not. But if you touch the hitbox, they usually pull, if they're sound. Yeah, like this. So you can walk around him, but you can't, like, run into him. And now that is all the aggro types. Sound aggros, you're gonna see a lot of them in POTD. More so than MLI. MLI has a few. But especially on tank, it's rare that you're gonna skip a sound monster, right? You'd only do it if you found him laid into the floor and you want to leave. But there's not many of them. On DPS, it happens because there's some sound monsters that are actually kind of annoying to fight. Anyway, we're already on the bus, so that worked out well. At this point, I would say 51, you're not gonna have time issues. 51 to 60, you will not have time issues. So it's your last chance to like get your pump to 3. If you're missing anything, it's your last chance to get your pumps to 3. This boss does 3 things. He does a swipe until a graph in front of him. Then he does a line AoE in front of him until a graph too. Then he does a gaze attack. Do not read this. Do not read this. It will probably kill you if you read it. Maybe not on tank, but you don't want to find out. And then after this, he'll do this mechanic, proximity with balls that pull AoEs. But if you got hit by the gaze, then you will be like in melee range for this part. Like you'll just be super close to him. None of these mechanics will kill you. Maybe this gaze will though, so don't get hit by it. On DPS, this will kill you. Unless you're lucky. Now, whenever he does this part, if you have defensives, you can definitely tank. You can definitely tank it with defensives. But you know, respect the mechanic. Don't be greedy, because it's impossible that for your time to be bad right now. It's impossible. This is the last boss, which I would consider to be not ridiculously tanky. From this point on, after this boss, every boss after this will be ridiculously tanky. They don't have hard mechanics, but it's like really boring. It's just a warning. Like every boss after this one, I kind of recommend you strength it, honestly. Alright. So, just checking palm. All my palms are pretty close to 3. Usually, by the time you're there, most of your palms will be at 3. I would expect your raising safety sights maybe are not at 3 because you, and Affluence Fortunes too. Just because you probably had some big rooms you safetied and raising is just kind of rare. But I would expect Petri 3, match site 3, everything should be close to 3. If your match sites are at 2 at this point, well, that sucks. You're pretty unlucky. But it's not, you know, it's not desperate yet, because really you can find match sites. I would say match sites up to 70, you don't really need them. Starting from 70, yeah. They're good, but up to 70 you don't ever really need them. So next set has way more monsters that I've talked about. This is where monsters actually start doing damage to you. More true if you're a DPS, but still true on tank. So this guy just puts a dot on you. Not really an issue unless you're pulling multiple. This guy puts a Vuln on you. Again, it's not really an issue unless you have multiple. This Naga, you gotta be careful. He has a cone, untelegraphed cone AoE. That's also a gaze, so you can actually be behind him and look at him, but it's a cone. If you get hit by this, you die, guaranteed, 100%, so don't get hit. After this, he's gonna do like an enrage thing. You can interrupt it or stun it or LOS. You might see the enrage on this guy. You're probably gonna see the enrages at this point, unless they're very long. This guy just buffs himself, not really a thing. This guy is easy, but if you keep him in combat for a long time, I think 50 seconds or so, he'll do an enrage that will one-shot you. So just don't keep this guy in combat. This guy is just annoying, just does telegraphs, never wants to come in melee range with you. This guy's not too bad. His telegraphs are very fast though, just something to keep in mind. Just puts a dot on you. Again, if you have only one, it's fine. Does nothing. Doku just... He has a pretty quick-ish telegraph that's also pretty big. He does a cone followed by like a thing called Wrecking Ball, which is pretty big. That's the one you gotta watch out for. Shepti does nothing. Gohan, just don't get wombo combo. He's gonna do like an electromagnetism thing, which is gonna draw you in. And then he's gonna follow it up with like a low damage thing, but he's dangerous if you have other things in the pool. Rachi is just annoying. He shoots you when you're in other rooms. He's more of a DPS issue though. On tank, he's really not that bad. And Mimik. This is where Mimics will start to ramp up in like damage and health, but like massively. Like it's like a... It's not a smooth curve. It's not a smooth curve. Like as you can see from the HP values there, they already have like 50% more HP than the other monsters. Even more than that, actually. And this will only just like... their HP values will kind of like get closer to the other monsters over time, but their damage will not. Their damage will keep increasing ridiculously. But we're tanked, so we're like in a good spot for that. Okay. So definitely, if you were not using food up to this point, honestly, it was fine. Don't really need food for anything, but at this point, I would use food. And like I said, this set, time management, not really important. You're not gonna run out of time on this set. You will not run out of time on this set. But just, you gotta make sure you respect the monsters. So this guy... One of the most dangerous on this set. He's gonna do a cone gaze. You have to... You can either not look at it or you can be behind him. Up to you. Well, you can do both if you're scared. And then after this, he'll do Disengage, which hurts a lot. You can stun or interrupt. It should not one-shot you, but I would stun or interrupt. So I have a free Petri there. I will use it. Like I said, time management on this set is not an issue. When we get to the next set, I will not use freebies too much. But like right now, just trust me, your time management doesn't matter. So if I get like 5 Magicites, I'll use them. I don't care. Ah, we got a treasure room there. So treasure rooms, as you can see, sometimes can be in your way. And sometimes you have to deal with it in some way. And that was one such case. Now there's other monsters on this set which are sound. So that's kind of nice if you do have to avoid like a big chunk of them. Now I'm just trying to find the key and I can't find it. If I'm not wrong, these are both sound. This guy, maybe he's not. The aggro types is not my specialty. I know this patrol is side though. Alright, this guy, like I said, he puts just a stacking vuln on you. It's not a big vuln. If he's alone, it's like it's no issue. See, we had a conceal in that chest, could have concealed out. Now, patrols. So patrols, you want to kill them whenever you see them, most of the time, because if you don't, well, you are much more likely to run into them later on and just kind of cause you trouble. So I'm not really setting a good example there. I would not really try and like Metal Gear Solid your way, like your way out of floors. I would just pull any patrol you see. Like for example, you know that Naga I avoided there, I would pull something like this. So I'm not setting a good example, but you know what I mean. Can a mimic see you if you're concealed? No. Okay. If the mimic is just like it's just chilling on the floor, let's say you altered, the mimic cannot see you. He's like a regular monster. If, however, you open a chest and it's a mimic, so like I right click a chest and it's a mimic and I was concealed, then yes, it will cancel your conceal. You'll pop out of your conceal and then enter combat immediately. So that is something to keep in mind. But well, the guy I was fighting, that was the dot guy. Let me pull one again, so I can just show you. So this guy, all he does is dot you with flesh wound, right? Yeah, this. It does damage over time. It's not a big deal as long as you're fighting them 1v1. If you're fighting multiple, sweat a bit, but don't fight multiple. So this is going to be more true from next set, but it's not a bad idea to start executing what I would call like the game plan, the end game plan, which is find the key, and as soon as you find the key, your only goal is to open the key with like in the fastest possible ways you can think of. So that means don't explore rooms that you don't want to explore, that you don't have to explore, right? Just pull like all that's nearby and then get out when you're able to leave. This guy is the guy with the 50-second enrage. You should never see the enrage as long as you're just fighting him normally. But if you have like if you're doing like a pull and then you accidentally pull a patrol or something and then you're wasting time, you probably want to witching this guy. Unless you're very confident that you can count the seconds well, I would just witching this guy. As a reminder, this Petri, this cone is a one-shot, so do not get hit by it. Now, if you're ever in a situation where there's like patrols coming to gank you, make sure you actually just move away from where it's coming. What's the highest kill requirement in the Magi? For the last set, it's 13 kills. For the sets before the last set, I don't know what the highest possible is. On average, right now, it's like 6 kills. So we don't know Adam. Great time to be a tank. Yeah, as you can see, time is, like I said, no issue. We are 7 minutes in and we're on the 3rd floor. The pace you want to have on a... Like, let's say once we get to the actual floors where time is an issue, the kind of pace we want to have is 6 minutes per floor. About 6 minutes per floor. So like right now, if we were looking at the pace, we would be like 4 or 5 minutes ahead right now. So like, it's obviously no issue. And what we want to do and start doing from now on to the end is very easy. We see where the key is. We fight things that are nearby. We kind of like kite them with Tomahawk, bring them with us. And once we find the key, we have one goal, open the key. Open chests are nearby. Like open any chest that's like close, like this one. Use freebies that you find. But you only care about opening the key. So like we just kill until the key's open. I don't think it, I personally do not believe it's worth your time to like check chests in further rooms. I know some people like to do it, and even some guides will recommend you do that. I don't recommend you do that personally. I recommend you only open the key and leave. So I have done a few, quite a few times, in fact, in Level High. I've done runs. I call them no chest runs. It's not entirely true, but let me describe to you what it's like. It's runs where I have all my pumps at 3. So I open chests until all my pumps are at 3. And then from the moment my pumps are at 3, which usually is around 450 or so, I do not open a single chest for the rest of the run. And every time I did it, I cleared. And every time I did it, I cleared having 1 floor wipe left, I think. So that's how much time you have to do it. It's really not tight. It's really not that tight. The time you have to like clear all the sets. Which is why I do not recommend that you like explore things. I do not recommend you do anything that doesn't benefit opening the key, unless it would take like 5 seconds to do it, you know. You recently entered a run on the set with the elephants on Level High. You're wondering how to deal with those. By elephants, do you mean the... Like, what kind of elephant do you mean? Do you mean the mammoth? Like the ones that do a cone? Ah, no ability, no regen. No ability there. Where's the buff? Though we're like on a set where we still don't really have to like respect it. I like free safety. Now, I guess for the state of science, I'm kind of curious if I can kill this guy in 50 seconds. So we pull at 20. This is no ability, no strength. This can almost not get any worse. Yeah, he'll die in time. It's not even close. Oh, well, there we pull multiple. So, regen potions, the things I told you should farm. Not farm, but the thing I showed you should have some of. You better start getting used to using them. You won't need them on this set unless you have like little whoopsies like this. You won't need them on this set, but starting from the next set, you're gonna start using them. Make sure you keybind the potions. Highly recommend you keybind potion. Both types of potion, in fact. Because that is a button you will be pressing a lot. Okay, so whenever there's like a bunch of patrols like this is where you're gonna make sure that you're ready to wave chain if things get too spicy, right? Oh, you were talking about the Garrula? The Garrula, whenever it charges you, you have to like go behind a wall as it charges you, and then it's gonna get stuck behind a wall. It'll still get the damage from the charge on you, but it will not get the auto attack following it up. And then after that, it's a regular fight, pretty much, after this part. He's gonna do a cone, followed by a big telegraph on himself, a big point blind. After this, he's gonna do a... he's gonna do like a pulsing AoE. And what I like to do about the AoE is I like to LOS it. I go behind a wall, and then it just like dodges everything. So we're gonna see the enrage there, and I cannot stun or interrupt. As a reminder, you can LOS most things. So LOS just means that I hide behind a wall like this. And we're out. Like I said, don't waste any time exploring. When you're out, you're out. I use a frailty. So I haven't thought about Warrior gameplay at all. And honestly, it is pretty simple to play. Every minute, use your inner release and you just do a lot of felt leaves. I will say though, typically, if your inner release is ready, you want to pull something that's like, unless the key is already open, of course. But if the key is not open and your inner release is ready, you absolutely want to pull the nerbiest, like anything nearby, because you don't want to keep this thing not rolling on cooldown, since that's where the bulk of your damage is. Like deep dungeon, you always have to see it as your DPS from monster to monster doesn't matter too much, but your DPS, as in the DPS you're doing across the entire hour, is like what matters. So, you know, like if you do a quote-unquote bad rotation on the monster, it doesn't really matter. But then if you don't keep your like Berserk on cooldown, then it matters. Like, let me put it that way. If your Berserk is on like well, it's hard to find an example with inner release, but let's say in PUTD, if your Berserk is like down, sorry, it's sub, but your felt leaf isn't up, but you don't want to delay everything, because then it's, even though it's going to gain you damage on one monster, it's going to lose you DPS over the hour. And for tanks, you're really looking at the DPS per hour value more than the DPS per monster value. DPS per monster doesn't matter. So this guy, all he does is dot you, and then he does a cone. This room, as a reminder, has a very close to the wall trap, so you turn your corner sharp there. This guy is proximity, I'm pretty sure. So see, there's an example of like this guy might turn around, and he did. Because I had not seen him turn around in the 10 seconds I was there. So, you know, like if you think of it that way, that means he was gonna move within 10 more seconds. But then I didn't know how soon it would be, you know. So that's just the way it is. It always has to be at the back of your mind whenever you're doing like trying to squeeze past monsters. You always gotta keep in the back of your mind that it might just see you, and make sure you have a plan for it. So see, this guy was facing on the right, he turned back. Now this guy is facing on the right, he's also likely to turn back. Now of course it would be faster for me to just kill it at this floor, but for the sake of showing it, I will just wait. And see, he turned left. Now this guy is gonna turn around in like 5 to 10 seconds, so I have to hurry up. Another big room. So yeah, realistically, if you get big rooms, I would say 51 plus. You don't have to safety. If you really want to be stingy with your Pomanders and like really save your resource, you don't have to safety. Wait, I will not steal. I would rather show the damage like without steal. Let me remove it. So you don't have to, but I think at this point it's kind of realistic you're gonna safety or side conceal the big rooms. I would only hesitate if I was at like 2 already, essentially. If I have 3, I would not hesitate. So Dochu is a guy that does a cone. This is easy to dodge. But after this, that's the part that's tricky. He does a very big wrecking ball telegraph on you. This hurts like one shot tier. It's like, maybe not on tank, but on DPS is a one shot. So I would be very wary of this. Always assume everything will one shot you. Every telegraph will one shot you. Assume so unless proven otherwise. But it's not a bad idea to play as if there's some that I know one shot you, and also like they come out fast or something. So that's why I'm warning you about them. But I don't, by warning you about the ones that do one shot you, I don't mean you should stand in the other ones, right? You should always assume that it will one-shot you if you don't know what it does. This guy does nothing. You were gonna ask, you notice monsters in treasure rooms tend to patrol a lot less. Do I know the logic behind that? So by patrol, I assume you mean just like they move less in the room. As far as I know, it's because they get stuck. If there's a treasure room with a lot of monsters with big hitboxes, they just kind of like get stuck with each other's. I don't really know how to describe it other than that, but they like get stuck. And because they're stuck, they all face the same direction and they just kind of like don't move. That's what's happening. Because sometimes if you witch chain, you'll notice if you witch chain a room like this, once they're witched, they'll all move at the same time, right? They like get unstuck basically. Well, that's why it happens. I don't know if it's that they can't move inside each other specifically, but there's something about like big hitboxes touching each other that makes it like clunky. Like you see it a lot in POTD with Flood Dragons. It's not rare for a Flood Dragon to just be stuck, even though there's like 2 more monsters in the room. On tank, if monsters are stuck, it's usually not a big deal because you can usually just fight the thing that's stuck. On DPS, it's way more annoying because there's some monsters that, like Flood Dragons, you can't fight necessarily. But then if they get stuck, you actually like have to fight it. On tank, luckily, it's not an issue too often. Like at Wars, it's gonna be a treasure room with monsters that are stuck. But like the treasure room would suck even if they were not stuck. Like usually you would have to rage it or something, so. So we're already on the 7th floor, as you can see, very fast set. This is where monsters start to hurt, but and they also start to being tankier, but it's still very fast. As long as you do what I said, which is just like beeline to the key every floor. Now I fought you know the Dullahan? I fought the Dullahan earlier, the guy in the red armor. The patrol. I fought him earlier, but it wasn't an AoE pull, so I wasn't like really talking about what he did too much. Just as a reminder, he's like the patrol that does a line, a very short, not short, but like a very thin line AoE followed by an AoE circle. Just a heads up, if you fight this guy, whenever he does the circle AoE, it comes out very fast. So it's just something to keep in mind. Like it might catch you off guard if you're like not expecting it to come. And unfortunately he's at the beginning, so we're not gonna see him again. So just a heads up. How's Dawnbreaker for Eureka Orthos? Yeah, it's okay. DPS are better than tank usually in Eureka Orthos, but there's nothing that's really bad outside of Astro and Scholar. So the Gohan. So this guy doesn't do much by himself. He's just gonna do a pull in, electromagnetism. This is gonna pull you in, followed by a weak hit. But this is tricky if you're like fighting something else at the same time. So just something to respect. Just some of the telegraphs will one-shot you. So like if you get pulled into one of them, well, that sucks. So we do actually have every pom at 3. That's nice. Except safety. Ace, no regen. Or strength. Something you can do, and I'll do it there just to show you. Something you can do if you find a Pomander that you have a 3 off already, and it's like a strength or a steel. but you already have one running, what you can do is you can do the floor with what you have, and then before you leave the floor again, you just pick it up right before you leave, right? So this way, instead of refreshing right now and losing like 6 minutes, well, maybe I can use it and only lose 4 minutes instead. Just a little tip to optimize. Yeah, I have a match side there and I will use it, but I want to show you before the Ratchet, like I said, shoots. He shoots you even if you're like in other rooms. At some point he's gonna turn towards me like this and he's gonna shoot me. That's just something to keep in mind. Especially if you are low from fighting like another monster, or you know, opening a silver or something. That's just something to keep in mind. Also, like, of course, especially if you're doing recent content, things don't crit in recent content. Things crit there. Everything, almost everything that hits can crit. So like that thing hit me for 2k there, but it could have crit for like 3,500, you know. So it's always something to keep in mind. By the way, last reminder, this is the room that has a wall trap likely on the right and a wall trap unlikely but sometimes on the left. Matrix room. Well, I mean, I'll use an alteration. Maybe we'll get a room of mimic, because I think I haven't been able to show that off yet. Now, next set is the last set where time management... Well, it's not true. Next set can have time management issues, but it's the last set where it's not that... It's like... how would I say? It's like the last set where it doesn't really matter if you don't have all your things capped at 3 already. By the way, just want to show this real quick. If you conceal out of a floor and you, like, you know, you're in the conceal as you leave, you keep the conceal next floor, or like the duration that left. Can be useful sometimes. So see there, I have 40 seconds of conceal left. I will not steal. I mean, you should steal if you find free ones. I will just not do it to show off the monsters. So this boss on this set, you don't have to strength. You probably will not have to strength time-wise. But if you have to restraint, I recommend you strength anyway. So why do I recommend you strength even if you don't need to? Honestly, it's just I feel like the bosses in MLI are so long that you'll get kind of bored doing them. And in my opinion, it's kind of a balance of like risk versus reward. But I feel like if you, let's say you don't strength the boss, what's the best thing that happens out of it? You save a strength, so you're +1 strength. But I personally feel like you're more likely to lose a run because you're bored on the boss than you are to lose a run because you have 1 less strength. It's honestly the way I see it. So it's like a strength, but for the sake of not messing up a mechanic because you have to fight it 10 minutes, you know. That's why I recommend you strength the bosses. Every boss from this point on. I would only not do it if your palms were looking really dire. So anyway, I'll be able to give you an accurate kill time on this boss. You should not need it, honestly. There's no reason you should be rushing for time on this set. But you'll have an accurate kill time nonetheless. Alright, this boss has quite a few things going on. This boss, just a heads up, I'm not playing DPS, but if you are playing DPS, this is the first boss where you want to spam your potions for it, like your regen potions. Otherwise, it will probably kill you. So this guy, actually not too bad. I would fight him on a wall, any wall, just on the edge, I would say. He's gonna do a cone first. After this, he's gonna do like 2 patterns of these staff. They just do donuts on them. And at the same time, he'll do like a circle AoE on you. That's why you want to be on the edge, because if you're on the edge, it's much easier. After this, he'll do topple with like line AoE started on you. After this, he'll do like a static pattern. It's always the same pattern. It's like he surrounds the arena with these. There's a little triangle safe spots. And then after this, he does like his tank buster. It's like a big AoE, which also summon lines on you, like this. And repeat. Rinse and repeat, but for a long time. Cone. Two set of the donuts randomly generated. If you get hit by the blue thing, it's gonna put a blade on you. It hurts. Shouldn't kill you, but it hurts. If you get hit by the line AoE, I honestly don't know what it does, but it cannot be good for your health. If you get hit by the topple thing, the circle he does on himself, it's gonna push you back, knock you back. So the amount of damage I'm taking right now, that's without steal. So that's the most, that's the worst possible damage you could be taking on this guy. If you're uncomfortable with the amount of damage you're taking, spam your potion on cooldown. Every 30 seconds, use this potion. If you do this, no boss can kill you on tank, even if you don't use defensives. But you have to use defensives on monsters later on. So there's no reason not to use your defensives. Like if you're uncomfortable with the amount of damage you're taking, I would just kind of start getting used to using your defensives, rotating them. Because I mean, these bosses are very long anyway, so you have a lot of time to do that. Now that's something someone asked me, because if you don't play tank, it's not obvious what rotate your defensives mean. What rotate your defensives mean? Honestly, it's very simple. You have like long cooldowns for your tank and short cooldowns. Rotate your defensives just means you have one long cooldown up and you kind of like use your short cooldowns whenever they're up. So like for example, right now I have Rampart and that's like my cooldown. That's the cooldown I'm rotating. Now my Rampart is gonna come down soon. Now what I'm gonna do, I'll just wait a few seconds for my health to like dip low. Then I'll use another cooldown. Let's use Reprisal, right? Now I have Reprisal. Oh, my Run Tuition is up and it's a short cooldown. Okay, I'll Run Tuition too. Now my Reprisal's down. Okay, my Reprisal's down, but I'm full health. So now I'll wait. I don't want to use a cooldown when I'm full health. Now I'll just wait to take some amount of damage. Oh, he crit me. Okay, I took some damage. Okay, now we'll use Vengeance. So now my Vengeance is up. Oh, my Run Tuition, which is a short cooldown, is up. Okay, I'll Run Tuition. See, that's rotate your defenses. That's what rotating your defenses mean. It doesn't have to be a straight rotation of your... You just want to make sure you got something up. Basically, when your health, when you are taking damage, just have something that's a short, like a longer-ish cooldown up, and just kind of use your shorter cooldowns whenever they're ready. And for Warrior, that means Run Tuition. Run Tuition on cooldown is what you want to be doing. Now, of course, like rotate your cooldown is very it's very like a raid. It's very much like a raid on a boss. But it's not on the bosses that it's important, it's on the floors. And on the floors, it's chaotic, you know, like... You won't have a nice, smooth way to, like, rotate everything because it's so chaotic. But that's essentially the way it works. Anyway, it's almost dead, as you can see, very long fight. And it's only gonna get worse. So buckle up. Only gonna get worse. And this was the last set. This was the last set where I would say there is no way you're gonna need to use your Pomanders unless it's like a Witch Chain or like a Bad Bull or something, but there's really no way you would have to use a Petri or a Flight to make time on this set. So on the next set, it can happen. Not always, but it can happen. So, next set. So next set, that's the first set where I would call this this is like the last set where you don't manage your time too much. But this is also the first set where you should start playing this as if it was the end game. Like the way we're gonna play on this set is essentially... It's essentially the way you're gonna play all the way to the end. The only difference is on this set, you should not have to use too much to get through it. You should have to use nothing or a bit, but like this is not somewhere you should be like using your petrifications or your match sites, etc. So there's a lot of monsters to cover there. Also, from this point on, monsters you saw it last set, right? They're starting to hurt a bit, but from this point on, monsters will their damage significantly increases from this point on, all the way to the end. So make sure this you gotta learn to rotate your defenses well from this point on because you will need it later. So anyway, lots of monsters. Manenso just puts a stacking Vuln on you, not too bad on tank. Wajakusa puts a stacking poison on you. It goes up to 8 stacks. Not too bad on tank. Again, pretty damn bad on DPS though. Juboko does nothing, is a patrol. Onryo is probably the most damaging monster. Maybe not in Heaven on High, but he's probably the top 5 in Heaven on High. Very high damage. Puts a powerful dot on you, which he spams. Tank Buster. Spams Tank Buster. The only respite you're gonna get is whenever he does a cone attack. But you're a tank, so being a tank, this is a monster where it's really nice to be a tank. You're gonna be happy that you're a tank for this guy. Hiwamushi does nothing. Jellyfish does very quick telegraphs that you just want to make sure you avoid. You don't really stare at the floor for this one. Morbol has pretty big telegraphs, so just make sure you're not like in the middle of his hitbox. Dogu doesn't do too much on tank. He's a range monster that will attack you if you're in melee range, but you can handle it. The Koso, the guy, does nothing. The Shizakura does nothing. He's a patrol. The Hashiri just has some mechanics. He does a donut followed by a gaze. Don't get hit by either of them. Shitai is a high damage monster. Not too bad on tank. Pengu just does a big AoE target on you. And the mimics from this point on will really start to pack a punch. And also they're gold from this point on, which means they cannot be stunned anymore. But you can always interrupt the Pox cast, the Malice cast. So that's another thing where tanks are eating good. And the boss of this set, I will explain it as I do it. But for the bosses from now on will take a lot of time to kill. So whenever we do them, you'll see how much time it takes me to kill it. But I will also recommend some kill times whenever I analyze a set after the boss is dead. So just a heads up. I would say I would recommend using a strength for all the bosses from this point on. Unless you have like a lot of time. And that's pretty much it. So you're asking, is there a specific way to tell if the monster is sights on proximity? So you can't really tell just by looking at it. You have to either like check the information beforehand by checking the website I was using right there. It will be in the description, don't worry. Or you can just memorize them, you know, you can just try yourself, you know, like just trial and error. However, I will say, like, if you want to just try and like wing it, typically, if it's some kind of like plant, like if it's some kind of like plant or robot, it's usually sound. Now, this is not always true, but it's usually sound. If it's some kind of like creature that doesn't really look like it would have eyes, it's like a magical creature almost, it's usually proximity, and then everything else is usually sight. But these are like these are not true always, because there's some monsters which are just some normal ass animal and they have like their proximity, and there's like monsters that are just magical beings and they are sound, you know. It's like, it's not 100%, but if you just want to wing it, you can go with like this kind of thing. And yeah, undeads are usually proximity too, though there's no undeads in this place. Okay, so let's go in. And we are starting at 61. So from this point on... Oh yeah, the rate is an undead, good point. I think that's the only undead. But yes, it is proximity. So from this point on, we're gonna play the way we're gonna play all the way to the end. What is that like? I would say when you have strength at 3, just use 1. Just because the odds of overcapping it are very high, so that's not a bad habit to start doing. What you're gonna do is you're going to fight almost anything that's on your way, to the way to the key. Not everything, but a lot of the things. By the way, this is the high damage monster that I was talking about. So as you can see, very high damage output from this guy. Now I will try and fight everything that I can without steel, just to show you like the worst possible damage it's gonna do. But yes. So this is the poison guy, also a pretty high damage monster, but this one is like a ramp up monster, right? He's gonna put some poison stacks on me, and they're gonna ramp up slowly. They go up to 8. Now, you can stun most monsters in there. And you should see your stun as a short cooldown defensive, essentially. You should see your stun as a short cooldown defensive, and that's mostly what I'm going to use it like. So this guy is the Vuln guy. Now, I have 7 stacks of poison, so I have to be careful. But you're a tank. You know, that's where you're really going to make use of the fact that you're a tank. So the way you're gonna play tank up there, it's extremely simple. It's all ABF, right? ABF, always be fighting. And you're going to be always fighting until you find the key. Basically, you're gonna try and find the key, fighting whatever you can fight on the way. And then once you find the key, you simply kill everything around the key, and then you leave. And you do this every single floor. I do not recommend you explore. I don't recommend you go out of your way to explore. Just check chests that are like nearby. So if, for example, this chest, I'll check it. It's right there. It's intuition. We don't care. Well, you know, could have been a Petri, could have been a strength, could have been anything. So this guy is an easy patrol, only does telegraphs. Again, we're just gonna keep pulling. Keep pulling. From this point on, as I said, mimics are gold chests. Only. It can never be a silver or a bronze. So if you are checking a chest in combat, make sure you realize that it can be a mimic. So like this. So always be ready. Always consider the possibility that it's a mimic. And usually what that means is make sure that the monster you're fighting is kind of low, so you can finish it up. Or make sure you are able to tank both. Or make sure you have a steel or a witch chain you're willing to use. You know, like make sure you have a plan. Don't just check chests. Don't just check chests and pray it's not a mimic, but then if it's a mimic, it's like it puts you in a bad spot, right? And why would you check a chest in combat? Usually, it's because it's to save you a bit of time, right? Like, for example, in that case, by the way, the key's open. I'm sorry, the score brain's taking over, but yeah, when the key's open, leave, obviously. So I just was showing the Vuln guy again for no reason. But yes, why would you check a chest in combat? Well, you're a tank, so you can afford to just have a mimic while you're fighting something else. But it's gonna save you like a few seconds there and there, and these are really going to add up. That's the reason why you want to check chests in combat if you are able to. Just don't put yourself in too much danger to do it. I do have a video in my description which is about time management, and that video explains pretty well that whole thing I was talking about right there. If you want to give it a watch, feel free to do so. So also your regen potion at this point, make sure you're using it plenty. Whenever your health, don't wait until your health is at like 30% to use your regen potion. As soon as the monster looks like it's gonna hurt you, just pop the potion preemptively. So you're gonna see me do that over and over. I'm gonna be popping my potion whenever I'm fighting something that I know hurts. So like for example, this guy, I don't really need a potion. I mean, I can, right? I can just pop a potion. If it makes me feel safer, I can pop the potion. Now I have 30 seconds of basically never going to die on this guy. It depends on how many potions you have, basically. Depends on how many potions you have. Like if you have a ton of potions, there's not really any reason to put a lot of thinking into using your potions. But if you don't, then if you don't have a lot, then you probably want to make sure you're not wasting them too much. So this guy, by the way, if we go over his like his rotation more in depth, he's always gonna open with a tank buster followed by the cone, and then he's gonna spam the tank buster on you for a few times. So the part that's very high damage for the Onryo, it's not the pull, it's after he cones you, because after he cones you, he's gonna dot you 2 or 3 times, and the dot is a tank buster. As I said, I would not ignore patrols. If you ever or near a patrol, these are kind of like top priority things to kill, just to make sure they don't gank you later on, you know. Because if I leave this guy, well, I might just be fighting something else in 2 minutes, and then this guy comes back and ganks me. And now this guy is very easy, but they're not gonna be easy the whole run. So again, Onryo, just to show you the rotation, he just attacks you once or twice, goes into dot, then cone. And this part is the high damage part. Right there. This is the part where you want to make sure you have a defensive up. So there's going to be a lot of small optimizations. As you can see, something I'm going to be doing a lot is whenever a monster is low, I'll just start chatting in a room, spamming my Tomahawk. By the way, the best time to stun a monster is usually whenever the monster is about to finish the cast. So like, for example, he's gonna cast there, and then before it turns around, I stun it like that. And now I delay the next tank buster by 5 entire seconds. So that's... I'm doing this on the Onryo to show it off, but that's essentially when you want to stun, if you're going to stun to prevent damage. So see there, the key is open, but we're not out yet. But now I did see it. It's over there. Preferably, you want to find the key before you're out. But to be fair, in the 61s, monsters are not that tanky yet, so that's normal. So again, all we care about... So I have a free raising, I will use it, of course. Because I'm streaming, so it's nice. I didn't mention the raising, so... When should you raise is a bit of a hard question to answer. Let's say you have no experience in F1 high, so you have no point of reference of like where your prod point is. Well, in that case, technically you quote unquote should raise every set because it's always your prod point, but that's not really realistic, right? So I recommend you raise from 71, and so then you have 3 raise, right? You have 71, 81, and 91. You have 3. On the 3 sets, you'll be able to die at least once. You can raise on the 61 if you feel like it. But just be warned that the damage you're taking right now on this set, it's not gonna get any better, right? So, if you raise this set, which is fine. If you died on this set last attempt, then it's fine to raise this set because it's your proc point, right? You should always raise your proc point. Like if you die on 65 last time, it'd be kind of stupid to not raise on the 60s next time, because then that's where you know you've been like, it's your limit. But if you don't have any prior experience, I would wait to raise until 71, unless you find a free one. Because yes, these monsters hurt, but like the monsters hurting is only gonna get worse. So you know, that's the way I see it. I will say your odds of finding a raising again are pretty good. So it's not rare for you to find enough raisings to start raise everything from the 60s, but it's not always the case. It's not always the case. I would say in POTD, I felt pretty confident using a raising on 161 personally. Just because I feel like I almost always find the raisings, but for specifically F1 high, I don't feel as confident about the raisings. And if you do not find a raising, and you can't raise 81 or 91, it's gonna make your life significantly harder and more stressful. So that's why I actually recommend to raise the 71s unless it's your proc point. This set ain't too scary, like I said. The only thing I would really watch out for is the Onra HoH, because they do high damage. But as long as you respect them by popping a potion before and using defensives and your stun, etc., then it's fine. So like for this guy, for example, he comes, he's gonna turn around, I'll stun like this. Now I delayed the thing by an entire 5 seconds, and you know, he's gonna be almost dead. Make sure I have defensives up. If you die with a raising active, do you lose the title? No, you do not. That's the point of it. If you die with a raising, it's basically going to revive you instantly. It's like if there was a white mage behind you and he revived you. But then the white mage disappears after that. That's essentially what happens. Mimics, by the way, hurt a lot, as you can see there. And they will... This is the monster. By the end, this is the monster that's going to do the most damage to you. So, rotate your defensives well against this guy, and keep in mind you cannot stun it. And make sure you always interrupt the blocks. Now, a note about raisings is raisings cannot drop starting from 81 plus. So your last chance to find raisings is 71-80, and once you reach 81, you cannot find raisings anymore. Just a little thing to keep in mind. So again, this is a monster where you probably want to have your potion up. This is the kind of monster that whenever you fight it, just have your potion up like from the beginning, rather than waiting for a good time to use it. You see, that key is being a little stingy. We're at the 8 kill. 8 kill is above average. I would expect about 6 or 7 kills to get out on this floor set by average. On average. This is the Vuln guy. This Vuln is not very powerful. I believe it's 10% per stack or so. I think it stacks up to 8, 4 or 8. I don't quite remember. So we're out, we draw out. Sometimes you're gonna get a layout like this, which is kind of unfortunate because the key is like in the dead end, and so you have to kill things away and come back. You can kind of mitigate this if you try and make sure you kill things in the key room last. But then if you do that, it's hard to know exactly how many kills you'll need to get out, you know. So if you're gonna do something like leaving monsters in the key room and then, you know, killing them last, you have to like kind of play with the averages, you know. You're like, oh, okay, so I'll do 6 kills, then I'll come back to the key, kill 2 monsters, and hopefully I'm out within 8. That's kind of how you want to do it. But then if you do that, there's also the risk that the key opens in 5 kill, and now you have to backtrack, and now there's monsters on the way of the key, so you know it's a judgment call. This guy just gonna do a big AoE on himself, followed by a big AoE on you. Little tip for melees, you can bait the AoE away from him, like this, for some uptime. You can stun this guy, by the way, if you so wish. Stun is very powerful move on tank. Like, this is a 25-second cooldown, and it stuns for 5 seconds. This is a very powerful move, and you're going to use this not on cooldown, but like almost on cooldown, honestly. So what I'm doing a lot of, and I'm not really talking about it, is I'm not really looking at the marble. I'm looking at what's in like happening around me, right? So there, see, I was fighting the marble and I saw another patrol like back there, which is why I kind of like counted backwards a bit, because the patrol might have come my way. It might have come my way. So that's multitasking, and I have a video on it on my channel. I'll put it in the description. But essentially, whenever you're fighting something that's not too hard, or something that you know well, you should be looking at almost anything except the monster you're fighting, because you want to like actually be looking at the deep dungeon and what's happening around you, so you can plan your next move, or to make sure that you don't like don't die to a mistake on something. So see there, I'm fighting a Juboko. I know this is an easy monster, so I'm looking back. I'm looking behind. Okay, now I see this marble actually not coming my way. Okay, so I don't need to move. What would I have done if he was coming my way? Okay, I would have counted the guy backwards and probably fought him over there. You know, always have a plan. Always have a plan. You don't need to have the perfect plan. You just need to have a plan. Oh, so see, this guy's coming my way. You can kite this guy backwards a bit. Or he's low, you know. If he's low, we can kill him and just kind of accept the fact we're gonna pull the other one. Something I've not really showed is the way patrols work, and I think I will show you this on this floor. Because I have a pretty nice tree section room to show this in. So the way patrols work, as I said earlier, like a long time ago, is they spawn in a room as any monster when their floor is generated. And then they'll start patrolling in a direction. But specifically the way that works is not that complicated. So let's say the monster spawn in A, like this is a normal room with a monster. The patrol spawns, okay. Patrol's gonna choose a random direction to patrol. There's only one direction, so that's easy. So patrol's gonna go to B. After the patrol is on B, then it's gonna choose another random direction, which cannot be the same one it came from. So now the patrol has a 50% chance to go right, 50% chance to go left. Let's say it just goes left. So okay, it's coming out of B, now it's going to D. It's patrolling this way. Now the patrol arrives there. This is a dead end. What does the patrol do when it goes to a dead end? It's gonna walk a bit in a random direction. It's going to like go a bit into the room. It'll stop. Then it will turn around. And then it will resume the patrolling. So like, now that the patrol is like on A, it's gonna stop, turn around. Okay, now it's gonna go to B. What does it do when it goes to B? Well, it's going to choose a random direction, which is not the one it came from. So now it can go to C, 50% chance, or it can go to D, 50% chance. Now, let's say it goes to C. It's the same, right? It's going to get there. It's going to... I can't put markers in combat because raiders took that away from me. But now it would be there. It would stop. It would turn around and resume the patrolling. And that's what the patrol will do this forever. It can't do like... It can never do something illogical, like just like turn around in the middle of the hallway or something. It's always gonna go to a dead end, stop, turn around. In fact, so see this guy enter this room, he's choosing 50-50, he choose my direction. And if when he got there, he would have stopped, turn around. Talking of patrols, there was like 1 billion patrols on this floor too. Which is why you want to take care of them, if you can. This is contrary to like popular, you know, opinion. It's very tempting to play Metal Gear Solid in Deep Dungeon because, you know, I'm gonna dodge the patrols, you know. I'll squeeze past these patrols, but then if you do that, you're so much more likely to die at some point, so don't do that. I would just kill the patrols whenever you see them. It's way, way, way easier. So by the way, I fought a few jellyfish, but I didn't really talk about it. So we found the key there. Once we find the key, we just kill everything around. Now I should pull something in this room, but I will just pull the jellyfish to show you. Jellyfish has like 2 cones AoE that are very small, and he spams them. That's one of them, Irritating Tendril. And the other one, Numbing Tendril. They're very small and very quick, and he just spams them on you. Not a difficult monster in any way, just make sure you're paying attention to your feats. So see, this is a monster that, unless you're very familiar with it, that's not a monster you want to be looking around whenever you're fighting a monster. That's a monster you want to actually just kind of, you know, pay attention to it. Talking of sound-based monsters, this is a sound monster. I think there's 2 on this set, but that's one of them. It's not rare that I want to avoid these guys like this. You just walk. We got a damage down there. Doesn't really matter. As you can see, time is excellent right now. All we did is use a strength that we found. I don't think I used anything else. What I'm gonna be doing for my pickups is I will keep them at a very minimum. So I will not allow myself to pick up many things. Probably 1 or 2 strength per set. Maybe an handful of flights, and like that's gonna be it. I don't really think I'm going to be using Petris or match sites, I find. And you should expect to find 1 or 2 floor wipes, in my opinion. So I will use this though, however, because I want to show traps if I'm able to. Key is there. We saw it before I use the site, so we're just going to make sure that we kill things nearby. So see there, I'm paying attention to the patrol. It looks like it's coming my way, so what is my plan? My plan is I just kite back and I'm gonna hide in this little notch there. If you're coming into F1-100 from POTD, and you did Warrior in POTD too, honestly, you should find F1-100 a pretty good experience. It's going to be very similar to POTD the way we play. We use my palms and everything. It's very similar to POTD. The only difference is your palms are stronger. So, if you're coming from a POTD guy, this is going to be all very familiar to you, the way I'm pulling things and everything. I will say though, one thing about F1-100 is the layouts will stay claustrophobic. They'll stay claustrophobic the whole time. So we'll never get like a nice open layout where we can see everything. Which makes it even more important to kill patrols when you see them, because they'll gank you really easily. Very easily. So we have a Serenity there. Let me pull the Dogu just to show you what he does. So this guy is a full-time range monster. He only ranges you with this stack. But if you're doing melee, he will melee you too and do this cone. So, you know, if you're a DPS, you usually don't want to go in melee too much, but on a tank, you can just tank. Keep in mind, you can have your potion rolling for any of these pulls. Right now, I'm not really using my potion, because I know I don't need it, so, you know, I'm not wasting it. But you could be using your potion on any of these monsters, and I don't have a steal, so... The amount of damage I'm taking, it can't really get much worse than that. Excluding like a gloom or something. So right now we are at 5 kills after this guy. It's not a bad idea to count your kills, or at least have a general idea of how much you killed. Once you reach, like, once you get to 6, usually it's time to kind of mate it back to the key. So see, this guy is gonna be my 6th kill, and now this jellyfish will be the 7th kill if I need it. Which would kind of mean that it's time to make my way back to the key slowly. And the way you can do that while still fighting is just burst. Make sure your burst is on cooldown so you're not like wasting it. And then once the monster is slow, just kind of like spam Tomahawk like this on it. But do it when your burst is down, you know, because you don't want to do this when your berserk's up, of course. But then if your berserk is down, it's not a bad time to do something like this, because like you have to move anyway, right? Think of it this way: you have to move anyway. Might as well get the moving done while you're doing some damage. That's gonna save you, you know, 5 seconds, you know, a few seconds there and there, and suddenly these seconds add up to like 3 minutes over the course of the run. So, as a reminder, it's a cone. Sight is a cone, and that's why I was able to squeeze past this guy there. Got a blind, doesn't matter again. I will not use the frailty, but you would use it, of course. As I said, this set, in my opinion, 90% of the time, you'll be able to do it with using no palms out of your pocket and just using whatever free palms you find on the way. And the other 10% of the time, probably going to have to like strength or flight. So I didn't really explain what this guy did, but I will explain it next one I fight. I have 3 strength, of course. So, you know, if I wanted to use a strength right now, it would not be a bad idea. But of course, my time is amazing, so there's like not much of an incentive to do this. But like, who knows, you know? I might get a no ability floor for like 2 floors in a row. Serenity is pretty precious. Serenity is a very precious Pomander, so... You know, if it can happen that you just start chaining bad debuffs, you know? Like, I would get no ability 67, no ability 68, and suddenly my time is bad. That's rare. It can happen. It's happened to me that I had to Serenity this set before. It's not impossible. Just something to keep in mind. But I would definitely try to never be below 2 Serenities. If I had to Serenity twice on this set, I would rather Petrify and Serenity, you know. Serenity is ultra important in PUTD and F1-100. Less in EO, but in the F1-100 PUTD it's ultra important. And there's many situations where you will lose if you don't have Serenities for them. So getting down to 2 Serenities is okay. Getting down to 1 Serenity, you need a good reason for it. And getting down to 0 Serenity is suicide. So try to not do that. Have I spoke about no item bedrooms? Not explicitly. I've shown what to do if you can't like remove the traps on a bedroom. Well, explicitly, a no item bedroom is something that you need a Serenity for almost. Because as you may remember, a bedroom, the thing about the bedrooms is that there's traps everywhere and you can't really predict where they are, and there's also fate keys. But then if you're in a situation where you can't use Pomanders to remove the traps, well, you're like kind of stuck. Because then you might pop 5 lurings by the time you find a real key, and that's a situation where Serenity is almost mandatory. You almost need a Serenity for this kind of situation. So that's like one such case of a Serenity being very important. So Asheri, what it does a donut. This thing. By the way, be careful if you're on a staircase. It's not going to look like it's hitting there, but it is. So just stay close. Just stay close. After the donut, he's gonna do this gaze attack. Just turn around or stun it, up to you. And after this, he's gonna do this quick cast. Soul Vacuum. It does damage to you, but if you got it by the gaze, this will one-shot you. So do not get hit by the gaze. Nice blind miss. So this guy is just a high damage Andy. He's gonna open up with like a tank buster like this. Then he's gonna slap you a few times. After about 4 or 5 slaps, he's gonna do a poison attack, which I'll try and show you with my stun. He's he's gonna attack you 5 times or so, then he's gonna do this poison attack right there. If you're around him, it will poison you. On tank, it doesn't really matter. You can just you can just stay close to him. But if you want to avoid the poison specifically, just count like 3 or 4 auto attacks after he does the tank buster, and then run out. It's a stacking poison, but you're not really going to see more than 1 stack usually. And even if you do have 1 stack or 2 stacks, it's not it's no issue. So by the way, I skip a strain there. Again, it's intentional for me, but don't skip a strain, obviously. So Gloom is one of the worst things we can get. It's the only thing that's worse is no ability, honestly, for at least time management here. So we're tank, which is nice though, because that means monsters, even though they hurt more, it's not really at a point where it's bother us that much. We can still 1v1 all of these monsters easily. And we have plenty of time, so we have plenty of time to just fight this. So there's a patrol there. So see, this is a tricky situation, because this is a monster that does a donut, but then there's a patrol. So, you know, there I would have had to make a decision. Like, let's say it was very healthy. Well, if it was very healthy, and then this guy ganked me, you know, he just arrived, then I would have already made the mistake of... Basically, the mistake I would have made is just not paying attention to my surroundings. And then I would have had to either tank both of them, or try and kite backwards when the donut's not happening, or witch chain, or, you know, steal. Basically, you have many options. But basically, we would have had to use kind of like what I would call an emergency tactic. It's better if you don't have to use emergency tactics too often. Like, it's not because you use a witch chain that it was an emergency. Sometimes it's like, you know... So, sometimes you see... Well, I mean, sometimes you should see it coming, right? Like, sometimes you will witch chain a monster, but you saw it coming. And it's fine. So, by the way, I recommend you don't pull 2 monsters like this, but I will just fight them, show you it's no issue. You know, it's going to happen that you pull 2 or 3 things at the same time. 3 is a bit YOLO, but 2 happens there and there. Now, if you think the damage input is just way too high, just steal. If you think their mechanics are too much, then witching. But if that happens, just make sure you use defensives and use more than you need. And make sure your potion, it stays up also. These kind of pulls are very nice to be a tank for, because if you're a DPS, this is not a pull that you can really handle. If I was a DPS, I cannot do a pull like this unless I steal and kite, and even then, I'd be scared. Also, I'm not paying attention to my surroundings at all. I'm sorry. I'm kind of defaulting to my exploring habits. I'll try to do a better job of playing legit. Well, you know, at least this proves to you that you can fight 1v2s. It's not too hard on tank, and that's without steal and gloom. What if you're scared you won't have a witch chain for the next set if you wasted there? Well, it's fair to be scared of something like that. But what's the difference between you who witched this floor and you who didn't witch this floor and kept it for the next set? Well, the difference is the one that wasted the witch chain is now on the 71 with 1 less witch chain. And the one who did not waste the witch chain is now back to 1 with 0 witch chains. So that's the big difference. And you should see it as such. There's no such thing as a wasted Pomander. If it's like helping you in any way, there's no such thing as a wasted Pomander. I can assure you the amount of times you waste on a Pomander, like quote unquote waste a Pomander, and then you lose because you wasted that Pomander. is not going to be very high. Most of the time you're gonna time out just because you're inefficient. And we're out. Now, of course, if you're inefficient, it helps to have more Pomanders, because then if you have more Pomanders, you can make more mistakes. But typically, it's better to like use a Pomander if you feel like if there's a little voice in you that's telling you I should use this, then you should use it. You should always listen to that little voice in you. So like that little voice in you is saying like man, that pole's looking kind of sussy, I should probably witch chain, then you should witch chain. And you know, like if you waste all your witch chains on this set and now you enter someone with no witch chains, yeah, that sucks. Yeah, you're going like you're gonna start the next set with kind of a disadvantage, but then you know there's no reason why you just don't get lucky and you find one Petri in the chest and now suddenly you make up the witch chain. Like, or there's no reason you don't find the witch chains back in like, you know, into the two next chests. Like that's just RNG for you. There's no reason to overthink it. There's no reason to dwell on wasting Pomanders. You see, I'm paying attention to this Dokuro right now, even though I'm fighting the Shizaku, because I'm just trying to see if I could loot the chest before it turned around. Unfortunately, he did turn around. So then I will fight him next, then I'll loot the chest, then I'll go explore and find the key. The only time you feel like you've wasted resource is when you use a Petri match on the floor and then you find the other one immediately after. So that's like, I know what you mean, but it's not your fault most of the time. Petri is more common than a match site, right? So match site is more rare. So if you have 3 Petris, 3 match site, and you have to like floor wipe a floor, you're gonna Petri. That's just what makes sense. That's like the logical play. If you do that and you find a match site for free, like next floor, it's not your fault. Like it feels bad, but you took the correct, like you did the correct decision. It's not because the outcome was bad that you took the bad decision. Sometimes you take the good decision, but like RNG just RNGs. You know, it's like if you go onto a floor, let's say you suffer through 2 floors with bad debuffs and you fight them, and then next floor you find 3 magic sites and silver chests, but you don't have space for them. Did you misplay? Like, you think maybe you did, but then you didn't really misplay, because you can't really play expecting to find 3 match sites on the one floor. And that we're gonna do things to try and mitigate that later on, but which basically is going to be, we're gonna keep the pumps at 2 as much as we can, because if we keep them at 2, we have a buffer of 1. So if I keep my pumps at 2, I cannot overcap something if I just find that thing once. And we'll be using this a lot later. This strategy. Right now I'm not using it because this set we don't need that much juice to do it. But later on we'll be using this a lot. Like a bit, see it a bit like stacking the odds in our favor. That's what we're gonna be doing. For deep dungeon, usually it's better to take a non-optimal decision fast than taking an optimal decision slowly. So many times you'll use a Pomander and then you'll be like, ah, maybe this wasn't the correct thing to use, but then the fact that you did it quick makes up for the fact that it wasn't the best decision you could have made. As long as it doesn't cost you the run, it's usually a good call if you did it fast. Like I've seen many streamers, you know, like just starting doing the content for the first time, and I can assure you, the ones that are the most successful are the YOLO ones. The ones that like, they see a treasure room, and they like rage it within 5 seconds, right? Even though it doesn't make sense, maybe it doesn't make sense in that current like situation, or like, you know, they pull a patrol and they know it's a bad patrol and they Petri instantly, right? Like people that don't hesitate, they always have a much higher, not much higher win rate, but but yes, kind of. Like they have I feel like they clear more consistently if they take decisions fast. Because decision paralysis is what really kills you and your time. So as you can see, right, I mean, I'm showing this right now on this set. I'm pulling everything that I see. I'm not really thinking about it. I just pull whatever's in front of me. I check chests when they're nearby. And that's it. Like, that's all I have to do to make this with a good time. Right now. Because, like, am I taking the optimal decision every time? No. Like, sometimes I could save a bit more time if I plan my pulls better. I could probably save a bit more time if I padded to the chest better. But that time I'm spending thinking of the correct play is not worth just doing something that's not optimal, but faster. Yeah, I like the raid comparison, DT. You might disagree if you're a raider. But it's a bit like if you're in a raid and then you know you have to step away from the boss. There's like there's like two kinds of player. If they have to step away from the boss, one type of player will try to optimize the fuck out of their GCD, right? They'll try some fancy thing to try and get like a melee GCD at the correct time, which means they don't have to do a range GCD. But then when it doesn't work, they won't even range GCD. They'll just kind of stand there and waste their GCD. And then the other kind of player is the kind of player that doesn't give a shit. And whenever he has to lose uptime, well, he just like dashes back NP, you know, on Samurai. He doesn't even think about it. He doesn't even try to optimize, right? He's just like, oh, I have to step away from the boss. I'm gonna NP. You want to be that kind of player in Deep Dungeon. You want to be that kind of player in Deep Dungeon. That's what gets you wins. You want to be the samurai that whenever he has to step away from the boss, he just does his range attack without even thinking about it. Rather than trying to optimize the perfect, like, you know, the perfect GCD at the last second, but then it has like a 75% success rate. As a reminder, monsters can crit, so make sure your health is never in the crit range. It's not because you survive an attack that you deserve to survive an attack. Like, if you get hit and you have 10 HPs left, and then you kill the monster and you're like, oh man, how badass, how I calculated this, but then the monster didn't crit you, you did a mistake. That's kind of the opposite of what I was talking about. Like, sometimes it turns out right, but you still did a mistake, and that's why you want to make sure your health is never in the crit range. So, by the way, we have way too much time. All we use is one strength. We fought 2 glooms, I believe, 1 or 2 glooms. Didn't get too many bad debuffs. I would say this was pretty average, pretty average 60 set. Usually I would strength the boss. I might do it with no strength, just to show like the most time it would take you. It's gonna be a very unpleasant fight, though, I can tell you. I think I never said what the Pengu does specifically, but it's pretty obvious. It just does a big circle on you like this. Again, you can stun him. A little trick that you can do on this guy, it's not really helpful on tank, but it can be helpful on like squishy DPS. Whenever he does the gaze, he's gonna do the soul vacuum after. You can actually LOS this. If you don't want to take like the little bit of damage it does, you can do this. As I said, not really important on tank, but can be nice on squishy DPS if you're playing one. You can assume most things can be LOS. Like if you're ever in a situation where you're going to die, but there's a wall you can hide behind. It's not true for everything, but you can usually assume that if you LOS, it will prevent the thing from like hitting you. Usually. This guy, by the way, like I said, if you don't go away for the poison, that's what it looks like. You're just gonna get poisoned like this, get 1 stack. Yes, I've mentioned the stun already. You can stun almost everything, like I said. A way to know what you can stun without having to look it up is just stun it when you pull it, and then if it works, well, now you know. That's the simplest way to know. Okay, so we'll do this boss, no strength. It will be very long and miserable. I recommend you strength if you can afford it. Anyway, so that'll let me go a pretty that'll let me get a pretty accurate time too. So at 15:30. So this guy has a pretty static rotation. Whenever you pull him, he's gonna open with an untelegraphed cone, like this. Just make sure you're behind. After this, he's gonna do a puddle on you. Like this. Move. Assume everything will one-shot you. I can't promise that everything will one-shot you, so if you want to find out, go ahead. But I would assume everything's gonna one-shot you at this point. After this, he'll do this inner space move. You want to be out of this. He'll do a marker on you. Don't do anything. It's just damage. Then after this, he'll do this move. He'll charge you. Whenever this is on you, you want to go in the puddle. But only when he starts doing it on you. You'll get stunned. He'll do Devour, and then you move out before he does the next move. Because this puddle will increase the damage you take, essentially. Unless it's the charge, it will save you, if it's the charge. So that's what you want to do. And then he's just going to repeat. He's going to attack you for some time. He's going to do the cone. Predator Claw. I believe this does a big chunk of damage and vulns you, but don't get hit. It's pretty easy to dodge. It's followed by Slabber. After this, it's going to be the inner space. That's the puddle. Just want to make sure you move out of it when it spawns, like this. Don't go in it. Don't go in it when he does this. It's tempting to go in whenever he's doing this, but you don't want to go in. You want to wait for the actual charge, like this. Then when he does it, as soon as you see the telegraph, go in, like this. And that's the mechanics. I will not bore you with just explaining them every time. Devour, dodge, move up. Now I'll show you what you can do to avoid the stun. But be warned, if you avoid the stun from the mechanic, that means you can actually move out of the puddle before you actually get devoured. And if you do that, you'll get one shot. So I'll show you how to prevent the stun. But be very careful of like moving out of it, because the stun, the way the stun works is it kind of prevents you from moving out, which works in your favor. But if there's no stun, then there's nothing preventing you from walking out of it before the devour happens. So the way you avoid the stun is very simple. It's simply that if you have a shield on you, it's going to like not stun you. So what you want to do is you just want to use your Shake It Up whenever you see the telegraph. So now. And you still have to move inside. But now you won't get stunned, right? So I can just keep doing my damage. But I want to move out after Devour. And the reason the puddle, like, it's good to not get stunned in it is because whenever you're in it, well, first of all, because if you're stunned, you can do damage, but also it's because the puddle itself, when you're inside, reduces your damage dealt by some amount. So if you don't get stunned, you can delay the amount of time you stand in it. That's just why. And yes, like also said in my chat, I believe invuln doesn't work when you get devoured. So if you're away from the puddle, because that can happen, like this boss very long, right? So what can happen is you're just kind of like distracted, moving around, and then like suddenly you're away from the puddle as the mechanic happens, and then you're like, oh, I don't have time to go in it. Don't invuln, because I'm pretty sure you'll die if you invuln. You still have to make it to the puddle. Pop sprint if you need to or something, but don't rely on invuln. However, keep in mind the invuln from the Magi side does work. So I don't recommend you ever get into that situation. But if you do, if you are in a situation where you will not make it into the puddle under any circumstance, you can still save yourself by doing a Magi side. And buckle up, if you find this boss boring, the next one is way worse. Way worse, so... You see, we're 50% of the way done, and this took about 4:30, so this is a about 9-minute 15-second fight with no strike. So our shield is up. We can just prevent the stun there. We don't have to. I would do it though if you are really tight for time. Of course I would do it, but if you're not tight for time, it's kind of up to you. If you don't trust yourself, not moving out before the devour, then don't do it. But if you trust yourself, go for it. So this set was your last set where your training wheels were on. From the next set, training wheels are off. Next set, you have to play good deep dungeon, and the more you do, the more pounds you're going to be able to keep. On bosses, by the way, if you are on the boss and your time is really tight, and then you need to make it in time, well, you have like 3 Pomanders you can use that will affect your time on the boss. Most obvious one is strength. So if you have a strength, you're doing more damage. So that's one thing that will affect your kill time. The second one is a frailty. That, especially if you couple it with a strength, is going to like basically do way more damage, because it's a 20% on the monster and then a 30% on you, and these like, it's not adding up to be 50%, you know. It's doing way more damage because you're doing 30% more on a 20%. So anyway, that's another way to like increase the kill time. Make the kill time better. And the last way, but it's a very last-ditch, like desperate move, is you can match side the boss, and it will do a significant amount of damage to it. It's like, I can't really give you a value. It's like maybe 10% or something. It's a last resort though. If you have to do this, it's because you know 100% you cannot kill the boss in time. It's like the only thing that can save you. So anyway, these are the ways you can affect your shield time. And how do you, like, what's my strategy to count, like, to see if I'm doing the boss in time? Because if you want to find out if you can do the boss in time, but you're already there, you don't have time to, you can't pause the game and just kind of like check, you know? Like, you're in the fight and you're tight for time, you have to decide now. What I do personally, if the time is tight, I'll use a strength for sure or something. I'll use all the things I need to do for damage right away. And then once I'm in like my consistent phase where I'm gonna do this amount of damage for the most time. Usually it's whenever I pull the boss. So like for example, I'll pull the boss, and then I'll check what time I pull the boss at. Let's say I pull the boss at 12 minutes. Now I'll look at the boss and I'll be okay, so I pulled at 12 minutes. Now I will check what the time is at once the boss is at 50%. So now I'm not even doing any math, right? I'm just attacking the boss with my rotation. And then once the boss is at 50%, then I look at the time and I'll see is the time above or below 6 minutes, which is the 50% value. If it's above, I know I'm doing this in time. If it's below, I know I'm not doing this in time. And now I can decide user frailty or like something else. So in my opinion, that's the easiest way to time the boss as you're doing it. Just check at 50%. Check at 50% and make sure you use your strength right away if you're sure you're gonna need it. However, I will have kill times in my guide, so you can rely on my kill times, but you might have like a very unique farm situation, which is like not covered by my things. Because like maybe you're gonna get to the boss and you have like 2 minutes of strength, but you're not gonna refresh the strength or something. So it's always there's always some amount of like uniqueness to your own run, or there can be, I should say. So anyway, this set, that was your training wheels, and now they're off. Starting from now, training wheels are off. This is where it's going to get a lot harder, faster. This is also where you're going to be freaking glad you're a tank. Tell me, trust me. This is where you're going to be very happy. If you were playing Summoner up to this point, or like a DPS, you might have not felt like it was that bad up to this point. This is where it's gonna change. This is where tanks like become really cracked. So if you're playing Warrior, as my guide recommends, you're going to have a good time, or a better time than DPS. So something I'll be doing after every set starting from now is I will be analyzing the sets that I just went through using these screens as you can see there. And so right now we're going to analyze 61 to 70. This is also where I'm going to write down the kill times for the bosses and all that. And I'll just talk about how it went. What it could have been different, the way RNG could have swung in either way, etc. So anyway, to begin, 61, as you can see, 61 to 70 is no big deal. It's no big deal in F1 high. I would say on average for your key to get you out, you're looking for like between 6 to 7. It's probably a little more biased towards the 6, right? So we can just say it's a 6.3 or so to open the key. But yeah, around 6, 7 is about what you would expect. And just so we're on the same page, this number is how much I killed, and this number is how much I needed to kill to get out. So first floor, as you can see, we killed 7. However, we were out within 5, but I'll still count this as a 7 just because I had to spend the time to kill them. We also strengthened first floor. Like I said, if you have 3 strength, as soon as you enter 61, I just highly recommend you use a strength if you have 3. If you have 2, maybe wait a little bit because you're very likely to get other things that will make up for the lack of strength. But I would, if you have 3, and you should really have 3 at this point, I would just always use 1. It's trying to speed up the beginning. Because as you can see, it took me only 4 minutes to do 7 kill there. So very fast. And so anyway, not much to say about the floors after because of that strength, we never really had to use anything else for the rest of the set. So see there, 5 kill. So that's pretty lucky. With it out within 5 kills, pretty lucky. However, next floor, we're out within 8 kills, so we're kind of lost that luck, like this kind of makes up for it. So right now we're looking on an average kill count, a little high there, pretty average there. I did use a side there, but I didn't actually do anything with it. Also, we had a damage down there. As you can see, the impact of a damage down, it's not very big. It's about 10% less damage. It's not really a big deal. Because see there, we had no strength, and it still took a similar time to the 7 kill where I had a strength, even though we had a damage down. So yeah, don't stress about getting damages down. They're rarely going to like make or break your run. 66, we got a blind, which sucks a bit. However, we had 5 kills, so we were pretty lucky there. And that 5, cancels out that 8. So now we're, again, just looking at an average kill count. There we got a glue. Pretty bad debuff, right? We fought it. 6 kill average. I would expect to get like some bad debuffs at some point, and in that case, we only got one floor with bad debuffs. 1 or 2, I would say, is about what you're usually going to get for bad debuffs on this set. The previous set has a much higher rate of debuffs, but once you reach 61, there's actually data to back it up. But like once you reach 61, it kind of resets the debuff rate. And by debuff, I mean enchantment, of course. It kind of resets the enchantment rate, and they become rare again until, you know, and then it keeps increasing to the higher sets. But right now, it's not a very high enchantment rate. So anyway, we did the Gloom. It was no big deal. Then we did this one, 68, 6 kill, again, no big deal. And then 69, 8 kill, a little unlucky. No regen though, didn't really matter. So overall, if you add all of these kill counts together, we actually got slightly above average kill count, very slightly. But honestly, I would say this set, I'm looking at this set, the way it went, this is the textbook 6170. That's pretty much what you should expect. So what could be different is you could get, if you do higher kill keys, I don't think it would make a big difference. Because as you can see, I killed the boss with 6 minutes to spare. As I killed the boss, I still had 6 minutes to spare. I could have handled more kills. I also did not strain the boss. And I do recommend you do if you have 3, but I did not strain the boss in my case, so we would have had save even more time. What could have happened though is I could have had bad, like terrible debuffs. I think if I had another Gloom or something, you know, on this, I think it would have still been fine. 2 Glooms. Starting to be a little unlucky, but you could have survived this. However, if we got something like a no ability, like for example, if this was a no ability, then what I would have done in that case is I would have probably fought the no ability, even though it really sucks. Just because then I would have been able to flex the boss kill time with my strength, and it would have made up for it because it would just make more sense to do it this way, right? To save your Serenity if you don't need to use it. Now, if you do a truly terrible set where, I don't know, you get no ability there and then you get like a no ability there also, then what it would have looked like is you would have probably fought this one, kept going normally, and then as soon as you got to the 68 or the 67, you would have probably... Honestly, probably if you had no ability on 65, you had fought 66 regular. 67, you would have gotten the Gloom, and at this point, you would have noticed your time kind of dipping low, and then you would have used a Strength there, which would have carried into 68 a bit, and then depending on your time on 68, you might have flighted 69, or you might have just fought it, or you might have Strength again if the time was really bad and you got the no ability, etc. And yes, that is pretty much the way this set would have went. Now, of course, if you got something like let's say you got a, like it's like very extreme, right? You got like a no item, no ability Gloom 69, then in that case, you don't really have a choice. You would have to Serenity. In a case such as this, I would Serenity. Because honestly, it's going to be between a Petri, it's going to be between a match site or Serenity, and at this point, I would Serenity. But that will very rarely happen. This trio of, this like triple combo of bad debuffs, very rare that you see it. But just something to keep in mind. So anyway, all of this, including the boss, took 54 minutes. Like I said, I had 6 minutes to spare. At most, I think you're going to be looking at using 1 or 2 strain on this set. You're going to use a strain at the beginning. Very likely it's going to be the only thing you have to use all of your own pocket, because keep in mind you're going to pick up many Pomanders, which I did not. You know, all these floors, I intentionally did not like use or pick up things. You will, of course, use the things you pick up. So very, very likely you just have to use a strain at the beginning, and that's it. And even that strain might be overkill, but I would just do it anyway. But if you do have to use something, if the time is kind of bad, you know, when you're towards the middle, I would use a flight. I would use your flight. So then your strength would be at 2, your flight would be at 2, and then you would surely be fine. Or if you picked up an extra strength, I would go for an extra strength. So anyway, with all of this said, the boss... So it says there that I killed it in 9:44. However, I kind of lost a lot of time just by doing the explanations and everything. So I'll give you some better kill times. So this boss, if you do this naked, no strength, no frailty, no nothing, it's going to be about 10 minutes. if you do with nothing. Now, if you use a strength, it's going to cut about 2 minutes. These numbers are approximate, but they're like on the higher end of the estimation. So these are numbers if your damage isn't like perfect, you know. So you should be able to trust these pretty much. Though of course, always do the math if you're able to. Just do the 50% trait I showed in the guide. So if you have a strength, it's going to be around 8 minutes with strength. Now, usually frailty, the way the frailty like saves you time, it's gonna save you about 1 minute per use of a frailty if you have a strength. So if I were to strength frailty, then it would become around 7 minutes. And then if I use like another one, then it would be around 6 minutes. And then that's just kind of the way that's just kind of the way it works, right? However, I would really try not to use 2 frailties. Only do it as a desperation move, right? If you have to frailty twice, let me rephrase. If you know you're going to have to frailty twice guaranteed, always frailty at the beginning of the fight, because if you need to frailty twice, you need to know soon, you know? Like you need to be aware of that fact soon, because the frailty lasts 3 minutes. So yes, 10 minutes, nothing. Strength is going to be at 8 minutes. Strength frailty is going to be a 7. And now, of course, if you have like a very unique scenario, like, I don't know, like you have no strength but a frailty, which would be weird, but has happened to me, or if you have like a few minutes of strength and a frailty or something, you'll have to do your own math. But I think you can use these baseline numbers to help yourself. Okay, so next set is where you need your big boy pants or big girl pants, whichever one you are. So lots of monsters there. Yeah, upper potion is easier to Arthos. So lots of scary monsters there. They hurt even more than before. That's only going to keep increasing. Shibuki doesn't do anything actually. Just a grenade, does a telegraph on himself. Ghost is the same as POTD if you've seen it there. He does a big circle AoE in other rooms, targeted on you, and then when you're in combat with him, he's gonna do a huge stream AoE, followed by a little circle on you. You have to make, if you get hit by any of these, you're dead. Tiger is a patrol that's very annoying. He does a massive cone that will kill you if you get hit, followed by a gaze that will also kill you if you get hit. The cone is very big. You cannot outrun it. You can, however, LOS the cone. If you're ever in a really bad spot and it's like you're around the corner, you can kind of hide behind the corner. It's going to like LOS it. But I would just recommend you stay in melee with these guys and you never go away from them. Noyagi doesn't do anything. Just a very small side note. Don't go behind it if you stun it, because it's gonna like knock you back if that's the case. Okami is a pretty high damage monster, which also heals himself, so he's a bit of a bad pull. There's a way to like kind of cheese him, and I'll show it, but I would say you don't really want to mess with them if you can avoid it. UT shoots small telegraphs on you in other rooms. Other than that, doesn't do anything really. Yozan is just a patrol that doesn't do anything. Mammoth is a monster with like a telegraph cone shortly after you enter combat, but the telegraph is a lie, because it's a cone, but it's more of like a square in front of him. So you just want to make sure you go behind him whenever he does it. I'll show this plenty of times. Tofu is a pretty damn high damage monster. So remember when I showed the line of sight strat on the sprites in the 21, where I would hide behind the wall every time they shot at me? That's one of the monsters where you want to use this against if you can. This is one of the few monsters that can kill you on tank just by pure damage output. If you like mess up everything, that guy could kill you. So just a heads up. He's very high damage. If you don't do anything like to prevent him from doing damage to you, he will burst you down. Not in like 2 seconds, but your health, you're not going to be able to recover your health fast enough. And he has a range attack, so you can't like kite him away, you know. Like if you kite, he's going to just attack you nonstop. Griffin is not that bad on tank. He has a pretty quick circle AoE when you pull him, and then he does it in combat too. Just make sure you go out. Also have that, he does a lot of damage. He spams the tank buster, but that's why we're tank. He has an enrage, but you can stun the enrage, or you can line of sight the enrage. Up to you. Usually it's better to stun though, on tank. Lion is just high damage, but otherwise doesn't do much. He's a patrol. Yak is a very big monster. He's freaking fat. He just attacks you, does nothing but attack, but after 30 seconds, he has an enrage that sucks you in, and then he's gonna like do a big AoE that kills you. You can interrupt it, however. You can interrupt it. You can line of sight it if you want. It's a bit more technical, but you should interrupt it. Yuki also has an enrage. Well, it's like semi-enrage. He does it after he's in command for like 20 seconds or so. It's a big AoE. You can stun or interrupt. Outside of that, he just does huge cones. And Mimics hurt. Boss, very boring. We'll explain. I'll have a lot of time to explain this guy when I get there. Don't worry. We're not gonna be lagging for time. So this floor, we're gonna do something with landmines. There's a strategy on this floor specifically where on the first 3 floors, 71, 72, 73, there's a much higher likelihood of getting landmines. And we'll abuse this by using the landmines to do like basically kill monsters, a lot of monsters quickly. Now this, I'm not gonna lie, it's scary. It looks scary, it's a bit scary. But if you do it, it's going to like really set you up for success. If you manage to do the landmines, it's really going to set you up for success. It will save you an insane amount of time to do the landmines. Because essentially, it's like you use a Petri. It's like using a Petri on the floor. But instead of the Petri, you're using one side, one way chain. And we're probably going to do landmines twice. Twice or 3 times. 2 or 3 times. Depends. It's up to me. It's up to you. And I'll probably do it 3 times just so I can show multiple ways to do landmines, but like we're basically that's it is difficult. However, I have 2 videos in my description of this guide that you can use to help yourself with landmines. One of them is just a way that you can practice landmines like forever. And it's like a way to set up a file in PUTD where you can practice the landmines over and over. And the other video is just like explanation of how the landmines work exactly. Especially on Warrior, it's kind of nice to know. Because landmines, I'll just give you a very short TLDR. Landmines, when you step on them, snapshot your health. And then they're like, okay, I need to do 80% of 10k to this guy. So like the moment you step on it, the landmine knows it has to do 8,000 to you. It remembers this value. And then a second passes. And after that second, it does 8,000 to you. It does not recalculate your health after this point. So we can abuse this a bit by healing yourselves during that 1 second buffer. And that's a very TLDR, but you know, this with raw intuition works very well. And I will show it. But the scariest part of the landmine, that part that's like really scary and is likely to mess you up is not really stepping on the landmine. It's gathering the monsters and stepping. It's like the part before you witch chain that is scary. So this is the part where you have to like really pay attention to what you're pulling and be very careful. So I will try to explain it as best as I can as I'm doing it. But by doing this, we'll secure the set for success. We will not need very much after doing this, which means we're going to be able to keep our Pomanders for like the 2 endgame sets rather than waste a lot of them on this set. So anyway, also I think I forgot the food buff last set, so hell yeah. But now we're not gonna forget. So okay, this set, this is where your training wheels come off. So like I said, landmines, you want to do landmines. So while you do landmines, you sight, because you need to see the landmines. And now what's the plan is you want to find a landmine. In F1 High, I recommend that you find a landmine before you commit to it too hard. I do recommend you steal, especially if it's the first time you go there. And I do recommend you strength too, because you want to make sure you do kill the monsters in time. So I recommend you just do the whole package. Now what you're gonna do, you're going to pull things that are like not too hard. So that's like anything that doesn't do abilities on your ass, right? Grenades, no yagis, etc. I would go preferably I would try not to have more than 6, because at this point it's going to be a lot of damage incoming. So once you have like 5 or 6 things that are not too hard, then you just bring them with you. And yes, use a raising, of course. That's I would raise everything from now on, 71, 81, 91 at the very beginning. Thanks for the reminder. So once you have a few monsters, you're just gonna go back to the landmine that you saw. Now this is a scary part. Make sure you have some defensive up and your health is like pretty high. Now what you're gonna do is you're gonna Witch Chain. And okay, scary part's over. Now what you're gonna do, pop Raw Intuition. Like this. Pop Raw Intuition, get the heal, and as the heal is happening, you step on a landmine, and you just do this. Something you may have noticed me doing during the whole run, but especially this part is I'm jumping whenever I'm using Pomanders, and the reason for this is actually a tech called the pack, the Pomander animation canceling. It's just a way to mitigate some of the animation lock from the Pomander. I have a video about it in my description, and I do recommend you at least watch the video and know what it is, because it is a pretty useful thing, specifically when you're going to do a witching on a bait pool. So this is I would call this the most classic way to do a landmine, the most just the most like the good old way, right? That's the way you want to do the landmine by default. You just pull easy monsters, go to landmine room. If you're lucky, landmine room has some monsters too, so you get even more. Witch Chain. Your health is gonna be at like 60% after that. By the way, I know there's a flight, but I wanna not use anything. I wanna show like the landmines. So yes, that's just the way to do a landmine the classic way. I didn't need invuln there. You can invuln if it makes you feel safer. It's up to you. Now, Tiger, this is a monster that is very bad in landmines. If you see a Tiger and you're going to do the landmine floor, if it's right there, right away, I recommend you just kill it. Like this. Just kill it because you don't want this guy in the bowl. So we're going to do that. He does a huge cone, followed by a gaze, and this guy cannot be stunned. So keep in mind he cannot be stunned. Now there is another Tiger behind, but he's a bit out of the way. So there's another one. So see, that's a foe with many Tigers. That doesn't mean I will not do landmines, but that means I will be mindful of it. And that means that if I pull a Tiger, in my head I know that if I pull a Tiger, the Witch Chain is happening in like 5 seconds. Like I cannot delay the Witch Chain if I have a Tiger. So we got a frailty there. We would use this. Obviously, we would use this. I'm just trying not to use too many freebies, but of course you would use the flight you found last floor. In fact, with the flight last floor, and that's where Deep Dungeon is neat, is that with that flight I found last floor, what I would have used it on this floor, and now on this floor I would not landmine, because now I would have a flighted floor, so there would be no reason to landmine. But I just want to show the landmines, that's why I'm doing this. So see there, I'm pulling 5 monster. Now there's a Tiger, and he will come back. So then you know it's up to me. Do I want to wait for the Tiger to come back and then Witch Chain? It's up to me. Like if I feel like my health is not in danger, there's no reason I don't do this. So I'll do this. I'll wait for this Tiger to get there, then I'll Witch Chain in this room. And Tiger gets there. Okay, so it's time to Witch Chain. Same thing, we just go there. Heal. Like this. And see, it didn't even look like the landmine did damage to me there. It looked like the landmine healed me. So I do recommend you Shrine, by the way, because as you can see, it just makes it really easy if you have a Shrine. It makes it much more likely you'll kill everything in time. Because if you do a pull like this, and you don't kill the monsters in time, I recommend you Witch Chain right away again. Because it's not impossible that you can finish off the monsters with like their 2% left, health left, but it's going to get bad fast, right? So by the way, that can happen. You open the key, but there's something on the key. Now, if it's like one monster, I think it's okay to fight it. If it's like multiple monsters, that would be a good time to use a conceal. And in fact, there is a conceal in that chest right there. I checked it earlier. Or it might have been that other chest. There's a conceal somewhere on that floor. I don't remember where. So, you know, in my case, it would have been perfect. Again, though, I'm trying not to use too many freebies. Intentionally. But you should definitely play around the palms you find. Now, if I had to fight like 2 monsters to get out, then I would consider using a conceal out of my own pocket, you know? At this point that we're at, it's fine to use Pomanders to, like, that I have. No. Okay, well, this guy, I didn't want to pull him, but I guess I'll show off what he does. So this is the guy that I said is annoying to pull. He does, well, I'll show you what it does. It's like a dot on you, and he life steals when he does it too. Like this. So that's bad, because this guy just takes longer to fight because, you know, he life steals. Now, something you can do that's a bit cheesy is you can actually line of sight this dot. If you go behind a wall every 15 seconds, whenever he does it, it'll completely miss you like this. It's a bit cheesy, and it kind of requires you to like count in your head when it's gonna happen, or like line up with the stun like this, because I know it's about to happen now. He does it, I dodge it. It's not necessary, but it's unnecessary, but it's a nice cheese to know. Nice cheese to know. So anyway, that's these 2 landmines that I did. Very classic way to do them. I could have used my invuln at any point during them. If the invuln makes you feel safer, go for it. Personally, it doesn't make me feel safer, but if you want to do it, it's fine. Now I will show you a landmine. Let's say you don't have any more weight chains left, but you still have sights. That's very likely to happen. Now what you can do in that case is you just do exactly what I did, but you just do it at a much smaller like do it at a much smaller scale, right? So you pull things that you know are like easy. And see there, perfect example, there's like patrols coming everywhere. And see, this is a case of like adjusting on the fly. There's patrols everywhere. If I just waste my time avoiding these patrols, like, am I really gaining that much time, you know? If I have to avoid these patrols for 3 minutes, probably not. So in that case, you know, we're just gonna fight that ghost while we're doing nothing anyway. And then after that ghost is dead, it's not like if I fight the ghost, then my landmine opportunity is over, right? I can still do a landmine after this ghost dead. But at least I'm doing something while I'm waiting for the tigers to pass. And now see, I still can't go. We'll pull this guy too. And now suddenly this floor might just become a floor that I fight. You know, that happens. That happens. You can't always do everything the way you want to do it. So anyway, we did side this floor. We're just gonna fight a few things because there's just too many patrols for me to move around effectively. But that doesn't mean I'm not gonna do a landmine. I might find a landmine in one of the rooms coming up, and I'll just use it to kill a few monsters without a witch chain. Because as I said, you don't necessarily have witch chains left at this point. You might have needed 2. But then, you know, this wolf is not letting me move. Now he is. Now this guy's an easy monster, like I said, so we can actually just move while he's on me. I don't know if that's a landmine. So I'll check. I'll physically check. It is a landmine. So if you want to do like just kind of a baby-sized landmine, first of all, I recommend you have a steel up. If you go down to 1 steel, I think it's perfectly fine to do it for the landmines. So the way you do just like kind of a lazy landmine, let's call it. If you have invuln, that's great. Because you can just invuln this, very safe. And then you just do this, like that, like that. It's that simple. And the only difference is you just pull a few, like a few of them. Rather than like many of them. And then just make sure your defensive are up. You know, spam your defensive, like use a bunch of them if you need, and just single target. That's the important part. You want to single target the monsters one after another. You don't want to like AoE. If you're doing like something like this, you don't want to AoE. You just want to single target them one by one. How do you cheese the first attack? So on the wolf, if you want to cheese the first dot, whenever he dots you, you simply just hide behind the wall. Like you pull it, you hide behind the wall, and then when he does it, then you count 15 seconds after that every time. So see there, I did a landmine. It saved me, you know, it saved me the time to kill 3 monsters. Probably saved me a minute 30, 2 minutes maybe. That's still a massive gain of time. Still a massive gain of time. This guy, by the way, I didn't really talk about the ghost, but whenever he does scream, I would recommend you stun or interrupt. Preferably stun, because you want to keep your interrupt for a mimic. I do recommend you kill patrols first if you have the opportunity to. That's why I'm going to pull this guy. Now, there could be a landmine in one of the other squares, but it's, you know, by the time I get there and find it, is it really worth my time? Plus, this is the 7th kill, so it would open on this kill on average. So, you know, it's a judgment call. In my opinion, there's still so many patrols that I think it's just faster for me to kill the rest that I need to get out. Now, there's a pace, a certain pace you want to kind of respect. It's about 6 minutes per floor. So, preferably the landmine floors gain you a lot of time. So at this point, your time should be like amazing. You should have way more than 6 minutes per floor spent. Right now, in my case, I'm about 5 minutes ahead. 5 minutes 30 seconds ahead. Which honestly, I would say is worse than what I would expect usually. Usually, I would have more time. So that's that's more on the worst side, but that's still, you know, I still have saved a lot of time using resources that are not like useful elsewhere, at least for the sites. The witchings are always useful, but it's not so true for the sites. For the sites. So a no item bedroom, unfortunately, you kind of have to safety and serenity. You don't have to. I could fight this floor by going on the walls and just kind of like moving on the edge of the walls, pulling monsters very slowly, but then I would have to fight possibly lurings. You know, it would be not impossible, but very annoying, and it might spawn 3 lured monsters, which are impossible. So, you know, you kind of have to serenity something like this. Now, I know item bedroom is just unlucky. It's just unlucky. Like there's no way around it. Like, it's gonna happen, and it sucks. Now, something that's nice with the bedroom though, is you have a lot of room to guide. So whenever you burst down, I recommend you just check chest while you have a monster on you. You can do this on regular floors too, but it's just much easier on the bedroom. Something like this. Now, something you can do, whenever your fortune is at 3, it's honestly never a bad idea to use a fortune. When it's at 3, if you're going to be fighting, it's always a good idea to use your fortune. Even if most of your opponents are at 3, I think it's never a bad idea to use your fortune. So that's what I'll do. Burst is up, so I burst. Burst is down, so I kite. Now the pace, reminder, is about 6 minutes per floor. So, you know, we're on the 4th floor. That's 6 minutes per floor. That's 24 minutes. So if I'm out of this floor at below 36, I would be behind my time. And if I'm behind my time, then that means I have to be a little more aggressive with my Pomanders. Right now, my Pomanders, I would only really use something if it's at 3. Starting with strength. So if I have 3 strength, I will strength almost guaranteed. It's kind of a no-brainer. But even my flight, 3 flights, it would not be like a bad idea to fly if I feel myself being a bit behind. Like, let's say I do this floor, and this floor takes 8 minutes. And now suddenly I'm only, let's say, 3 minutes ahead. Then, you know, it would be a good argument to fly. But then if this floor I get out super fast, then I don't need to flight. Like there's less importance on flight. But keeping your pumps at 2 in general is just good, because then if I find a free Pomander to use, I put it in my pocket instead of like having to use it now. Well, that's the good part. So this guy does nothing, just does a cone. Technically he's a hard hitter, but on tank it's not really important. I'll remove my steel, by the way, so I can show you the actual damage output of these guys. Like I said, I do recommend you steal the landmines, and even if you have to steal twice, I would do it. But I'd say most of the time you'll have to steal once. Something I didn't cover too, let's say you're doing the landmine floors and you pull multiple monsters. That's unfortunate. I would, by the way, not... If a chest is like right there and the key's open, I would not hesitate to check the chest. Even if it might be a mimic. I think it's worth the risk if the chest is right there. If the chest is out of the way, I would not go for it. But if it's right there, yeah, go for it. So anyway, something I didn't talk about. If you're doing the landmine floors and something happens and you have multiple monsters on you, but now you don't have any landmine, because I don't know, like maybe you died and wasted it, but then you pulled everything again, or like maybe you thought it was a landmine, but it was a Lorraine, or maybe like you pulled before you knew there was a landmine. So let's say you have like 6 monsters on you, but now there's no landmine. I would recommend you Petri. If that happens, petrification. Just accept the fact that you have to Petri, which is, I mean, that's what it's used for. So we're out. This was 4 kill, which is very lucky, in fact. Now, because we safetied, we know it's not the Fate Key. And right now, we are 6 minutes ahead. What if you get terrible debuffs on your landmine floors? If that happens, you have to like kind of adjust. So like let's say, well, of course 71 can never have bad debuffs, so that one you should always landmine. Let's say 72 had bad debuffs. Well, if that's the case, then you have to just do something else for it. So like maybe you can fight with strength frailty. Maybe you can Serenity and landmine anyway if it's like really bad debuffs that need a Serenity. Or maybe you can petrification the floor too. Like just basically look at your palms and whatever is at 3, see if there's an excuse to use it. That's the way I would play around it. And talking about debuffs, we got a Gloom there, which is you know, the second worst thing to get. Gloom will waste a lot of my time. So see, this is somewhere where even though we're ahead, it's a good excuse to use something, possibly. Now, this could be an okay petrification. Petrification is the best use on floors where there's like a bad debuff, but it's not no item. So this would be a good chance to use something like a Petri. This would be a good chance to use a possibly a strength frailty, just so I can hurry up and gain my time. This would also be a good chance to use a flight next floor. So, you know, like kind of suffer the gloom right now, but then save time on the next floor. Lots of opportunities. But then again, I would look at my palms and see what is at 3. And just kind of play around that. So like right now, what do I have at 3? Flight, Alter, Frailty, Petri, Match Sight. Match Sight is the rarest one, so you don't want to just blow it up like that. It should be one of the last ones you bring down to 2. My strength is at 2, which means I can use it, but I would rather not right now. You know, my frailty is at 3, but then like I said, I don't have a strength. But now see, the game just answered my question. That's why you want to check chest while you're fighting. Because now the game just answered my question. The game gave me a strength, now what do? I strength frailty. No. So suddenly the answer is like before me. That's why you want to check chest whenever they're like near a monster you're fighting. rather than kill everything, then check the chest because you're afraid of a mimic. There's also such a thing as like calculated risk, you know. Like maybe I'm waiting for the mammoth to move to check the chest, but then I'm fighting something at the same time. And if that's the case, then the mammoth moves, but then I'm still fighting something. That means the only opportunity I have to check the chest, well, I have to do it while I'm fighting something else. Now, if that's the case and I get a mimic, I might need to Witch Chain. But then if I have the Witch Chains to spare, it's not a mistake. You know, it's a calculated risk. Like, if you're gonna check the chest and it being a mimic would cost you a Witch Chain, but the act of checking that chest saves you, like, I don't know, 20 seconds, well, it's a risk. It's a calculated risk, you know? So you gotta see things that way. So this guy, let me just pause for a second while I talk about this guy. He's gonna do a cone, but this cone is actually a square in front of him. So whenever he does this, go behind. Do not go on the sides. Do not go on the sides. Go behind. If you don't go behind, he'll kill you. So don't do that. And he's gonna do it again, but after a while. You might see it if you have no strength. But it takes a while for him to do it again. So Wolf, like I said, is something you want to avoid if you can. But if you're willing to cheese it, then you can do it. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Something you can do to help yourself is just count to like 10 or so in your head. And then once it's like 10 or something, you stun. And then, well, you do it correctly, which I did not do. But then you stun and then you hide at the end of the stun like this, you know. Because he's going to do it at the end of the stun. It's not the end of the world if he gets it off on you. Like, you're not going to die. It's just going to waste you a bit of time. But then, I can't believe you got that up. But then if like, it's gonna waste me more time if I go back and find more monsters, you know? That's why I just kind of want to fight these guys instead. So yeah, whenever you have a Gloom or no ability, essentially, if you have a debuff, it's not always the case, but most of the time you want to use something to make up for that time loss. That's how I would see it. And you want to try and start with whatever you have at 3. Which will depend on like what you picked up. So you know, it's hard for me to tell you use this in that situation, because I don't know what you picked up. Now in my case, I'm trying to limit my pickup, so I did allow myself that strength there, but I'm not going to like allow myself probably any Petri, any flights, and stuff like that. So my situation is probably going to be different from yours, because you'll find plenty of Pomanders that I'm not picking up. And we're out. So see, right now we are 6 minutes ahead. Now, whenever you have 3 F1s, not a bad idea to use an F1s. Not a bad idea to use an F1s. We have 3. If you're missing at least some Pomanders, like if you have some of them at 2, never a bad idea to F1s. It's a bit like Fortune in that sense. What about alterations? Alters and flights are just time-saving Pomanders. It's the same as the strength. If they're at 3 and you feel like you need to gain time, well, you use one. Use one of them. I will say, though, I prefer to keep the alters and the flight for the next set if I can, like, do it. So usually I might go down to 2, but I'll try not to go down to like 1, preferably, because the next set, the more flights and alters you can use, the more floor wipe you can keep for the last set. Lion, by the way, is just a very hard hitting monster, as you can see. By the way, keep your attention on your feats whenever you're doing this set, because a lot of the floors, there's an overlap between the UTs that shoot in other rooms and like monsters that have mechanics like this. Also, pay attention to your surroundings like this. So what you do if you accidentally pull 2 monsters and they're like out of your lead, you should instantly Witch Chain. If you pull 2 monsters and like you are really unsure if you can do it, I would just instantly Witch Chain. And if you do this, if you instantly Witch Chain, single target one of them. Like, just focus all your attention on one of them and try and kill it fast. Don't try to AoE. Never try to AoE if you would panic Witch Chain. Always single target. However, I would recommend you don't get in a situation like this, so pay attention to your surroundings. I mean, I keep finding my steals. Unfortunately, I'm probably not going to be using them. Of course, check silvers. Because if you get a match site, it's a big deal. Now, it could happen that you overcap a match site. So, like, it could happen that you do a floor, and then at the end of the floor, you find a match site, and you waste it, essentially. I would say for a match site, if this happens on a match site, it's not really your fault, unless you're on the 86 plus. You know, like if you're starting to be in the 80 plus, then maybe you could have match sighted. But like right now, I don't think it's important to match site. Even a Petri right now, I don't feel too bad if I overcap it. Now that Gloom floor, last floor, would have been an OT Petri. It would have been an OT Petri, but our time was already good, so I was hesitating for it. Right, and then we found that strength frailty, and then I kind of decided to fight it. But if you Petri last floor, it would have been a good play in my head. It would have been okay to do it. It would have made sense. Like your Petri was at 3, and you just use it, right? It made sense to me. Again, it depends on your situation. In my situation, it made perfect sense to Petri. It made perfect sense to Petri. It would have saved me too much time. That's the only reason I didn't do it. So this guy does a cone. Well, he does a cone multiple times, followed by an enrage circle AoE. Cone is very big. Very, very big. You cannot outrun this. He might do the cone once or twice, and then after this, he'll do the circle. It's not always the same pattern. So, see, in this case, he did this. You can stun or interrupt this, or LOS. Up to you. Griffin is just a high damage monster. When you pull, he does this instantly. So watch out for that. And make sure you got good defenses for this guy, because he will spam this Tank Buster Golden Talon move non-stop. Now he's gonna do free fall again. The circle AoE, he's gonna do it again. Make sure you move out fast. It comes out fast. After this, he'll do a Tank Buster one more time. Then he'll do the Enrage. Now you have two choices for this. You can stun, or you can hide behind a wall. So in this case, I'll hide behind a wall. But you can also stun the Griffin. Up to you. Personally, I prefer hiding behind a wall on the Griffin, because he might do the Enrage again if you're slow to kill it. And if he does it again, it's harder to know when it's coming, because he doesn't do it after a specific ability, right? He's just gonna like kind of drop it. And so I prefer having my stun for like that one. Also, these Griffins are proximity. They are very likely to be in your way. See, we have a flight there, so obviously I would use a flight. I just want to limit what I'm using, but obviously you would use a flight. If we had used the free things we picked up, by the way, we would not need to use anything right now. I'm pretty sure. Anything on my own pocket. Like, I'm not flighting, so I'm not really showing, like, you know, what a flighted floor would look like. But all you really gotta know for a flighted floor is it's just a floor with less monsters, and you need less monsters to kill. So that means it's a floor that is less... It's less good if you're gonna Petri the floor. Because if you Petri the floor or match site, it's gonna kill everything. However, if you flighted, you're killing everything, but you needed to kill less already, so you want to like not do that if possible. And usually what that means is if you have bad debuffs and you flighted, you are more likely to Serenity as like the answer. or fight through the bad debuffs if you are able to. So just something to keep in mind. But I would not fly because your sanity are low though. So we picked up another shrine. Always kill patrols first. By the way, I didn't mention it, but the mammoth, they have an out of combat ability where they just do a big pulse. It does damage to everything around them. You can line of sight, but it's pretty big range. It doesn't do much damage, but it's important to know that it will knock you out of your conceal. If you conceal and this hits you, it will be knocked out of it. You see, this did a 1600, so it's not too bad. Well, I would like to fight a tofu. So tofu he just spams a range move. Now he's tricky because if you keep hiding, he'll never come up to you. Like, if I just keep hiding every cast, he will never actually walk up to me. So what you have to do is you have to, like, bring him close by hiding for a long time. But then this is the tricky part, right? Because you need to do this, but he needs to actually, like this, right? So you need to make sure you can LOS, but also that he's in melee range. Now, keep in mind, this guy will auto-attack you, like he's doing right now. So you're still tanking like a monster, you're just not taking double damage if you do the LOS strat. If I just stand there, I'm basically taking double damage because he's gonna like do a cast and an attack every time. That's why you want to try and LOS. And as you can see, if I'm tanking like both, the damage is insane, guy. So I would recommend you don't do this. You can stun this guy, and you can also interrupt his cast. Whenever he does the golden tongue thing, it's like a thing that buffs his spells. So if you want to stun it during that, it's going to make the fight a bit safer. Because if you do mess up the LOS, at least you're not eating double damage casts. So again, try and find the key, pulling whatever's around. Preferably monsters that are blocking doorways. So the pace is 6 minutes per floor, but I recommend what you do once you're close to the boss is you kind of shift it around, and then at this point, when you're close to the boss, I recommend you subtract the kill time of the boss, and then you look at how much time you have left, right? The 6 minutes per floor thing is more useful at the beginning, but at the end, I prefer to subtract the kill time of the boss. Let's say the boss takes 10 minutes. Well, I subtract 10 from what I have, and now I know I have 16 minutes to do 3 floors, right? That's the way I like to do it personally. My calculations. We're still looking for the key, but we want to make sure we're finding while we're looking for it. So just pull like whatever is nearby. Sees the key's there. The key is there. Perfect. We just fight until we're up. It's that simple. So the kill time on the boss, of course, varies depending on what I'm willing to use. I would say I would personally always assume you'll have a strength on the boss. And so I would personally assume I will have a strength on the buff. Also, I recommend you don't pull a tofu and a Yuki. Again, if you do a pull accidentally like this and it's really like you feel like it's all your control, switching instantly and single target one of them. If you feel like you know the monsters well enough where none of them is going to catch you off guard, what you can try and do is just pop a lot of defensives and then single target one of them too. This way you can just take very little damage for a while and it's probably going to let you kill one of them. And very last resort is like if you have absolutely nothing, and I guess you could Petri, but that's like a big investment of Pomander. Like at this point, I would almost rather just kill myself and, you know, use a raising. Yeah, as you can see, I don't have a great spot to fight this guy because of the UTs around. There's no harm with chain one monster, by the way. If you ever fight a monster and it's just kind of like kicking your ass, you can witch chain that monster, of course. That one monster. The only wasted witch chain is the witch chain you lose because you didn't use it, and now you're back for one. See, we got another flight there. Now Griffin is proximity, but he's unlikely to be in the way of my key because he's kind of hanging out on the left of the room, so we can just kill these guys instead. So I'll allow myself to use that flight. But I think I'll be the only flight pickup I use this run. But I will allow myself to pick up this flight. Just to make it a little more real, I guess. Oh, so see there, we're going above average. 8 kill. That happens. So this boss with strength, I will just pull my sheet of kill times, is... It's about 8 minutes on Warrior. So like if I subtract 8 minutes, and I'm assuming I'm out after this kill, if I subtract 8 minutes, I'll have about 14 minutes to do 2 floors. So now I can kind of look at the floors I did earlier and kind of like see if that's enough time. Like, did the floors I do earlier take me about 7 minutes? Yeah, they took me a little less than that, only if they had no debuffs. So right now I can tell that we're fine if we don't have debuffs, but if we have like a gloom or something, we will be lacking time. Which kind of makes using the flight a good idea, even if I had not found that flight, right? It's kind of like my debuff prevention measure. Because now if I get a gloom, I have time to fight it, and then I would have time to fight one more floor after that. And when would you look at that with a gloom? So yes, if you use a flight and you get a debuff, you really want to try and fight. You really want to try and fight unless it's like awful and you can't. I mean, if you can't, you can't. That's just life. If you can't, Serenity is probably your second thing you want to do. Oh, if you get a lucky silver explosion like this, just get your free kill. Take it. But yeah, you want to fight. If you can't fight, Serenity is probably your second best thing. Unless he would put you at like 0 Serenity or something. You don't go for 0 Serenity. Never go 0 Serenity. And then after this, if you can't fight or Serenity, then after this it's kind of like Petri or Match Site. Petri first, Match Site after. But that's a bit unfortunate if it gets to that point, because you really don't want to like floor wipe the floors you fight. So you can stun or interrupt this. So keep in mind, I also have a bit of leeway with my frailties. So like the boss, for example, I know it takes 8 minutes. So I'm shooting for 8 minutes with strength. But because there's RNG, it's like it can swing both ways, right? I can be very lucky with my kill counts, which would then mean that my kill count, that my RNG is good. So then I don't need to strain the boss. But the opposite can happen. Maybe I'll be unlucky and then I have to frailty the boss. So that's why I like that strength middle ground. I like to plan to strain the boss, because then if I'm lucky, I can not use a strength. And then if I'm unlucky, well, I can use frailties, right? So this guy, by the way, all he does is really hurt. Especially when it's gloom and HP down. All he does is attack you. After 30 seconds, he'll do an enrage. You can't miss it. And then after the enrage happens, you can react, interrupt this. There's plenty of time to interrupt this. can also line of sight this, but to do this, you need to like be by a corner already. It's a tutorial to clear, Lux. It's just to clear. So 4 kill, I would say a flight on average is 3 to 4. Ah, the key's not there. So see, I could fight a monster and bring it back, but these monsters all start to kite, so let's just move back already. Always be fighting. Always be fighting, but sometimes if there's nothing that's like kiteable, you just don't really have a choice. So Griffin, he's really gonna suck. Heads up. This is really gonna push your defensive usage. In Gloom, HP down. Free fall again. So like I said, Winds of Winter, if I can LOS, I prefer to LOS. Just so I can keep the stun for like a next Winds of Winter, which is harder to know when it's coming. And we're gonna get another Winds of Winter, I'm pretty sure. So also, I don't have my buff. Very weird. I don't know why. You can also stun just to prevent damage, of course. Like if I know it's gonna die soon, which it is, I might just stun, you know, to get the damage in without getting damage myself. And we're up. So next floor, we have 10 minutes to do it. Plenty of time, 10 minutes. Should be able to do it no matter what it is, unless it's like no ability. Which, to be fair, if it is, it's unlucky. But I mean, if it was no ability, what would I do? I would probably... Honestly, if it was no ability, I would probably Petrification. Just because I don't have 3 Serenities. Because I would rather have 2 Petris, 2 Serenities than 1 Serenity, 3 Petri. I think it would be better. So that's what I would do if this was no ability. So I'm keeping my eyes open for a patrol. That's why I keep looking backwards. So see there, I can like leverage my luck. If I'm lucky, I don't strain the boss. If I'm unlucky, if I'm average luck, I strain the boss. And if I'm unlucky, I strain frailty the boss. However, I think there is no way I'm so unlucky that I can't like... I don't think there's a way I would be unlucky enough to frailty the boss. I would have to spend 8 minutes on this floor. This would have to be like a 9... like a 10 kill, which I think is possible. It's very unlikely though. Again, using your Pomanders, it varies between your runs. All I can do is give you like a baseline of what to do in certain situations, but I cannot tell you what to use in your own run. Because your own run will be different from my own run. So Yak 30 second in range. There is a patrol, by the way, coming, but it went the other way, so we're fine. If it was coming my way, I would have went in the room and just fought in the side there. Always have a plan. I keep missing my storm eyes. Nice. Oh yeah, if you wanna LOS this guy, I don't know if I'm too late to show it. If you wanna LOS, just pop sprint and then go hide behind a wall when he does this. I would say on tank though, nice. I would say on tank though, there's not really a reason to do this. There's not really a reason to do this. Because you can always interrupt. I do not recommend you fight 2 Yaks. But we're warriors, so we're fine. There is a patrol coming. So see that one? I see it coming, right? There's no reason for me to hang back. To hang like... oh, well, we're gonna LOS this one accidentally, so that works. But if I stayed in the room back there, I would have to, at some point, deal with the lion and the yak if the lion, like, turns in a bad way, so... I think they do their enrage again, the yaks, but it takes a while for them to build up to it again. I feel like it's a 1 minute cooldown after they do it once. I feel like I've only ever seen it on Astro. A second time, I mean. I always kill patrols because they're more likely to ruin your day. Oh, there's two. Fighting on the side. Your stun's very nice, convenient on the lions, because every time they do cry, it's up again. So you can just kind of chain it back to back to back. Up to 3 times. After that, they'll be immune. But it should not take you 4 stuns to kill a lion. Even in no ability, I don't even know if you get to that point. When monster's low, you can kite it a bit like that, just to save a few seconds. So see there, we have a pretty annoying layout. We're just gonna take one direction, see if the key is there. It's not, but I don't want to be wasting my time not fighting. So let's pull the most inconvenient monster around. Clearly this Griffin. So we'll pull the Griffin. Like, because if I pull something in that room there, it doesn't really benefit me. Maybe I could check the gold chest if I pull the thing in front of it, but then it would be better for me to just clear out that way, right? That's why I'm pulling the Griffin there. Now, I do not have a good spot to LOS this guy, but that we have a stun, so we're fine. Because if I LOS in that room, there's a chance that that guy's gonna see me or a patrol's coming, etc. So this is 6 kill. We're kind of closing on the average. And we're out. So see, in our case, we got lucky. A bit lucky, so we don't actually need to use a strength, I believe. I probably will still use one, though. I mean, should I set the example and not use one? Maybe I should just not use one. It's going to be a long fight, though. It's going to be a long fight if I use one. Well, anyway, in my case, I don't need to use a strength because I have time to do this no strength. I'll still use a strength. I'm just, but honestly, this is a way. This is, it's like, see it that way. I'm wasting a strength, but I'm also decreasing my odds of dying on this boss because I'm bored out of my mind. You know, which honestly, it honestly might happen in your run too. Like, this guy's gonna bore you out of your mind, and you will die to it because it took like 11 minutes to kill. Honestly, if you have 3 strength, I would strength this guy, right? It's just like the odds of dying because you fall asleep, and I'm not even kidding, man. Like, the odds of dying because you're not paying attention is too high on this guy. I would rather strength if I have 3. If I have 2, I would probably not have done it, but with 3, man. So anyway, this guy, all he does is he does this cone. And for the entire rest of the mechanics, all you have to do is stand at 3 o'clock. stand at 3 o'clock in relation to the gate, right? And if you stand there, every mechanic he does misses you. Every single one. And yeah, that's a fight. Because the ice are a static pattern. They're always at the same positions, and it just so happens that this position is safe. And so that's the dangerous part, is since you have to do nothing, whenever he does this cone, you must move out. If this hits you, you are dead. It will one-shot you. Now, I'll still explain how the mechanic works, if you're curious. It just spawns ice balls, and whenever the ice balls get hit by this thing, they explode and they cause a chain reaction, like this. And then whichever ones have not blown up, whenever he does Lunar Cry, they will explode after. If these explosions hit you, I'm pretty sure you're dead. I think it's a deep freeze effect. Do you need steel for this boss? No, you don't. On DPS, it's very nice to have a steel. It's not required. It's pretty hard without a steel though. On tank though, you never need the steel, no. In fact, I would never waste a steel on this guy on tank. It would be a waste, a true waste of commander. So yeah, as you can see, it's a pretty long fight. It's about 8 minutes with strain. Without strain, it was like 10, 11 or so. And yes, the only dangerous part, at least if you're doing this strat where you're standing still, I mean, I could move around the room if I feel like it. It's just very unnecessary. The only dangerous part is this cone. Which, by the way, he opens the fight with this cone. So when you pull him, make sure you actually, like, are ready to move out of the cone. Because I've seen people die, like, 5 seconds into the fight because of that. But after this, after the initial pull, he will always do it after the ice mechanic. After the first jump that he does after the ice mechanic. So see there, he's gonna do Lunar Cry, so the ice mechanic is over. He's gonna jump on me. And this is where the cone will happen. So that, like, as soon as you heard the jump sound cue, is when you should start paying attention to the cone. So now I know it's coming. There it is. Move out. And now I don't have to think about it until he does the ice again, right? That's my way to kind of like do this fight while not paying attention. Of course, keep attention to your health. If you don't want to have to think of your health too much, just keep your potion rolling non-stop. That should keep you mostly alive. So we use very little there on this set. I think we used 3 strength, one of which was unnecessary, this one. I think we used 3 strength, 3 sights, 2 witchings, 1 frailty, and 1 flight. So we didn't use too much. Honestly, I feel like we use even more than usual. But still not too much. And that's good, because next set is where we're going to use actually most of our commanders, excluding the full wipes. The set I just did, essentially, is a set where you're going to be adjusting a bit with like your commander usage. It's really going to depend on your landmines went and what debuffs you add. But the next set, it's pretty set in stone what bombs I'm gonna use. It's not like I'm gonna use flight on specific floors and altars on specific floors, but I know exactly what I'm using next set, you know. I'm using 3 flight, 3 altars, probably 1 Petri. And that 1 or 2 Petri essentially. And that's gonna be what I'm gonna be using. And you know, and whatever strength I can find. Serenity if I need to. There's still some adjusting, you know. But it's going to be mostly flight and altar spam. Is what I'm getting at. And why am I going to be using my flights and altar next set rather than the last one? It's because by doing this, I will be able to keep most of my full wipes for the last set. And that's good because last set has very bad monsters overall. They're still not too bad on tank, but like they're significantly worse than all the other sets. So it's much better for your health in real life and in game if you can just blow up most of the last set, in my opinion. It's also nice, you know, to have a victory lap on the last set. It feels pretty nice. Now, if we had another match site, I could also blow up the 90 boss. But I recommend you don't plan for it. I recommend if you have another match site, it's just something in the back of your mind that you can do, but you don't plan for it. Oh, I don't have my storm eyes. One job. So yes, could have done this without strength. It would have had about 45 seconds left, I believe. You want to shoot, in my opinion, you want to shoot for your time to be at like 2 minutes or less. If you have more than 3 minutes, you overuse probably something. Sorry, if you have over 2 minutes, you probably overuse something. Though, like I said on this guy, I think it's worth to strength even if you are like a little ahead. Just so you reduce the risk of running to the cone. Well, not running out of the cone, I should say. So anyway, some people consider this the hardest set in F1-100. I don't know. I think the next one is harder. But I do understand why you would think this one is... I do understand why you would feel like this one is the hardest. It's pretty close in difficulty, honestly. Because you have to like adjust a lot on this set, essentially. Many people time out on this set because at the end, they'll get like a new ability or something. They'll get like bad debuffs at the end of this set. And then they just don't really know what to use. And they don't want to use their Petri or something, right? So I see many people time out there. Make sure you don't time out. You know, number one priority, never time out. So let's now analyze the 7180. As you can see, there's a lot going on this set. As a reminder, I entered this set with essentially everything. Yes, we had everything at 3. I would expect you to have similar Pomanders at this point. You would maybe be missing 1 strength, maybe be missing 1 flight, maybe be missing 1 sanity, but outside of these 3, I would not expect you to be missing anything else. You could be missing a witching or 2 if you had a bad pull, though. That's fair. So anyway, on this set, again, you're expecting about 7 to... not 8. You're expecting about 6 to 7 kill on average. I would say at this point, though, it's more leaning towards a 7, right? So if I were to give it a value, I'd say it's probably like 6.6 on average. So you're kind of expecting to hit about 7. As I said, you should try and do landmines on the first 3 floors. Now, you're not always able to do it. It depends on like what kind of debuffs you're going to get. It depends on your weight chain situation. Depends on your... No, it doesn't really depend on your site because you should have sites. But it's going to depend on your weight chains if you find landmines, of course. And like what debuffs you get. So first 3 floors are kind of hard to like evaluate because essentially most runs you will kind of like just blow them up. So it doesn't really matter how much you need to open the key, as most of the time... you're just gonna landmine, you know, like 6 to 7 monsters. It's gonna open if you're good. If you're unlucky, it's going to be missing like 1 or 2 kills. It's just gonna take you an extra like 50 seconds or so to get it done. It's not too bad. See, in my case, first floor took 2 minutes, second floor took 5 minutes, and then the third floor took 5 minutes. My landmines were quite sloppy, actually. These are very long floors. This floor, I fought it, and then I did a small landmine, so that's like fair. This one was very long. And if I remember correctly, it's because I fought 2 extra monsters at the end, plus I fought a tiger at the beginning or something like that. But like this is quite bad in my opinion, time-wise. This is what you would expect from just fighting no strength and doing a small landmine, no witching. So anyway, basically, first 3 floors, you're gonna use all your sites, all 3. I would use all 3 every run, except if you have a no item or something. Use probably 2 or 3 weight chains as well. And you don't use 1 strength, 1 steel, maybe a second steel if you still need it to do alignment on the 3rd floor. That is perfectly fine. However, I don't think I would do a second strength for the 3rd floor. Unless I picked up a free one, of course. Like if you have 3, of course. And talking of pickups, as a reminder, I did pick up a flight on this floor. I did not use it just for the sake of like doing this, you know, with a minimal amount of pickups. But of course, in a real run, if I had picked up the flight there and used the flight, I would have used the flight there, which means I would not have landmined this. I would have just fought this normally with my strength steel. Then I would have went into this floor, and then I would have landmined this floor with a weight chain, right? So that's the way it would have went. So, you know, always gotta adjust. Always gotta adjust with what you find. So anyway, after like you do this, after you do like the first, all the landmine floors, you should be ahead significantly. And now it's going to be mostly just going through the floors. Like the next 3, I would say. You're just gonna kind of get through them fighting normally. If you get freebies, use them. If you have 3 strength, use it. If you have 3 flights, use it if time is bad. And you're gonna react to debuffs. So in my case, I did get lucky there. This was a 4 kill. I killed 5, right? But this was very fast. 5 kill to get out, so we got pretty lucky there. However, there we got pretty unlucky. 8 kill, gloom. But seeing that case, as soon as I saw the gloom, I decided I was going to use something. It was going to be either a Petri or strength, frailty. And I did use a strength because I picked up 1, right? Another viable option would have been to maybe just not do anything there. And then fly the next floor. That would have been okay. But since I had 2 strength, 3 frailty, 3 Petri, 3 flights, there was like just a lot of options. It's almost up to personal taste. Personal taste. The only thing I would not do is I would not Serenity something like this. I would not. I don't think, at least on this set, I don't think it's worth the Serenity if everything is at 3. I think I would almost always rather just use something else. So anyway, we got through this. Then we went to this, which was just a naked floor. We killed 17, pretty average. We got out. We got steal 2, doesn't really matter though. And then 77, whenever you reach 77 for this set, at this point, you don't really want to think of the pace of 6 minutes per floor. You just want to subtract the kill time of the boss from your remaining time, and then just kind of like evaluate. Like, okay, if I have 26 minutes left and the boss takes 10 minutes, okay, so now I have 16 minutes. What do I need to do these 3 floors in 16 minutes? That's the way I would start seeing things when you reach like the 77. So, you know, in my case, I got a blind. I just fought the blind. I got a strength too. Would not have been a bad idea to strength this. If I had 3 at this point, which I believe I did, would have not have been a bad strength. In this case, I did pick up a free flight and I used it. I allowed myself to do this. If I had not found a free flight, I would have still flighted, as I said in the video, because at this point, when I finished this floor, time was looking, I think the time was I had 14 minutes left or something. And I know from experience, and I mean, you will know from like doing, you know, as you do more runs, you will also kind of like get a feel for these things. But I knew that 14 minutes meant that I could fight these 2 floors if they had no buffs, no debuffs. However, if only a single one had debuff, I would need to use something. So that flight was like a prevention flight. It's lucky that I picked it up, but even if it was out of my pocket, I would not have felt like it was wasted. And in that case, it turned out great because we had Loon HP down. Let's say I had not flighted there, and then I zoned into this floor. I would have probably Petried this floor with my Pomander situation. Because if I had tried to fight this non-flighted, it's very likely that I would have bled too much time, and then I would have been forced to Petri this. But then if I know I'm very likely to Petri, then I would rather Petri on my terms rather than Petri a floor that I don't know yet what it's going to be, right? Because like, who knows? Like this could be no item. Like let's say I don't flight, right? Go into this floor, it's Gloom HP down. And then I decide, okay, I'm just gonna fight this floor. It's gonna take a long time, and then for the last one, I'll Petri, right? So if I do it this way, well, I don't know it's blind yet. I know this is Gloom HP down. I know Petri always works there, right? I know it will always work, but I don't know if Petri is gonna work there, right? Like, what do I do if this is a no item? Like, if I fight this and I decide not to Petri and I don't have a flight, then I go into this and I still can't Petri because it's a no item. Now, suddenly, I need to match site, which is significantly worse than using a Petri because it's more rare, right? So then I would have to match site or Serenity and Petri, which would be by far the worst thing. Like, Petri Serenity would be terrible. So I would match site this if that happened. And that would be, that entire mistake would have originated from the fact that I had not like respected this. I had not Petri when I had the chance. You're gonna see that happen to people often. They will blame luck in that case. They'll be like, oh man, no, last floor was a no item. Forced my match site, how unlucky. But that's where you're wrong. I mean, it is unlucky, but it's your fault because you could have Petried when you still could. So that you gotta be careful to not get caught off guard by this. And anyway, last floor was 6 kill. It was fine. Even if this was 9 kill, I believe we would have had time. Because the boss, I mentioned it in the guide, I decided to strain the boss, even though we didn't need it with the time we had. The reason I did it is because I think that's a boss that is you're very likely to just die of boredom, literally, on this guy. I'm not even kidding, by the way. Many people, they lose their first run like that. So if you have 3 strength, highly recommend you do it. If you don't have 3 strength, or you're very confident that you will not fall asleep, then sure, like you can take the time to do this boss, and I will give you the times for this boss actually. So this boss pretty similar to the last one. I just like to add about 15 seconds. So if you use nothing, if you have nothing, this will be about 10-15. If you use 10-15, I think is a bit too tight. Let's do like by multiples of 30, right? It's a little extra, but I think it's fine. So if you use nothing, it's 10-30. If you use a strength and nothing else, it's going to be about 8-30. And then frailties again, about this, they remove about 1 minute each time. So if you strength plus frailty, then it is a 7:30. And then if you did it twice, if you did it twice, it would be a 6:30, etc. But do the math if you need to, if you have like a weird situation again with your Pomanders. And anyway, that's pretty much it for this set. Just as an overview of what I did pick up, I picked up 2 strength. I picked up 2 strength, 1 flight. And the steals and the safety don't really matter. So we picked up 3 things overall, 3 common Pomanders. And what did we use? We used the 3 sites, the 2 witch chains. Could have been 3 witch chains, could have been 1 witch chain. It was fine, but anyway, you're going to use all your sites. I used 3 strength, one of which was audibly unnecessary. Depends on how you sit. I think it was a good call though. So we used 3 strength, 3 sites, 1 flight, 1 frailty. So as you can see, it did cost me like a few things. And keep in mind what you need to do it will vary depending on like what you find for free. It also depend on your debuffs. I would say in my case, I think I had worse than average debuff luck on this set. Like that's 4 floors with 5. In fact, that's 5 floors with like debuffs, 2 of which are pretty bad. So I'd say I was a little bit below average the luck there. Anyway, next set. So like I said, this set is pretty structured for me. Not in the sense that like you use this pom on this specific floor, etc. But in the sense that I know pretty much what I'm going to be using. Every monster has something to say about it. Rohan is exactly like he is in PTD, but if you don't know what he does an out of combat like Vuln stacking thing on you. An AoE. And whenever he's doing this, he's also buff and damage. So you want to make sure you don't pull him when he has this up. And outside of this, he's just a hard hitter monster. Which cannot be stunned. He's a pretty hard hitting thing, but worth tank. Garrula does a charge when you pull it. And then he's going to do a telegraph cone. After this, he'll do a large AoE, which you can LOS. And then after this, he'll do like an earthquake move. It just keeps doing damage over and over, but you can LOS. But you can tank this on tank usually. Mukai Inu, also known as the Garm, the Chimera. He has a bunch of telegraphs, but he has 2 on telegraph. You want to know? He has Dragon's Voice, which is a donut. And he has Ram's Voice, which is a point-blank circle on himself. You should assume both of them will one-shot you. And they probably do, honestly. An easy way to remember to differentiate the donut and the Ram's Voice is whenever he does the donut, it's a longer cast. It takes a longer time. And whenever he does the point blank, it's a pretty quick cast. So the trait for these guys, you just kind of want to stay in max melee range. And then whenever he does the cast, if it's quick, run out. And if it's slow, run in. You'll get used to it really fast. Outside of that, though, he's not... the only thing he's got going for him is that he has a slightly more HP than the rest. Well, even that is not so true. That's more true in POTD. No, it's just not really anything special to say about him outside of this. Gozu will do a swipe on Telegraph followed by a gaze. Both will kill you. Just don't look at him. Metanga does the same as the Garrula. He does like a charge move on you when you pull it. And then after this, he just does Telegraphs. Not too bad. Ryokotsu just shoots Circle AoEs at you when you're out of combat. And in combat, he just attacks and does Circle AoEs. Shinze is not too bad on tank. He's like a hard hitter that puts a dot on you. He's a bit like the Onryo in that sense. He does a Telegraph Cone. And then he does like a weird thunder move that just like keeps doing thunder attacks on you. Puts a dot on you. Honestly, not too bad on tanks. This is a monster that is very nice to be a tank for because it's a patrol. And on DPS, this guy usually requires a steal. On tank, we don't need a steal. Eugene is a hard hitter. Does a small circle AoE on you. If the only thing to know is that if you stand behind him, he'll do something called elbow drop, which will absolutely explode you if you get hit by it. So make sure if you stand behind him and you see him start casting elbow drop, you run the fuck away from behind him. Hitotsume does a line AoE followed by a point blank on himself, both untelegraphed. Araragi doesn't do like, he has a very like almost like boss mechanics, right? He has like many things he does in an order. It's like a circle. He spams a poison on you that you can LOS, and then he does a circle, and then he does a drawing effect, then he does a cone, which is a bit like the mammoth where the telegraph is lying. It's more like a square, so you have to be behind him, and then he just kind of keep repeating that pattern. But he's surprisingly not that bad to fight. Enko is a bit like the Ryujin, except he doesn't have a elbow drop, but pretty much the same idea. This guy does have an enrage after 1 minute in combat, which will fuck you up if he gets there. But I've never really seen it on tank, so I don't think you're gonna see it. Koki's pretty easy, just has a bunch of telegraph mechanics. Does a donut, then a cone, then he does a Voltaine that you don't really have to avoid, but you can LOS. Rakasha does like the Gerilla and the Matanga, a charge. The thing that's special about him is that after he charges you, he's going to get a buff to himself. He's going to buff his damage. And so he's going to be buffed for 30 seconds, and then he only does 2 abilities outside of the charge. He does an on-telegraph cone. And then he does a fireball, which is a targeted circle on yourself. Not too bad on tank. Pretty easy monster on tank. Mimic really hurt. Without steal... On tank, this is a monster that I could easily see you kill you. He could easily kill you without steal if you're not on top of your game or if you have no room to kite. So just heads up, he hurts. If you want to use your steal for safety, this is a guy that I would consider the steal. And yes, the game plan for this set, very simple. We're going to be using almost all of the flights and all of the altars we have. We're going to be using a bit of strength, a bit of frailty. Probably 1 Petri or 2 Petris. And that should be enough to get me to the last set with many floor wipes left. Which one should we avoid the most? Out of all the monsters, on tank, not really any of them. There's none of them that you should like avoid on tank. If you have like a Gloom, there's maybe, I would maybe avoid the Kenko. Is it what it's called? Like the guy that doesn't do elbow drop, like the little lizard brown guy. I would maybe avoid this guy with Gloom just for the purpose of like the enrage. I think you might see the enrage with Gloom. Outside of this, I don't think there's any of them you should avoid. I think it should, your priority system should be patrols first place, things in your way second place, things in the way of chests third place, and then fourth place is just everything else. And I don't think you should discriminate between like monsters. On tank, you can afford to fight them. So don't open chests to avoid mimics. I would still open chests that are like on your way. And if you get a mimic, just be ready for a tough fight. It's not impossible. You can fight it without steel. It's gonna be a bit rough. It's not impossible. If you have a steel, it's really not that bad though. But I would not avoid chests that are on your way. I would not go out of your way for chests. I would only do this if your Serenity situation was really bad. So like if you had 0 Serenity or 1, I think I would go out of your way for chests. Honestly, maybe not 1. Like, but if I had 0, I would. But outside of like having 0 Serenity, I'm not sure I would really go out of my way. So anyway, let's go. This set, like I said, it's gonna be some adjusting, but we know what we're gonna be using. Also, that's my spell speed buff. There's chill speed. So of course, hopefully you have 2 raisings right now. If you do, your life's gonna be much better. Make sure you use a raising. So first floor never has debuffs. What I like to do first floor, sometimes I like to conceal if I have 3, so I can see if there's a treasure room or something that's worth checking out. I don't do this very often though, and I don't think I do it anymore so much. So I would say just start fighting. What I like doing is fighting with a frailty and a strength for the first floor, so let's do that. Preferably start with monsters that are proximity, such as the Garm. Ram's Voice is move out. I like using strength frailty on the first floor or Petri. Usually what I do is I Petri if I find a treasure room or too many patrols, and if I don't, I just strength frailty instead. Because this set, that's the thing with this set. This set, there is no amount of RNG will make you do this set and you don't have to use anything. This set, you will always guaranteed have to use Pomanders. So since I know we have to use Pomanders, well, we should use them early, right? That's kind of my mentality there. By the way, Ram's Voice, Dragon's Voice can be interrupted, but I don't recommend you do it because I don't think you should get used to doing that. Because that one time you don't have your interrupt ready, you will die. So I personally never interrupt it. I only interrupt it if it's like an emergency, but I don't rely on interrupting it. So of course, top priority is find the key, but you also want to make sure you're fighting things while you're looking for the key. But then guys, a good monster to like kite when you're fighting. So we'll just wait for the monkeys to stop doing their monkey thing, and then once they're done, we're gonna explore with this guy. Now this way is a dead end. Usually when it's a staircase, it's a dead end. Not always true, but like 95% of the time it is. Unfortunately, that monkey's blocking my way, but I'll just pull that monkey, I guess. This monkey is also good to fight while you're moving. By the way, this is a new layout. Luckily, this layout also doesn't have wall traps, so you're free from wall traps. Okay, the key is not there, so we don't really care about that room. We care if the chest is like closed. It is there. Now see, I have 2 witch chains there. Something I can do is I can check the chest before the guard moves. And then if it was a mimic, I would have simply witched. You know, it's a calculated risk. Because like, what did I save by doing this? Probably 20 seconds. Also, I technically gain a flight, right? I would have used that flight, obviously. But I think I will not be using anything that I find except strength. So I would have a flight next floor. I mean, I will, because I'm using it anyway. Now, when he has this buff, don't pull. Yes, in F1-100 Hugo, it's the same as POTD. The last 3 floors have a debuff that cannot spawn, and for F1-100, it's specifically the no match side debuff. You cannot get the no match side debuff on the last 3 floors. And that will actually be very important when we get there. Don't worry. It's very important to know. So the key is obviously in that direction, because that's the only direction I have left. So we're just gonna keep fighting. Now, like I said, the Mukai Inu, the Garm, is proximity, so he's obviously the next thing I'm killing. Now, if we were to get out this kill, I might have concealed. You really want to save time, top priority on this set. So I might have concealed this was the last kill, but it is not. Not all yet. A little thing I like to do, probably it's not like you don't necessarily are going to have 3 flights, 3 altars at this point, but if you have 3 flights, 3 altars, you will have to kind of decide if you're going to altar or flight next floor, because you want to like get through them. But then both are 3, right? So technically both are a viable candidate to being used. What I like to do personally is if my strength is still a good duration, I will flight. But if my flight is running out, I will alter. The reason for this is if I alter and I get mimics, I have a better opportunity to probably Petri, which means I don't need strength for it. However, the opposite, if I have some strength left, then I would rather flight because I have like a bit of strength to fight, you know. This guy might pull, by the way. He will. It's fine, I'll kill him. Concealing past 1 monster, I'm not sure if it's really worth. I think to conceal, like, you want at least 2 things you're gonna skip. So anyway, there I'm going to have... I'm going to have 1 minute 30 seconds of strain, which is not a lot, but it's a bit. So in that case, I will flight, like I said. Because if I'm going to flight, well, I have a little bit of strength to fight. Now, this is where it gets tricky. If you flight and you have bad debuffs, such a Gloom is like okay. So okay, we have a free match side there. You would obviously match side. I'm not gonna do it, but obviously this 4 would be free, right? I will not do it, however. So Gloom is bad, but if you flighted, it's probably the best bad debuff to get, if that makes sense, because a Gloom is very fightable. It's just kind of slow, right? But the flight is gaining you time, so it's kind of making up for it. Now, if this was no ability, this would be a different story. No ability, in my opinion, is bad enough to want to like get rid of it, or like do something about it. A Gloom, we can fight that. We can fight that. So we'll fight this. That's what I'm getting at. So this guy charges you. Make sure you have a defensive up when you pull him, or I do a LOS thing I'll show on another one later. Now you can LOS this. It just gonna save you some uptime if you do, up to you. You can also just run away. And then after this, he's gonna do this Earthquake phase. You can probably just face tank it on the tank, but if you don't want to face tank it, you can just hide behind a wall like this. It will miss you if you're behind a wall. So see there, my strength ran out. But we still got basically 2 kills with it. Now, I would, if I had 2 or 3 strength, I might strength again. But because I have only 1, and honestly, there's no reason to keep 1 strength. Like, it's not like I need the strength or anything. It's nice on the boss, but I don't need it. It's not like QTD where you need the strength for the last boss, right? I could strength if it was a good chance to do it, but right now, I'm probably going to alter next floor, and because I'm going to alter, well, I don't really care about having a strength on me, so I'll actually just fight the rest of this with no strength. Worst case scenario, this is 5 kill. And I waste 3 kills of no strength. Well, that's the worst case scenario, which it's likely to open on 3 or 4 kill instead. You know, you always have to deal with the statistical average, which is 3 or 4 kills for the flight. And the key is right there, so that's also pretty convenient. Now this guy, if we need to kill him, we will, but we don't know yet if we need 1 more kill, so let's wait. Well, I guess, ow. I guess we'll pull him after all. Hopefully we do need him. Nah, we don't. You see, that is a massive waste of time. There my mistake was being greedy and staying in that corridor, that always, sorry, my French came out. See, my mistake there was staying that hallway, trying to be greedy, but then what I should have just done is go into that room, right? And just kind of chill with the Matanga and waited for the Garrula to pass. I mean, it's gonna happen to you, right? The key's gonna open and you're going to have to kill like an extra thing or 2. Happens. Yes, if you are going to match side, it's not a bad idea to fortune too. It's never a bad idea to fortune as well. Same if you're going to Petri. Alright, so we're out. Technically, we should have been out 1 kill faster, but that was my bad. So next floor, what do we have at 3? Petri's, match side, altars. Altar is the least, is the more common of these, so let's altar. Now what's great with altar is if I have bad debuffs or mimics or N, then I have a good opportunity to Petri. There I don't know Adam and a big room, which sucks because I have to guarantee safety, unfortunately. That really sucks. Unlucky that both times where the big room was a no item. Very unlucky. I hope that doesn't happen in your runs. So see there, this is where like you kind of make a decision. So something that's nice about a match site is it's a lot of kills, which means a lot of drops. And a big room is a lot of monsters to kill. So like if you fortune match side this or fortune Petri, you'll get a lot of value out of like the fortune, right? But then it's also a good floor to fight straight up because it's like there's no debuffs now that I remove them. But then see, I have mimics there. Like that kind of tips me into doing maybe a floor wipe because I have mimics anyway. So it's not like I would be nuking Corrigans, right? So see, in that case, and by the way, I was thinking of this while I was fighting a mimic. That's why I'm saying you should always do multiple things at once. So in that case, we should definitely floor wipe this. Wow, we got a treasure room of mimics. Very cool. Score run, hell yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna Petri this. I think you should Petri something like this. If you want to do a Petri and you're gonna run the distance for it, make sure your sprint's ready. Something else you can do with a Petri that I haven't mentioned is if you have witchings to spare, what you can do is you can pull a few monsters, as many monsters as you can pull that don't do dangerous things, and you can tank for a few seconds. So you pull, I don't know, let's say a Matanga and, you know, a monkey and maybe another Matanga or something, and then you go near a Gozu, and now that's 4 monsters. So you go near them, you witching them, and then you bring these witched monsters somewhere where there is a lot of monsters, and then you begin your Petri. If you do something like this, and I would only do it if you have witchings to spare, you'll be able to squeeze more juice out of your petrification, because you're essentially able to bring a room somewhere else before you begin. Make sure your sprint is ready, and you're just gonna, well, Petri sprint. So again, this is a Petri, this is a fortune play. I don't do this too often in tier runs, but I think there's cases where it's a good time to do it. And right now is a good time to do it for multiple reasons. First of all, my altar gave me mimics. So it's not like my altar was like, you know, wasted by... I'm not gonna pick this up if it's a match site, but I'll still like go through the motions. So, you know, I had mimics. So it's not like I would have it's not like I would have wasted my luck with Corrigians. Now, second reason I think this is a good play is because my Petris are at 3 anyways. Well, I need a reason to like get them down to 2 at some point. And the third reason I think it's a good play is because my Serenities are at 1 by just pure unluck. And because my Serenities are at 1, it would be very nice to find a Serenity. And there, we found it. So, you know, and we found 2 of them, in fact. So, you know, I mean, there's no better proof. There's no better proof. So now, honestly, with the pumps I have, I'm 99% sure we're going to clear. That's how confident I am about, like, the Serenities. So what do we do next floor? What do we have at 3? 3 F1s, 3 flight. So we flight F1s. Don't even look at your time on this set early on. Just flight altar. Flight altar. Every time they're up. So see there, we got a nobility. That's the one debuff you don't want to see because this will waste a massive amount of time. So remember when I said don't look at your time? Well, now look at your time because you need to like make a decision. Like, should you fight this? You can fight it, right? You have time. In our case, we have plenty of time. So we can fight it. We could Serenity this too. I mean, really, we have many options. Now, as we can see from the time it's taking me to kill this guy, it will take me a lot of time to kill this guy. So, am I willing to kind of like lose a lot of time? Am I willing to lose that much time on a no ability floor with the pumps I have? What do I have at 3? I have 3 Serenities, 3 match site. So this is flighted. I don't really want to match site this because it's the most important commander to keep. I have 3 Serenities. Serenity is very precious, but in my opinion, it's worth to Serenity a floor like this. With 3 specifically. If I had 2, no. If I had 1, absolutely not. With 3, yeah, I think it's worth. Even though time's really good, I don't think you want to bleed your time on this set. So we'll Serenity this. And we'll just fight. So this guy, like I said, he will just do a circle on me. He does like, he hits hard and tank busters too. He's gonna do a circle. And if you're behind him after he does this, he'll do elbow drop. Which is, you can bait it intentionally so he doesn't attack you as much. But make sure you don't stand behind him. Like when this comes up. When this comes out. Or you will explode. Gonna do it again there, elbow drop. You can stun after the elbow drop if you want. You can even prevent more damage like this. Now this key might open in 2 kills, in which case the Serenity is like kind of wasted, but this is RNG out of your control. Like, you don't know if this is gonna open in 2 kills or 5 kills. It's you can't really play around that. You always have to assume it's the average, right? Always assume whatever it's gonna take is the average, so I would in that case assume it's gonna be 4 kill. There's a patrol. Whenever you're fighting, you would obviously prefer to have a strength. And honestly, I don't have a reason not to strength right now, so I will. Like I said, it's nice to have a strength on the boss, but I wouldn't really keep a strength for it, right? Like if I was on like the last 3 floors, I would maybe keep my strength for it. But I don't see any reason to do that right now. So right now, what do I have running? I have a strength. Okay, so what's good when you have a strength? A flight, because you want to be fighting. And if I'm going to be fighting, what I want to... Sorry, if I'm going to be fighting, I want to be flighting too. So we'll flight. Now, whenever you flight, you just kind of pray you don't get too bad debuffs. If you don't, it's pretty free. This is pretty free. So there we didn't get no item. We're gonna safety. Always safety if you can afford them on big rooms. Your life's gonna be much easier if you do that. So this guy does a line AoE on telegraph, followed by a circle on himself. Now keep in mind, this guy cannot be stunned. It's not like POTD. So if you're coming from POTD, you cannot stun this AoE. Don't get tricked. Flighted bedroom, by the way, is the best, probably the best thing you can fight. Excluding the cost of like the safety, it's probably the best possible floor layout you want because it's quick and you fight whatever the hell you want. You have much space to fight. So this guy tank busters hard with a dot. Make sure you have defensives. Then he's gonna do a cone shortly after. After that, he might tank buster you again. It depends. Sometimes he feels like it. This time he did. Then he does this thunder move, which is weird. It's just like a multi-hitting dot. I recommend what you do when he's doing it is you just kind of like turn, like you just kind of run around him because he might auto attack you between the casts. So you shouldn't prevent some auto attacks if you run around him like that. Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, you can interrupt the thunder, but you might have noticed I am not interrupting it, and it's intentional. It's because he's actually doing less damage to you during the thunder than if he actually attacks you, like with auto attacks. So you actually want the thunder to go up because he hurts more, like just punching your ass, right? So that this is when this goes up, it's good. It's good. Just make sure you kind of run around him, like I said, to make sure you prevent auto attacks if possible. I think I fought everything that is there. I didn't fight the elephant, maybe. The tender jumps on you. So again, we're like not really looking at the timing. We're looking at it in the sense that I'm making sure that I'm not like, you know, very behind, but we don't really care how ahead we are. Is more what I mean. So that I'm still, even though we're really ahead, we still keep using all the flights and all the altars we have. All of them. Magicite, I am not planning to use a Magicite. If I use a Magicite, it's specifically like some terrible debuffs, and I'm not willing to Serenity. But I'm not planning to use a Magicite. All I'm planning to use is 1 or 2 Petris, and the rest is all my flights, all my altars, some strength, some frailties. And I'm still only checking chests that are nearby. I'm not really going all my way for chests. So there we still have a strength, so it would make sense to fly again. The key's not there, it's fine. Pull whatever is nearby. Burst it down when your burst is ready, and then when your burst is down, kite away. See that chest? That guy moved, and now the chest is free. We can, you know, whenever you're kiting, you can use that time to check the chest, or check, you know, just keep exploring. Up to you. In that case, though, we're checking the chest. Now, keep in mind, I'm checking chests, but I'm like, you know, I'm not picking up most of them. Oh, well, I guess I'm not really using them when they're overcapped. You would. It's just I want to go through the motion of checking chests, but I don't want to like use everything I pick up, right? So this guy charges you like this. And then after this, he gets a damage buff, and then he will do 2 attacks. He will do, well, he will attack you. He'll do this, a cone, and then he'll do a circle AoE on you. Make sure you have good defensives for the damage buff part. And then whenever it falls off, the damage buff, you get a damage down instead. Which isn't a big deal on tank. Because on tank, it's the damage buff doesn't really matter either. Now, Manticores have a very sneaky... they don't do a lot of noise when they're moving, patrolling. So it's very easy to let them sneak up on you. Which I almost showed there. Just something, just a heads up. By the way, when a monster charges you, you can kind of like get it stuck behind a wall like this. And it will prevent the auto attack that happens at the same time from happening. That is useful. But it's useful on tank to know, but it's more of a thing you do on DPS, because on DPS it will kill you instantly if you don't do this without steal. It can kill you instantly. On tank it will never kill you, so it's up to you if you want to do it. Like, just do it if it's great, if you can, but don't really go crazy about it. You can do this on any monster that charges you. Garula, Matanga, and Rakasha. So Araragi, this guy is like a bit complicated. But let me kill this elephant before I show him. So there's nothing shooting at me. Elephant, I'm not sure if I pulled this guy yet, but all he does is this circle AoE. And then out of combat, he does it too. Okay, the Araragi, I'll fight him even if it's open. So I just I want to make sure I show him. Yes, it's open, but I still fight him. So this guy, preferably you want to fight him near a corner like this. Because whenever he does this thing called Boo-Boo something, Boo-Boo's Drift, if you hide behind the wall when he does it, you're going to prevent a stack of poison from happening. But either way, the first thing he does is this circle. And then yes, if you get hit by this, you get a stack of poison. After this, he's gonna suck you in, and this, he does a cone after the suck. The cone is actually bigger than it looks. So I recommend you always go behind him. And that's what he does, right? He does the circle AoE and then the drawing effect, and then the cone that's actually bigger than it looks. And the poison keeps stacking, as you can see there, and if you want to prevent it from stacking, you just have to LOS whenever it's going up. Or don't, because you're a tank. So see, in that case, I don't have any strength. It would make more sense to alter. See, my palms are starting to be, you know, a bit like 2, 1. Like, yeah, I have a lot of things at 2 or 1. Kind of a good time to ult to F1s too. Also, something that's nice about F1s. Well, that's not true, sorry. I was gonna start about flight. But I don't have any flights anymore. But F1s plus flight is usually preferable to alter flight. Sorry, to alter and F1s, because what's nice about an F1's flight is that you get more chests, but there's less monsters on the way to check. So see there, we got a treasure room. This would be a good opportunity to petrify fortune if you had 3 petrify and the time was bad. You know, like if I was at 20 minutes right now, this would be 100% a petrify fortune, because it would both save me time and give me resource, right? It's like two birds, one stone. However, right now, time is amazing. Because now we're going to start looking at the time now that we're in the last 3 floors. Time is amazing. There's no reason for me to blow this up, so we're just going to be fighting this floor. Mimic, as I said, pretty rough fight. Well, still, make sure you keep your defenses rolling and your health healthy. Now, we have an altar room somewhere. It might be Corrigan, it might be Mimics. Who knows? But it looks like I'll have to get through this treasure room anyway. And if I do, it'll lead to conceal. So, unless the key's there. And the key's not there. So we do have to get through this room. And since we have to, we're just gonna conceal past it. Now, if there's a chest that's like close, I will check it. It is F1s. So now we have to conceal. That means there's not really any reason to pull a monster with me. Let's just go to this room and conceal. Of course, we're concealing because that treasure room is in the way. If you conceal, you can check bronze, but you cannot check any silvers or golds. Because silvers, if they explode, you'll be knocked out. And golds, if they are mimicked, you'll also be knocked out. So, I mean, no, you can check them, but you have to acknowledge the possibility of you getting knocked out of conceal. And if like, you need a plan if that happens. So there we got Corridans. So what makes the most sense there is obviously kill the patrol first. And then just kill things from this room until we're out. So it's pretty easy floor roll. Now keep in mind, whenever there's a lot of elephants in the treasure room, they tend to just kind of shoot all at you. Make sure you don't get Venn diagram. Yes, exactly. If losing conceal would kill you, don't check chest. But it's also fine. Like, there's been times where I have checked chest with a conceal in a treasure room, and I did acknowledge the fact that I might get knocked out of my conceal, but every time I was in that situation, I had a plan. And usually the plan was I'll match side if that happens, right? Like, usually that was my plan. Which is not a bad plan, because like sometimes you're like, your resources are a bit bad, and you're like, I could fortune match side this, but I'm not sure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to conceal, check all the gold in that treasure room, and then if I'm knocked out, I will do it. But then if I'm not, then I will not, you know. That's something I've done in the past. So the boss that's coming up, Onra, is a bit hard to time because the time you're going to take on the boss is like very uptime dependent, and this boss, the uptime varies between people depending on your strategy, and also because it's kind of like it kind of works badly with the 1 minute burst of Warrior too. So it's going to be hard to time it. So this boss is not a bad boss to have a little extra time when you go against it. In my case, I will have that extra time, so it's fine. Oh, I haven't fought an Ancro. I will fight an Ancro next. Oh, another patrol. I forgot I only remembered the first patrol. Not the second one. That's why paying attention to your surroundings is kind of overpowered. Alright, what I should do is fight the patrol. Nah, I'll fight an Necro next floor. Nah, we have so much time. Let me fight an Necro right now because I'm not sure if I'll get some on the next floors. So I'll fight an Necro just to show you what it does. But essentially, it's a Ryujin that's worse because it doesn't have an elbow drop and it has a 1 minute enrage. I've never fought a Gozu, huh? I never fought a Gozu too. Gozu is just, all he does is a cone, untelegraphed cone. And a gaze after this. The untelegraphed cone's pretty obvious because he has a very long wind up when he does it too. Ah, what a shame I never fought the Gozu, man. Very, very weird that I never fought a Gozu too. Usually I fight plenty of them. Anyway, so that kill was just to show you the Encro. We didn't need it. Again, I'll just alter. Not even gonna look... I don't even care if I'm ahead. All my flights, all my alters getting used there. No match sight. Do you have to fortune before you conceal, or is there enough time to jam it before the match site? Whenever you match site, there is enough time to fortune after the match site is used. So yes, you can always do match site fortune back to back. So we got mimics there, it's fine. So if I'm not wrong, I use 4 flights, 3 alters this set. 4 or 5 flights? It's 4 or 5 flights and 3 alters. Oh yeah, if you have 3 fortunes, it's never a bad idea to use 1, especially if it's not flighted, and it's not flighted, so let's do that. Now I don't need a strain to clear, but I would like 1 strain just to like kind of demonstrate when is a good time to use 1 on the next set. But if I don't find 1, it's whatever. So anyway, this boss, like I said, is a bit of a bitch to time. So, because the uptime is just so different between attempts, between people, etc. For me, I think this guy is gonna take something like 11 to 12 minutes without strength, probably more like 12 minutes. So that's what I would like to shoot for. That means I have 11 minutes to do 2 floors. So I mean, I definitely have time to fight the one I'm fighting right now. And then the next one, might have to Petri or match site. Preferably Petri if I have to choose. So there's a patrol on the right there. That's why I'm I'm looking this way forward. Army makes preferable to some of the worst mobs. On this set, no. I think it's the worst mob to fight for Warrior. But they also drop 50%. They have a 50% drop rate of chests. So it's probably better to fight it, even though it sucks to fight a bit more. But like damage-wise, they're definitely the worst thing to fight there. So if we had gotten Corridians there, we would not need a floor wipe on the next floor. Pretty guaranteed. Unfortunately, because of the Corridians, we might have floor wipe. It depends. It's like kind of RNG. It depends how many kills I need on this floor and the next one. Keep in mind, I can adjust with my frailties. Like on the boss, I can frailty once, which would probably make it 11 minutes. Oh yeah, I never fought a Crokey, so this guy, Donut, followed by a Cone shortly after. Followed by a Vuln. You can LOS this Vuln if you feel like it. Not really necessary on tank though. But I could hide behind a corner for it. Now I will say something in passing. I will not do it. Even though I would do it like in my own run. If this wasn't for the guide. But what you could do, there is sometimes landmines on the last the last bit of that set. So like sometimes there's landmines on like 87, 88, 89. So sometimes what you can do is you can sight on these floors and you can just do a landmine with a witching. Exactly what we did earlier on. It's just a bit, well, it's just much harder because the monsters are like way harder. They hit way harder. And yeah, so that's an option. I will not do it, but that's an option. Now we got lucky and this was 5 kill, a bit lucky. So and there's many monsters left between me and the key, so let's just conceal out of there. Best use case for conceals is exactly this. Now next floor, we have an altar, but I'm not gonna use it because we picked it up. I think we picked up enough. So let's just have once next floor. Because we have 3. Technically should have F1s before my conceal, because this way I would have kept the conceal. But oh well. Now if this is a bad debuff, I might have Serenity. I cannot do this floor. So this floor we have to use something unfortunate. So like what are my options? See, this is like kind of bad options because if I match side or Petri, I have too much time. But if I Serenity, I might be rushed for time. Either way, I have to take a decision fast, and I've decided that I will Serenity. So I honestly think match side was the better play there. Honestly, I think match side was the better play. You know, that's a case of instant regret. But like I said, it's okay to take the bad decision, but like take it fast rather than like mull it over for like a few minutes. So it's fine. Mistakes happen. I do think in that case though, match side was the better play. It would have put my match side at 3. That's right, at 2, and now I would have had 2 Serenities, 2 Petris, 2 magic sides. Life would have been good. I think I got a little bit influenced by my scoring habits there. Because it's scoring, this is what I would do. But I think for the clear, it makes more sense to match side this. You would be in full panic mode having just one match side for the last set. So keep in mind, it's not exactly like POTD, your Serenities there. Because your match sides are like... how do I put this? One combination of one Petri, one Magicite is like a Serenity. Because if you have a floor with the worst imaginable debuffs, you can always Serenity or Petri / Magicite, right? You can always do one of the two things. So like right now I have one Serenity, but like I have 3 really. Because I have Petri Magicite for like, at the worst possible like case, I could like do 3 floors with these. And I say 3, it's more like 5. Because it's very unlikely that I would get no match side 3 times, you know? Like, it's very unlikely I would have a no match side floor 3 times. That also requires me to Serenity, you know? Like, it would be very... that I can't fight, essentially. It would be very unlikely to happen. So, like, I probably have 5 answers to, like, the debuffs right now. You know, I can probably like match side twice, Petri twice, Serenity once. Yeah, no item bedroom is like the one thing that you can't really play around. But they did it twice. I mean, it can happen, but it's very unlikely to happen. In fact, we already got it twice this run, and I already feel like that's very unlikely. So I want to talk more about what I was just talking about in the video. I'm actually going to make this a bit of a longer segment, so apology if that doesn't interest you. But I think this is pretty fundamental to understanding how to use your Pomanders well in F1 High. So just as a note, whenever you get no item or no match site, these are part of the same, let's call it the same debuff group. You can never get these two together. It's impossible. It's always going to be 1, no item, or 2, no match site, or 3, nothing, right? That's the 3 possible combinations. So with this in mind, if your palms are as if they are in my video right now, right? So I have like 1 Sere, I have 2 Petri, and then I have 3 match site. How, like, what would I need to get for my debuffs for this to, like, to lose, basically? Like, what would I need to get as debuff to lose the run? It would have to be a lot. Like, it's not actually 1 floor. It's not like 2 floors of bad debuffs kills me in that case. It's actually a combination of, like, these 3 things, because if I get bad debuffs, and I mean debuffs, by bad debuffs, I mean unfightable, right? Something that I cannot fight. I would have to get something that I can't fight, well, 4 times. For the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario would be that I get no Magicite plus no ability, so something that is truly unfightable, right? And honestly, this might even require Gloom. Possibly it would be a Gloom also, because I think if it was no ability, there's some floors you could fight, but maybe not all of them. So I would need to get this once. If I get it once, well, I'm obviously gonna Petri, right? So then I Petri. Okay, so now I'm at 1 Petri, 1 Serenity. So then I need to get it again. I get the exact same triple debuff combination. Okay, now I Petri. I'm at 0 Petri. Okay. Now I get it again. Okay, now I have to use my last Serenity. So I'm at 0 Serenity, 0 Petri. And now I lose, right? But you see, that's 4. I need this to happen 4 times. And that's key to understanding like your Serenity, Petri, match site usage in F1 It's that essentially you want to try and keep them close. You want to try and keep the numbers kind of close. Because the closer they are, the more different kind of combinations you're going to be able to survive essentially. So you know, in that case, like if instead of no match site, well, if I didn't get this, but instead I got a no item, no ability, right? Well, then it's the same idea, but I can even get a 5th one, because then I have this match site, you know, I have an extra match site. And you can push this even farther. Let's see, I am the unluckiest person on the entire planet, and I keep getting that combination, but it keeps switching between, you know, no match site and no item. Well, how many bad floors, how many quote-unquote impossible floors can I have? I can have 7 before I lose, right? Because if I get like, you know, no Magi, no item, and then I get, I don't know, no item again, and then I get no Magi, and all of these are no ability Gloom, by the way, because we are the unluckiest person on planet Hard, you know, and no Magi, and then I get no item. So you're looking at this and you're like, wow, you've lost, right? Like you have 1 Serenity. No, I haven't lost because I Petri this, so I'm -1 Petri. I match site this, I'm -1 match site. I match site this, I'm -1 match site. I Petri this, I'm -1 Petri. And I match site this, so I'm -1 match site. See, I still have my Serenity. Even though I had 5 unfightable, objectively unfightable, unluckiest floors on the planet, I still could have an extra one, right? So anyway, that's a very long explanation just to say that for F1 High, you really want to look at this from the perspective of what is my Serenity and Petri and Magi situation like, right? They're like bunched together, essentially. Now back to the run. So I do not recommend you keep patrols alive like what I'm doing right now. I will pull this guy right away. Right, so this boss... So I did Serenity this, but it's not guaranteed that I don't have to floor wipe this, because the boss, like I said, takes about 12 minutes. Maybe 11 minutes if I frailty. But if this floor is high kill, I might still have to do a floor wipe. So that's, you know, that's not out of the equation. I can kill probably 3 more things before I have to do something. Now, like I said, personally, what I would have done a long time ago is just try and landmine. But we're out, so I guess it doesn't matter. But what I would have done a long time ago is I would have tried to landmine either the previous floor or this one. You can do it if you feel comfortable doing it. I just don't want to do things that are too advanced. But that would have been an option. Because you don't need big landmines, right? If I just landmine 2 monsters, now suddenly I could go up to like 9 kills. So it's gonna be a very long run with no strength. And you're gonna see the mechanics over and over. Look forward to it. All right, so Onra. I can actually put the markers. A, B, C, D. These are the 4 markers I use for Onra. So first of all, the fight doesn't really start until he's at 85%. Until then, he's just gonna spam telegraphs. And I don't even remember what order they're in. Some of them are on himself, some of them are on you, some of them are lines. Just make sure you're always in max melee range, and it's fine. Once he's at 85%, the fight starts, and that's why I have these markers. Also, obviously, I have not been using my steals. Steals is convenience. I mean, next set, there could be some situations where I have to steal. It could have happened this set too. If I had like a no ability mimic or gloom mimic, I might have stealed. But next set, it could happen that I have to steal, but I'm trying not to steal intentionally just so I can show the monsters at their worst, damage-wise. So 85% is when he gets to his actual mechanics. So what you want to do is you want to bring him on this specific spot, 3 o'clock. Stand on A. You want to do Ancient Quagga, which will do 50% of your health, so make sure you have health. Then you want to be on B. Let him attack you once. Move. Move to C. Do not read there. Just move to C. Then on C, you wait until he attacks you and does a line AoE. Then you move. And you do this every time. And now you're on D, you just wait there. He's gonna do like a circle on you. Just move back. And that's the whole cycle. After this, he's gonna do, I think, the circle on himself. Like this. And now you just bring the boss back between A and B. And you do this over and over. That's the whole fight on melee. Very easy on tank. Just make sure you don't drop your potion, and you should never drop below 50% HP for the Ancient Quota, because it does 50% of the HP like flat. Like it's not like it always does 50% of my HP there. So mortars are they're not exact science, right? That's why I kind of put them fast. Like it's essentially just like, you know, the edge, corner, and north. Just have them somewhat similar. And yes, this will be a long fight. Fortunately, this boss is not so bad compared to the other one. I mean, he's not the most fun, but he's not too bad. By the way, sometimes there's some patterns where there's none of these balls like blowing up by the boss. Whenever there's a pattern like that, you can stay a little longer doing some melee damage. But I wouldn't read. I wouldn't read. Oh yeah, and by the way, what these balls do is they put a heavy debuff on you. They put a heavy debuff on you, and they also push you back. So it's pretty bad to get hit by them. I will show you what happens when you get hit by one. Will I? I wouldn't want to die. But I should probably show, right? So I'll show you what happens. So if you get hit by this, you get heavy, you have to sprint, right? You have to sprint to avoid this line AoE after this, if you get hit by the ball. And now, you must also sprint in a straight line for whenever he does the Burning Wraith. So that's what you gotta do. If you get hit by the ball, you can recover, and so also you have your invuln, of course. Like, you can't invuln all of this that's coming, but you can invuln like one of the mechanics. But essentially, if you get hit by it, you must sprint and just be quick to dodge the next aircraft. Like, don't do anything different. Keep following the same pattern, but just sprint. Have sprint up. If you get hit and you don't have sprint, good luck. I mean, I think you could still do it, but good luck. It would just be much more tight, you know, but I think you could still do it. Oh my god, it's a long fight. This boss is actually much easier on range jobs, like much easier on range jobs than melees. Melees, that's a boss where being a tank doesn't feel so good. I would much rather be a range DPS. Well, caster or range DPS. Either of them. Well, yeah, as you can see, we kept most of our things for the next set, most of our floor wipes. I mean, we Petried once. I think you would. I think there's a good chance I would have had to Petri twice. If I was like less. If I had used my palms more of a clearing way, I think I should have 2 match sites, 2 Petris right now, and 2 Serenities. I would expect to have 1 less floor wipe. Do the mortars matter for range? Yes, you still want to follow the same pattern. If you have a steal, you can follow exactly the same thing I'm doing. If you don't have a steal, it's exactly the same thing I'm doing. But rather than start on A, you want to start on like the corner. I'll show you. I'll show you. So if you're a ranged job and you don't have a steal, or you just want to take less damage, honestly, it doesn't affect your DPS, right? If you just want to take less damage, start the boss on this spot whenever it does the cycle. Like, start him on this spot. It doesn't matter which way he's facing in that case. He can be facing any direction. And when he does Quadra, you just run straight to like C. Like this. And try to stay in range to do attacks. Because if you do this, he'll run and meteor, but then he won't actually attack you before the meteor. And so you're gonna save an entire meteor every time. That's what you do it on ranged. I've been talking a lot, and let me make sure I'm actually doing okay DPS. I've been like not using my resources and not keeping myself on eyes. 34, 540. 540, 34%. Alright. You should definitely be doing more DPS than I am, because I've not been doing a good job of it. Never be greedy, by the way. Never be greedy there, unless you know there's no balls. But even if there's no balls, don't be greedy. Because that meteor that falls down, first of all, it's sometimes buggy and doesn't show you a proximity marker. But I don't even look at the proximity marker. Because it can actually fall early. Like, it can fall super early. And if you were, like, greedy with your uptime, it can clip you and just, like, one-shot you. So this is not a boss where you want to be greedy. Only be greedy if the time is like, no, like if your time is impossible. Like if the time is terrible, then okay, be greedy. But if you have time to spare, never be greedy on this guy. So I'm checking his HP when he's at 17%. Yeah, 17%. He has to be at 17% before 250 for me to be on pace. Yeah, we're fine. I was very slow though. I was very slow. Something that's nice, if you do have an elder on this boss, and you did, as I said, and you didn't like keep the elder for him specifically. What's nice is if you die on this guy and you have a raising, well, you don't lose a run, because now you can just raise an elder. You know, it's like a good backup. It's like almost an extra raising that can also one-shot the boss. That's why I like having an elder. I don't plan to use it, but it's nice to have it in backup. Because you know, if I died right now, I could never make it. No, obviously. Well, I think that's the next berserk. Sorry, next inner release. And there we go. Very long fight. That took a while. I've been there like, what, 14 minutes almost? 13, 14 minutes? Something like that. Anyway, it took a while. Bombs are, of course, amazing. The only thing that's a bit bad is the one sanity. But it's only bad if we get no item bait rooms. More than once. So, considering we got 2 of them already, very unlikely. Very unlikely. I mean, it's not like getting some before affects the odds of getting some later. But it would still be unlikely to get 2 right now. That's what I mean. So, let's go over this set now. This is the 81 to 90, the one I just did. So this set is a very... There's a high investment of Pomanders used on, you know, the whole time. So, whatever you pick up is going to, like, greatly change the outcome of this set. In my case, I did pick up things, but I tried to limit what I used that was coming from the floor. Very much so. So anyway, we'll just go through the floors one by one. I'd say on this set, on average, it's going to be 7 or 8 kills. A little more biased towards the 7 though. So, you know, if I were to put it in numbers again, probably a 7.3 or so on average. But I would say it's a little more biased towards the 7. So anyway, first floor, we did get 7. So that's exactly on average. We strength frailty. I do recommend you strength frailty every time on 81 if you can afford them. If you do not have a strength, if you don't have a strength, I would not frailty. This is a combination I like using together. Frailty plus strength. If you don't have a strength or you don't have a frailty, well, if you don't have a frailty, I think I would still strength. But if you don't have a strength, I would not frailty, and instead I would either fight this floor normally, or I would even Petri it if I had to re-Petri. But you know, it's rare that you don't have a strength and a frailty at this point. It can happen though. But you know, whatever you do, fight this normally, or you can even Petri if there's a treasure room, or just like, you know, just if you have 3 Petris but nothing else, it's never a bad play. Like essentially for this set, what matters is keeping your things at 2 as much as you can, so that you can actually use the freebies you're gonna find in the chest. But anyway, in our case, trying frailty. First floor, we fought it. Now, when I finished this floor, it took 7 minutes. When I finished this floor, I still had a little bit of strength, and as I said in the guide, I like to decide if I'm going to flight or alter, depending on if I have a little bit of strength left. In that case, I did have some strength left, so I flighted. I did a flight. And we went to the next floor, which was a 3 kill. That's pretty lucky. However, we killed 4 anyway, so it kind of turned out to be average in the end. It was a gloom, but because of the flight, right? Because I had the flight, well, I just decided to fight the gloom. If I had altered there, let's say there's an alternate universe where I did this exact same strat. However, it took me, I don't know, 9 kill to get out, because I did kill 8. Like, if it took me 9 kill to get out, then my strength would have been out, and then I would have probably altered instead. So if this was not a flight and instead this was an alter, then I had altered this and I had gotten the gloom. Well, in that case, there's like two ways it could have went, right? This could have went. My first option, if I had gotten Corrigans, I would have probably fought this anyway. However, if I had gotten Mimics, this would have been a Petri, 100%. So, you know, if I had gotten Mimics, I would have Petri. If I had gotten Corrigans, I would have fought. This would have been what this would have been like if I had altered instead. Now, I can't make a branching path for every single possible combination of things you could encounter, but that's just like to give you the way I'm thinking there. Like, every time you have an excuse to use something and put at 2, you want to go for it. So anyway, we did this floor. It was pretty average. Then we're on to the next floor. This was a big room, no item. Unfortunate combination, because this always forces a Serenity out of you. And so that's what I had to do. Now, this was a bit of a unique situation that you're probably not going to get in your run. But in my case, this floor, which I had altered at this point, because my alters were at 3 at this point, so that's why I didn't alter on 82 into ET3. I got a Mimic treasure room, which made it well, the fact that I got mimics at all made it kind of very convenient for me to Petri, because my Petris were still at 3. And this was a great opportunity to Petri Fortune, since I knew there would be a lot of monsters to kill and a lot of pickups after this. But the Mimic was actually a treasure room, so I got like 10 plus Mimics, so that was even better. And that's what I did. The reason I prefer to Petri Fortune, like I said, 2 reasons. First of all is I had 3 Petris at this point, so it was a good reason to put it down at 2. The other reason is because now that this had forced my Serenity, and I was already coming to the set with 2 Serenities, at this point, I was at 1 Serenity, which is quite low. And so it was just like a great opportunity all around to maybe fish for pickups. And I did pick up 2 Serenities. Very lucky. Very lucky. So that's what I did on this floor. And now at this point, we're always alternating flight and altar. So there I did a flight. I had to choose between altar or flight. No particular reason why I did a flight there. And then next floor was a no ability, which if I had not picked up the Serenities, that I just did, and I would have been on this floor with 1 Serenity, but it would have been a no ability. I would have not Serenity this. I would have probably fought this floor. It would have really sucked, but I would have probably just kind of sucked it up and fought this floor, and then I would have probably been looking to use a match site at some point later on. So it would have affected my decision making. Something else I might have done is, if I had not picked up these 2 Serenities, I would have probably altered instead of flighted the next floor. So there I would not have used this. I would have used an altar, because then an altar, if this had mimics, it's the same, right, as the branching pad I said. Now, if I had gotten mimics, then it would have been kind of an easy magic site plus fortune, right? But then if I had gotten Corrigan, it would have been the same kind of like, do I fight situation. In that case, I would have probably match sighted anyway. Kind of playing against around the Serenity, right? But anyway, in our case, because we picked up the Serenities, and you might just have Serenities. I was pretty unlucky on the Serenity this run. I had Big Room No Item twice, which is a mandatory Serenity. Unfortunate. By the way, because I had the Serenities, I decided to Serenity this flighted no ability, just so I would make sure I don't fall behind on time. Then I flighted again, next floor. Yeah, I flighted again, next floor. And then we fought it. Nothing special to say about this floor. It was free of debuffs, just fought. It was a big room, right? It was a big room. So it cost me a safety, but it wasn't no item this time, so it was fine. And then I flighted again, right? Into the next floor. Again, nothing to say about it. Just fought it normally. 4/4. All these kills are really average. That's about what you would expect. There I use an altar because I was trying to get all my altars and flies down to 0. Use this altar over there. It gave me 2 Corrigans, which is nice. So I just fought this floor. If I had gotten mimics, it would have depended on like my time. My time was quite good this time around, but it kind of depends on my time, because if I had altered, well, I did, but if I had altered and this was mimics instead of the Corrigans, well, because this floor had a treasure room, I would have been way more likely to Petri or match site, simply so that I can get even more pickups. Also, like you remember when I said about the Serenity pickups, right? Let's say I did not pick up these Serenities, like I said, and then I flighted, this floor, and then I fought this floor instead of using Serenity. I would have been way more behind. And with all of this in mind, if I was in that situation, then I would have 100% Petri this treasure room that I got there, even if I had gotten, even with the Corrigans. So, kind of adjusting on the fly again. But in our case, we had a treasure room. However, we had 2 Corrigans and time was good, so I decided to just fight this. And then I used an altar again. This altar gave me mimics on the next floor, and I just fought the next floor. Pretty lucky floor, though. This was actually 5 kill to get out. Pretty lucky. Even though I did get the mimics, it was pretty lucky. So I just fought this, and then I got onto like the last floor. At this point, I made, in my opinion, a mistake. This floor I had really bad debuffs, which there's no way I can fight something like this. And I had to decide what I wanted to use. I use a Serenity. I think this was a mistake, like I mentioned in the guide. Because at this point, my palms were looking like this, right? I had 2 Serenities. I had 2 Petris. And then I had 3 Match Sight. It doesn't really make sense to go down to 1 Serenity. It doesn't really make sense to like do -1 Serenity when I just instead should do -1 Match Sight and then have like a nice 2-2-2 you know, rounded up number. I use a Serenity. This was a little bit more of what I would do in a score run, but in a clear run, this was not a good decision. Especially because Serenity is the only thing that can get you out of the no item bedroom, so they're kind of precious. When there are 3, it's okay to use 1 in my opinion. When there are 2 though, I would really hesitate. So anyway, kind of a mistake there. I did Serenity this in the end. I did fight. And this was a 4 kill open. That is, this was not flighted? This was very lucky. I didn't realize this was 4. Very lucky. Yeah, very lucky. So you know, it's even more proving my point that this was a huge mistake. Because if I had just nuked this, I would not have had to worry about time too much. But now in this case, if I had gotten like just an average kill count, and this was like 7 kill. No, if it would have been to be 8. Like if this was 8 or 9 kill, I would have had to Petri this anyway, because otherwise I would not have had made it for the boss. So just heads up, you can still make mistakes. Though like I said, it's better to make mistakes fast than make the correct decision, but take a long time for it. So as you can see, we're not all perfect. So anyway, it's very hard for me to like... All I can do is show you how my run went. But TLDR for this set, it's just like, you know, it's a pretty... It's a pretty easy pattern to follow. It's just that then you have to react to debuffs. Just use all your flights, all your altars that remain. Use your strength, especially at the beginning. Use your frailties, especially at the beginning. And then later, and then you know you will use at least 1 Petri. So like in your head, first opportunity to use a Petri, go for it. And I would say you are very likely to use also a Match Sight or a second Petri. So like as soon as you see opportunities to use those, go for them. But for the flight and the altars, don't really look for opportunities. Just use all of them. All of them. Also, another thing I will mention, and I do mention this later in the guide too, but my usage of Affluence and Fortune was very bad. Specifically because I do this mistake, and when I'm doing my guides, I'm trying to not be too lucky, which makes me not consider the Affluence and Fortune, but you should. Every time I did as soon as all my pawns were around 2, excluding maybe Match Sight, there's no reason I should not Affluence every time I flight. Because Affluence Flight is just an insanely good combination, right? So, you know, every time I use a flight, I should have Affluence as well. There's no reason I should not have done this. And every time I fought a floor which was not flighted, like for example, this one, well, I should Fortune these, right? No reason not to. So anyway, I will give you the kill times on the bosses. The boss for me, this time took 13 minutes, very long. And I lost a lot of time explaining and everything, so I think this was much longer than it should be. Now I'll give you the kill times I have. Keep in mind, it might vary depending on your uptime and just like your comfort level on the boss. It's also like, it's a tricky boss to time, so I do recommend Onra even if you have a kill time. Make sure you do the 50% strat, right, where you just do 50% of its health, check the time, see if you've done it under 50% of the time. If so, you're correct. If it's above, you're not correct. Make sure you do it. But there's the kill times I have. About 13 minutes if you use nothing on this boss, like I did. But in my case, in my opinion, I lost an entire minute just from like just fucking around. So it should have been 12. So I will say 13 to be safe if you use absolutely nothing. If you use a strength, it's going to be around 11 with a strength. If you use a strength frailty, there I think frailty is a little less valuable on Onra because there's a lot of like uptime issues, so your frailty isn't really saving you an entire minute. I see it more like a 45-second time save. So if you strain plus frailty, in my opinion, it should be around 10:45, and then if you use 2 frailty, well, it's going to be 10 instead. And then just kind of like if you use 3, well, it's going to be like 9:15. But you know, it's tricky to time this boss. You can use these as a baseline, but I wouldn't like blindly trust these. And like also frailty, I said it on every boss, but especially Onra. If you know you'll need a frailty, or you're like pretty sure you need a frailty, use it early on for 2 reasons. First of all, is if you can use it during the first 15%, there's no uptime issue, so you don't like get more damage. Second reason is that if you're not sure about the time and you frailty right away, then it's going to be easier for you to time the health of the boss, because you can just begin to time it when the frailty drops, because it's going to be much easier, right? Because let's say after your frailty is at 70%, you know, after your frailty is at 70%, well, now you just have to do that, and you have, like, I don't know, like 8 minutes left. Man, there's like no space to write one side. Like, let's say that 70% after the frailty is over, so you spend 3 minutes, and now there's 8 minutes left. Well, now all you have to do is check, you know, like, is it at 35% before 4 minutes, you know? That's all you would have to do after this. But then if you do the frailty, like, you know, after a while, it's going to be much harder to time this. So anyway, I had a lot to say about this set. I do consider this to be the hardest set in F1-100. Just make sure to keep your things at 2, use all your flights, use your altars, and I'm sure you can get through it as well. So next set, and last set, a lot to talk about. So this set's gonna be hard, like, to kind of explain it. This is gonna be hard to win and explain and show what every monster does, because it's a set where you usually want to like kind of nuke everything. I will try my best to fight all the monsters, but I can't guarantee that I will be able to. Because it's possible that I never have an opportunity to fight something that's annoying, you know. So anyway, all the monsters have something to do, to talk about. Gozu, he charges you, like the Metandra, the Manticore, etc. Charges you on pull, and then he alternates between 2 abilities. He does a untelegraphed cone and an untelegraphed AoE, point blank. And he alternates between them. He always starts with the cone. He also just hurts a lot. Tank Buster really hurts. This is a monster that is not a bad idea to steal against, even on tank. He's also a patrol, and he's huge. So, you know, he has a lot of things going against him. Nupepo Monk hurts a lot. On tank, it's okay. You can arm's length his ace buff that he's gonna give himself. Nupepo Warrior, it hurts a lot. He does it. He does a very static pattern of like, he's gonna tank buster you on pull, then he's gonna charge you 3 times, which knocks you back. Then he'll like attack you for a bit. Then he'll do his big tank buster. That thing can crit. It slaps hard. You definitely need defensives when it's happening, because if it crits, it might one tap you. I'm not sure, but it might one tap you without steal. So just a heads up. Nupepo White Mage, very easy. You can face tank that guy on tank, but you should just do the LOS strat against it. Mifune just hurts. Yeah, he does a charge that you have to LOS. You can tank it on tank, but you should probably LOS it instead. Jackie does a Carib, which is just something that puts you at 1 HP if you get hit, which essentially makes you die. You can LOS it, or you can stun the monster. You might also be able to interrupt it, I think. Jinba is just a hard hitter monster. He keeps doing damage up on himself the longer the fight takes. He does a gaze, and then he does a meteor. But the meteor is weird. It started on you when he casts it, but then it doesn't tell you where it actually like originates from. So you should LOS this, but you have to like make sure you LOS it Like, don't be LOSing on like the edge or something, right? You have to LOS it, like, it has to be obvious that it's gonna like not hit you, because it's not clear where the center of it is. Kubinashi is a very hard hitter that also keeps increasing his damage the longer the fight takes. He also life steals. Pretty bad pull overall. He also has an enrage, but you can interrupt it and you can LOS it. Kyozo is a somewhat easy monster. He just hurts a bit. He has a Fibro Plumage move, which gives him a buff to him and his allies that are nearby. Usually just himself, though. You can stun it, though. And interrupt. Kurokishi, just a hard hitter. Tenma is a hard hitter that has a on-telegraph line AoE. And also an on-telegraph point-blank AoE. Sorry, telegraph point-blank AoE. You can stun that guy, or you can interrupt the... Usually I just stun that guy when he does the big AoE, though. Shapti just does a line AoE that's very fast. It's telegraph, though, so you can dodge it easily. Zenki does... he hits hard. He has a range tank buster. That's the only thing that's really unique about him. Dodo is insanely bad to fight and will not fight one. This guy just has, like, insanely time-wasting abilities. Also just is very strong. Will not fight him. Mimics really hurt at this stage, but everything really hurts. So... But the Mimic really hurt. You don't need a steal for it, but it's likely to cost you a steal if you fight him like in a tight environment, or if there's any debuffs you need a steal. If there's like a gloom, you can't. I don't think you can fight this. So, so this set, the game plan for this set is that you want to clear. So, you know, that's kind of the game plan. So there's not really a game plan. It's more like this set is entirely reacting to debuffs. 99% of this set is just reacting to debuffs. So whatever I use will heavily depend on what debuffs I'm seeing and when. It also depends a bit on like the patrols. If I get a floor that has a lot of patrols, which makes it likely for me to like mess up and die, then it's a floor I'm more likely to like floor wipe. But outside of that, it's entirely debuffs. The only thing that's like set in stone for this set, and that is different from my guide that I made before. So if you've seen my guide before and you want to know like the big difference between the two guides, that's the difference. Is now we know that 99 cannot have the no match side debuff. Neither can 97 and 98, but 97 and 98 can be big rooms. But yes, 99 cannot be... It cannot be a big room, or it cannot have no match side, right? It's like both. And because of this, we know that means that if you match side 99, it's always win. Like, it's always going to clear the floor, guaranteed. Because you can never have the no match side debuff, and it can never be a big room, which means you never have to like Serenity, Safety the floor. So we have to keep one... we have to keep one match side for 99. That's the only thing that's like set in stone. Everything else, it depends what the floor gives me. What the floors give me. We also have to like kind of acknowledge our safety situation. The less safeties we have, the more I have to keep some conceals for big rooms. And if we have one Serenity, which we do, if we have only one Serenity, we must keep it for a big room. No item. So anyway, let's head in. And this is going to be a very like react kind of set, like I said. So the way it's going to do when you're run, it's probably going to be different than mine. However, you will keep your match side for 99 as well. The only reason I wouldn't keep a match side for 99 is if you need it or you lose before that. Like, if you need it or you lose, of course, use it. But only exception. Of course, raising. I hope you have a raising for this set, because this is a very nerve-wracking set if you don't have a raising. So, first floor, if I had a strength, I would 100% strength and fight this. However, we don't. Yes, we do not. So the best thing to fight is a white mage, but on warrior, we can probably fight a monk too easily. Key is there. Okay, there's one patrol. So fighting the patrol first is always a great thing. Now we don't have a strength, which kind of makes it not very attractive to fight. It's kind of making me want to match site. I will not. I will just fight this normally. Alright, this guy hurts a lot. Heads up. He does cone. He will do a cone first, I swear. There. Followed by a spin move on himself. Canelo was this, by the way. These guys are like, it's always important to kill patrols first, but especially these Gozus. Because they will fuck you up. Like, if you pull this guy while you're fighting something else, it's almost impossible to manage it. He does too much damage and he has too many abilities that require you to move, right? Alright, so the reason I'm fighting this, even if I don't have a strength running, is because it's honestly because I have one Serenity. Because I can't really afford to Serenity anything about a big room. And that means if I have a no ability or something like that, or like a Gloom, I will nuke floor wipe it. So for this reason, I would rather fight this no strength. Even though it would make perfect sense to match side right now. But I think it's a bit better to just fight this. Now that means this floor, don't get spooked, this floor could take like 12 minutes or more. If this is a high kill, it could easily take that much time. Also the white mage, what I'm doing is the LOS strat, but you can face tank these guys on warrior if you want. Just make sure you use potion defensive. Sorry. It's good to know that you can face tank it, because if there's a Gozu coming and then you're stuck fighting this guy, then it's probably better for you to hide in a corner and face tank the white mage. Oops. Also, I didn't stun correctly there. So this guy, after he does his 2 buffs, he's gonna like dodge you. I have a defensive up for this to reduce the damage. Then he'll do 3 tank busters of 3 hits. So see that triple threat, he does it 3 times. So it's like 3 times 3. Like this. And once he does them, and he's done until he buffs himself again. So that's the first buff. The second buff, what I like doing is I like stunning during this buff, because it would give him like evasion. Now what you can do when he buffs his ace is you can actually arm's length, and if you do that, he's gonna remove it, right? Why is he not removing it? What? Why didn't my arm's length go, like, buff go away? Am I drunk? Did you guys see that? Like, I arm's length, but I didn't get the buff. What? What was that? Anyway, what's supposed to happen is when you arm's length, he's gonna like it's gonna like override his ace buff, and that reduces the damage you're gonna take significantly. You think the damage of the enemy warriors was nerfed at some point? I don't think it was nerfed. I don't think it was nerfed, unless it's very recently, because I've seen someone get one-shot by it recently on a DPS job, which I think it's what it did before. It's the same as before. What might have happened to you is it didn't crit. Because if it doesn't crit, it's not as scary, but if it crits, then it will like kind of ultra give you. So let's pull a warrior. This guy's really bad. I highly recommend you have steel. He's gonna open with a tank buster, which actually hurts. Then he's gonna do triple knockback. Be like against the wall for this. And then after this, he's gonna attack you for a bit, and then he'll do like the raging rush move. What I like doing is I like stunning, popping all my defenses, and getting ready for this. And it crit me there. See, it crit me. This hurt. I had vengeance plus rampart for this. Okay, like keep this in mind. I'll gang this because I'm not sure. Okay, this time it didn't crit me, but you get how it works. Anyway, highly recommend you have steel for this guy. Highly recommend you have steel. 10k through vengeance, rampart is a lot. Yes, it is. It is a lot. And I think I had my shield too. I think I had shake it off too. So it was even a little more. Of course, on the last set, there is zero reason not to fortune, which I should have done already. I'm sorry, man. It was the same in my POTD guide. I'm really not on top of my F1s and fortune usage because I'm like trying not to pick up too many chests. So in my brain, I'm just not really thinking of using them. But you should use them. Whenever there are 3, you should always find an excuse to use them, and you should just use them in general. So right now is a perfect time for fortune, obviously, because I'm fighting a lot and there are 3. In F1s, of course, there's no reason not to use it. Even more so right now, because if I use it, it's going to increase the odds of a treasure room, right? And if I get a treasure room early on, well, it's great, because then I just nuke it, right? I just explode it with my palms, and I'm very likely to get pickups. Oh, perhaps stun there, my bad. You see there with arm's length, it put the slow on him. That's what I meant. By the way, it's not immediately obvious if you don't play Warrior a lot, but Trail of Battle, it is actually like a heal, right? Because this like increases your HP, but the part of this skill which is interesting is it also like gives you back 20% instantly. It's essentially a heal for the context of Deep Dungeon. Okay, well I was not over the potsherd, but who cares? So we'll just keep pulling. Anything but the warrior, preferably. If I do have to pull a warrior, well, you saw what it was like earlier. It's kind of like a need all your cooldowns kind of fight. So as I mentioned this a while ago actually, but a respawn timer starting from 31 is 10 minutes. And that is the first set where this is going to be relevant, because as you can see, a respawn is going to happen now. So you have to keep in mind the respawn, because it could be a patrol. It could be a patrol. So when it happens, just kind of like peek around, see like what's up. This guy, as a reminder, he does triple tank buster. Whenever he buffs himself. So see, right now we are really behind. I told you time was gonna look very sus first floor. Whenever you fight the first floor, especially no strength, that's how it is. We're doing above average though. This is 9 kill, at least 9 kill, so pretty above average right now. I would expect 8 on average on this set. That is fine though. I mean, there is no way we're gonna time out. Spoiler alert. But because with 5 floor wives, we just can't. The only way we would lose this is from like terrible debuff luck. Only way we lose this. And by terrible debuff luck, I mean we get no item bedroom twice with no serenity for it. Which is unlikely, but it is a possibility. Oh, we're going to 10 kill. A bit unfortunate for sure. So this would be 10 kill, which is already quite above average, so I would expect this to open. And it did open. Now there's a silver. So yes, no reason not to have once. There's also no reason not to alter, but I'll just keep it because it was a pickup. I don't think we necessarily need it. So there are debuffs. So that's a floor that we 100% don't fight. We got a Petri, but I don't want to use this Petri. I don't really want to rely on pickups to clear. So we are looking to match side or Petri this. It's really up to me what I want to do. Preferably, if I have a good Petri layout, I Petri. If I don't, I match side, right? Or I can also do something. I can also decide to match side for pickups. That's an option. In fact, I think that's a better option. Because it is a pretty big floor, as you can see. So what you want to do when you want to match side, I wouldn't go crazy and like check every single chest that's like available. I don't think that's worth your time. But I would check any gold chest that's like not too far. Now we're just checking some chests. And now because the key is over there and I'm gonna fortune, that means I will have to come back there. In that case, I can actually go like back. Because it doesn't make a difference. I'll have to come back there anyway. Patrol. And we're just gonna match side there. So there's gonna be many chests. I mean, there should be, but the map doesn't seem like it's agreeing with me. Anyway, there should be some drops. We're gonna check. If there were many drops, I would just pop maybe a safety. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we got the fortune to be to proc at all. Maybe in the last room, but anyway, this was, even if we don't get drops, this was still a correct call to match side or Petri this, just because we're not fighting with that many floor wipes. The reason why you kept all your floor wipes up there is so you don't have to fight floors like this, right? So we're definitely not fighting this. I would only fight a floor like this if I had a flight running. So we got one drop. I mean, it's better than 0. All we really want is a Serenity. Everything else is irrelevant. No reason not to F once again. So we have 5 floor wide, but you can assume I have 4. I would not like to use that last Petri unless we absolutely need it, of course. So this is fightable. However, it's not flighted. And then we have a Serenity, so we should be fine. So it's not fightable. Sorry, it's not... I could fight this. However, I think that's a treasure room. Am I wrong? So if you set treasure room and you have floor wipes, there is, in my opinion, almost no reason you should not nuke it. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Now I would like to be able to run in the middle of the room. I don't know though if I really want to spare something for it. I don't think I want to spare something for it. So we'll just... Something you could do, and I should have done there. However, I wanted to limit what I was using, right? But something that would have made sense to use is go to the edge of this room and witch chain. And then you would simply tomahawk every single witched monster. Pop a defensive or 2 to make sure you don't die from the imp damage. And then once you had a few of them on you, you would just go to like near the other room, and then you would begin your Petri. This way you would have a great head start, right? You'd probably be able to get 10 plus monsters with the Petri, rather than the fuse I'm going to be getting there. Damn, that's slow, man. That's slow, but I don't want to use a safety for this. So anyway, if you find a treasure room, I think even if it's like a good floor, if you have the floor wipe to spare, I would always Fortune Petri or Fortune Match. I would just nuke it, just because the drop rate of chest is too good to pass up. Right, that's like 12. That's 12 kills, and this was on the very low side. I didn't get a single drop. Nice. This was on the low side. If I had 3 safeties, I would 100 have safety this. But anyway, even if we get no drops, we're still saving hella time. That was kind of a free Petri, right? Very easy to set up. And now we just leave. We can Fortune again, of course. No reason to hold it. Now, I have flight. I should fly. I should alter. As a reminder, I'm not using them intentionally, because I want to limit what I'm using. But yes, we have them. We could use them. Gloom, we don't want to fight this again. So right now, we have 2 match sites, 1 Petri, 2 Serenities. I would probably Petri this. Like I said, it's gonna be hard to show every monster because it's not really up to me what I can fight, right? It depends what debuffs I get. Anyway, we're going to Petri this. I'm just trying to see where the key is. Well, now we're going to Petri this in the next 10 seconds because I cannot tank this guy. So we'll Petri this. We might get pickups, who knows? Always try and keep your sprint for the Petri. Because your sprint, if you're not aware, if you do it out of combat, it's 20 seconds instead of 10. So usually what you want to do for a Petri is you want to make sure there's no monster on you, and then you pop sprint and you get 20 seconds of increased movement speed, right? Alright, creating unlucky key placement. That's fine, we can work with that. So I'll just backtrack, check a few chests. If we get an MMH, it's a guaranteed steal. But we can afford it, so... So right now we have 2 match side, 0 Petri. Because we're kind of ignoring the one that I have there. We assume it doesn't exist. And I said that you want to keep a match side for 99. So that means there's 1 floor that I can still nuke, but everything else we should try and fight it. That means 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 4 floors left. and one I can nuke. That's 3. There's 3 floors I must fight. Of course, I don't want to fight something with bad debuffs. By the way, if I pull one of these guys... Well, thought about bad... Yeah, I'll just conceal. It's my last conceal, but I have safeties inside. In fact, I don't know why I wasted that safety. That was a bit hasty. Oh well. Anyway, so of course, I would flight or alter there. We're pretending they don't exist. Whatever you pick up, use it, right? It's not really worth to think of like when's the best time for it. Just if you pick up something, you use it. It's that simple. All right, so we got a big room. Wonder if I'm gonna regret wasting that safety. Maybe I will. So anyway, let me show you the Jackie first. So the Jackie, like I said, he does a cherub. He has a range tank buster, which kind of hurts. But this is the cherub. You can stun or interrupt or LOS. You have many options, up to you. He will do it again, but it takes a while for him to do it again. So you might not get to the point where he does it again. I will strain, maybe frailty, I'll see. Now this, if you were to fortune match side this, it would not be a bad idea just for pickups. But if I did this, for me to fortune match side this, it would be if my serenities were looking really bad. So like if I had 1 serenity or 0, I think I would fortune match side this for the pickups. But because that's not the case, I'm not gonna do it. Jimba. So like I said, he just keeps buffing his damage, and he has this like big meteor move he's gonna do too. He's gonna do it after his gaze. This guy hurts, by the way. Be careful. So don't look at this gaze or you will die. It's gonna hurt the whole time. Now his circle thing is centered on yourself, as far as I'm aware. So like wherever you were when he started it, I'll hit home game because I'm not even sure, but yes. Wherever you are when he started it, sorry, when he finished it is where it's gonna fall. So you must LOS from this point. It's just hard to trust it because there's like no markers or anything, right? That's why I hesitated a bit there. And yeah, the longer he's in combat, the more he's buffing himself. So that's not a fight you wanna like keep for long. Gozu, pretty easy monster. All he does is attack, and he does a self buff that buffs his defense. Oh, he does this too, this small gust thing. You just want to stun or interrupt his buff. You don't want to deal with it, this thing. Now a little tip, if you're fighting Gozu in Gloom, the buff will override the Gloom defense buff, so it's actually good to let it through once. But if it's not Gloom, never let it through. No reason to. So, Mifune, I'll show you what the Mifune does. Oh yeah, by the way, the Gyozos, they also shoot at you from other rooms, which is exactly what he was trying to do there. They'll just do the ghost move on you, but from from out of combat. So just pay attention to your feats. Also, a little unrelated, well, somewhat related tip. Specifically for big rooms, whenever you're in the water, it's kind of hard to see telegraphs under you. So just whenever you're in the water, see it's like kind of hard to see it. Just pay more attention. Mifune is a hard hitter that has a charge move that you either tank with steel with defensives if you have like no room, but preferably you're gonna LOS it. And it's very easy to LOS. Whenever you see the marker like the telegraph happen, you just hide behind something. Now this telegraph, I don't know why. It's like if you're like LOSing on the edge, it sometimes will still go through. So make sure you're like properly hidden. But as long as you are, it's fine. And he will do it again, by the way. That's why I'm staying close. You'll see like this. So there's only the patrol I haven't shown. Oh, I guess I haven't shown a mimic yet. So this guy really hurts. I think I should be able to fight it no steel, but as you're gonna see, the damage is really nuts. This is a monster that you kind of want room to kite for it, and you want your defensives too. Well, unless you dodge the attacks like this. Unless you dodge twice. But keep in mind, right? You can dodge, but you can also crit you. Wow, 3 dodge. But yeah, I mean, it's a very easy monster if you just dodge every attack. Just dodge for it. He didn't look that bad, but trust me, he's really bad. Okay, just steel, I'm not gonna use that just so I can keep showing no steel monsters. Alter, we're not gonna use that. So Kubinashi, very hard hitter, a big hard hitter. I will pull him after I clean this Kyozo. It's a monster that it's a bit like New People Warrior. You can fight it. It's not as bad as a New People Warrior, but it's like pretty hard. It can be pretty hard if you take a while to kill him. You can cheese him a bit though, and I'll show you what I mean. He can be cheesed. I know you guys love some good cheese. Alright, so let's pull this one. So preferably you want to fight the Kubinashi near any kind of wall, or like, you know, a bit like the white mage's LOS, because you can actually LOS this guy. He does a tank buster quite often. I'm gonna show you. This thing, Iron Justice, is a tank buster. However, there's a catch to it. It's exactly like the wolf early on that we fought. You can LOS this if you're behind some like object whenever he does it. And he does it every 5 seconds or so. So see there, I'm gonna hide. He'll do it again. And then I just count like up to 5 in my head. Usually it's every two attacks. You see like this. And yes, he keeps buffing himself, and he will enrage too. He has an enrage that you can interrupt. So yes, as long as you cheese the tank buster every time it's up, this guy is not too bad. If you don't cheese the thing, it's gonna get ugly fast. I still think it's impossible. I still think it's possible, but it's like a, you know, it's like a all your cooldowns angle and maybe even all game. But he's good to. It's a good monster to know how to kill because he's a patrol, right? So I think this is a monster that it's actually worth to cheese him with the LOS thing. I think it's worth to learn it, right? You just kind of count to 5, and every time it's at the 4th second, you hide behind the wall, wait until he does the animation, and then once he does the animation, you come out, attack him a bit, go hiding again, and then if he gets to the enraged Nebula, you can interrupt or LOS it. This was 9 kill, man. Unlucky. Very high kills. I don't even know where the key is. Interesting. It's not there. It's on the other side, I bet. Oh, it's there, yeah. You got another Petri, not gonna use that. So right now we have 2 match sites. We don't have these Petris, they don't exist. Also, I would rather not flight, not alter. We'll see if we need them. We only have to fight 2 more floors, so let's see what we get next one. We still have 1 match site that we can use, which because I don't want to use it on 99. This is obviously my match site because treasure room, bad debuffs. We ain't fighting that, chief. We ain't fighting that. Now, unfortunately, I can't safety. So if there's chests, if there is chests, well, I can't really. Go in the middle of the room. I mean, I can, but it might cost me my raising, right? So if we get a mimic, we can do the mimic, but we have to steal for guaranteed. Conceal's very nice. Go steal. Go Serenity. We don't need it. Well, maybe we need it, but it's very unlikely that we need it. No, actually, we don't need it. It's impossible that we need this Serenity, because if I Serenity 97, 98, I don't have to Serenity 99, so we don't need this. Impossible. In fact, we should just leave, because we have everything we need. No reason to stick around. Yes, we can't lose. Yeah, it's impossible to lose at this point. Because if I get big room, worst case scenario, I get big room 97, 98, both or no item. I still Serenity both. I can get rid of the Fate keys in both, and then 99 I can match site. So at this point we cannot lose. So we're obviously going to match site. Sorry, Serenity. So the plan right now is simply we fight 97, 98, and then we match site 99. Which doesn't require... It will not require a Serenity. I have it, but I don't need it. So Tenma is a pretty hard hitter. He'll do a line AoE on Telegraph. Soon. I swear it's coming. There. Followed by a Telegraphed point blank. Which you can stun that guy. I'll just do that so I don't have to deal with the other Tenma right now. Burning Bright. Of course, kill the patrols first. I mean, in that case, the key is right there, so there's no reason not to kill the patrols. So it's not like I have to explore. I am very satisfied with this run overall. The way this went, I think this was about as good as it could have been for the guide. Covered a lot of different scenarios. Not too lucky. Barely picked up anything. I mean, I did pick up things, but I barely used anything I picked up. Very few things. Pretty satisfied with the way this turned out. If you have any, if anyone has any questions while we kind of go on that victory lap at the end there, feel free to ask them. Deep dungeon related questions, of course. Ooh, nice. These monsters really hit hard, by the way. Like you are warrior, and you can see how much damage it's doing to me. I have the most survivable job the entire game for this place, at least. You can imagine why people say this is hard on DPS. Like fighting these on DPS is magnitude's order. It's like not even close. It's why DPS jobs will never be stronger than tanks in F1 High. The only way they would be is if like monsters got nerfed, like damage-wise, or like crits were removed or something. But until that day, it's I don't see how a DPS can beat a tank in consistency. I just don't see how. So I think there was another patrol somewhere, but I don't know where it went. It's probably in that direction. It's probably in that direction. Yeah, there it is. This Philo Plumage move, by the way, is AoE. It will buff its allies too. The range is like a bit short. But even if it buffs its allies, it's not gonna like pull them in combat or anything. So it's not you don't really have to worry about that. Even if he like splashes it on its allies, it'll fall off and they won't pull or anything. And as a reminder, 99, if you have a match side that you keep for 99, which is exactly what I'm doing right now, you can always beat 99 without a Serenity. Very, very, very important thing to remember compared to the old guy. It doesn't sound like a big deal, but it is, because that's like one less floor where Serenity is required. I have not... No, there's a few monsters I haven't fought on this set. Two of them, I believe. But we fought all the very difficult ones, so it's fine. We did actually show everything without steel too. Without steel. Showed everything without steel. Tenma. Yes, it's an AoE buff, and yes, you can technically use it to remove the Gloom buff from other things in the Gloom floor. However, I've never really been in a situation where I've been able to use this. I've never been like in a situation where I was able to use that information, because it's too hard to set up. As a reminder, we found 3 floor wipes. I think 3 or 4 floor wipes in total. 4. We found 4 floor wipes. 2 of these are there, and 2 of them I just left on the ground. So there was still a lot of juice left if I was picking up the things. That's things you would have found. Like, if I gave you that seed on your own run, and you found these 4 floor wipes, well, now you would have no. You would be quite ahead of me already. It's really not so bad to clear F1 High. It's really not so bad. As long as you know the strat, which is just kind of like what I did in the 81, where you just mash in flight and alter non-stop. As long as you know this strat, I feel like it's really not that bad to clear F1 High. On tanks, at least. Some people find it easier than POTD. I don't know if I find it easier than QTD. I feel like for me, they're a bit of the same. Very close. Well, that's 7 kill. Nice. A little lucky in my opinion for a 7 open. So there's only one floor I've left to fight. Best case scenario is next floor is a big room. But though honestly at this case it doesn't matter. I would like it if I don't have to Serenity just so I can use one less. I feel like this has been a very high Serenity run. Only thing I don't like about it. Let me get this. Never mind. I will not get this bronze. If it's a blind or something, I'll just fight with it, I think. Okay, it's a no item. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, I can Serenity this, right? Of course. But interesting. I kind of almost want to just try and fight this. I don't know if I can fight this. I can try. I can try. Why not? Okay, damn. There's a patrol. Bad start. Usually I would kill the patrol. However, in that case, I think it's gonna win the fight against me in no item. So I'll slack off a bit. I have not fought a Shapti yet, and neither have I fought a Zenki. I guess we'll show both. Shapti is very simple. All he does is Death's Door, which is a line AoE. Very quick line AoE. This. Just make sure you don't stand in it. But like, I guess make sure you're actually paying attention to like your feats, because it comes out really fast and he spams it. But as you can see, as long as you dodge it, it's a very easy monster. As long as you avoid it. I have not fought a Kuro yet, too. I might have to Serenity just so I can show off these monsters. Because I'm not sure if I can fight them in no item. Oh god, there's a lot of patrols. 3 of them. So Zenki, very simple. He's just a hard-hitting monster. He does two things. He does a cone. This thing. And then he does a tank buster, but the catch with the tank buster is that it's like a range attack. It's a range tank buster. So no matter how far you are, he will do it on you. But that's it. That's all this monster does. Overall, not that... On a tank especially, it's really not that bad because... he spends a lot of time doing that cone. And the range tank buster is annoying when you're trying to kite him. But like when you're not trying to kite him, it's actually kind of whatever, you know. It's not really special if you're not trying to kite that monster. Also, if someone is asking why I have all these pumps and I'm not using them, it's specifically because I don't want to use too much of what I picked up. That's the only reason. The Serenity is a bit stubborn. It's a bit of stubbornness, but oh well. So the Kurokishi doesn't do anything. All he does is tank busters and a circle AoE. He's a pretty hard hitter though. Much harder than the guy we just fought anyway. Like, I'm not sure if that guy will be able to do it in no autumn. We'll see. Probably with all my cooldowns I'm able to. Yeah. Alright, Shepki next. I feel lucky with the patrol. They're kind of leaving me alone, which is nice. Because the Tenma, like I said, I'm not sure if I can actually fight this in no autumn. Maybe with all my cooldown again. And some amount of kiting. But at this point, I do believe we've shown every monster that we can possibly have. So, there you go. Technically, I didn't show the... Well, not technically. I didn't show the Dodo, but I will not be showing the Dodo because he is... I can't even think of a reason why you would fight the Dodo ever. Like, there's no way it would be your last remaining thing to fight. And he's really bad to fight. I don't know, maybe I'll try the Tenma. I'll try it, but this might require Serenity. We'll see. Like, it's hard to say because he hits hard, but he also spends a lot of time casting, right? So he's like a mix of the two kinds of monsters you see. Oh my god. Well, if you've never seen what nature does, the movie does. There you go. That's what it does. I redid the stun too long there. Well, that's why you have raisings. Alright. I tried my hardest. It wasn't meant to be. Alright, anyway, let's focus on Fenrir now. So yeah, that move I just got hit by, that's one of the... There's a few moves that even if you invuln, they still like apply some kind of debuff on you that just kind of fucks you, and that's one of them. This one puts a 20-second confuse on you. So you cannot invuln this thing. This is why I would say never try and invuln like something that you don't know what it does. Because some of them just put like a deadly debuff on you. By the way, I haven't thought about weakness yet, the debuff, because that's the first time we get it. But weakness debuff, there's a... Some people think the weakness makes you squishier. It does not do such a thing. All that the weakness does, it makes you weaker. Like, you do less damage, but it doesn't actually make you squishier. Like, you're not less tanky when it's on you. Just a little thing to learn. Oh my god, nice respawn. Well, yes, respawns happen every 10 minutes. And there's a proof. That's why it's not a bad idea to kind of pay attention to the 10-minute timer. It sort of makes you squishier because you heal less with Run Cushion. Good point. I don't know if it heals you less. I don't know if your Run Cushion would heal less with it. I'm unsure actually. I've never tested that. Good point though, good point. It definitely doesn't make you squishier as in like your HP or defense, but it might make it squishier if you heal less. This is 8 kill, pretty high kill. Maybe I would have never gotten out then, even if I fought this. So anyway, plan for last floor is we just Serenity. Sorry, we just match side with no Serenity. And there we are, we're out. We fought everything, no reason to stick around. So next floor, I guarantee you my Magicite wins. No matter what possible combination of things I have. Magicite always clears this floor. So whatever it is, we can just Magicite. And see, we got no item, gloom, blah blah blah, but it's never a big room and it never has a no item sorry, it never has a no Magicite debuff. And these two things combined means that Magicite always clears this floor. Every time. No exception. And that is why you want to keep a Magicite for this floor. Unless you need the Magicite to just not die, of course. Like if you need a Magicite to not die, use it. Because then there's a chance you can fight this floor too. But if you are able to afford a Magicite for this floor, always do so. It essentially saves you a Serenity by doing so. Because like, let's say I was planning to Petri this, what I would have needed a Serenity. Let's say I was planning to fight this, what I would have needed a Serenity. You know? And now we just find the key and leave. Sorry for that very slow 98 where I was trying to fight with no item. I was a bit unnecessary. Kind of padding for no reason. But at this point I don't have anything to talk about. As you can see, this set is very just dependent on what debuffs you have. Like essentially, you have bad debuffs, you use a nuke. You have not so bad debuffs, you try and fight it. And then whatever you find, you use it. Which I didn't do this. I didn't do, but you would have done. So like you see this fly, I found a fly and 2 altars, you would have used these. So there's one floor you would have fought, and then there's like 2 floors you could have gotten Corrigians on. Or they would have been mimics, and then your Petri would have been even better. You know? And of course I found 2 Petris, you would have used these 2. Make sure if you match site 99 that you hug the walls very tightly after you do the match site, because if you hit a lorraine, you'll feel like a dumbass. And if you hug the walls, you won't hit a lorraine. So make sure you hug them very tight. So anyway, that is the clear. That is how to clear Warrior HoH. Not too bad. Not too bad. Some people think it's harder than PUTD. Some people think it's easier. Me, I'm like, I feel like both are pretty close, honestly. I maybe find F1-100 a bit harder than PUTD. Just a bit, though. I think they're very close. Now, you also get a dodo nest at the end, where you can just take dodo pictures to your liking. And yes, once you have not cleared until you've right-clicked the shrine there. So if you were to run out of time at any point during the run, like to this, you will still lose. You need to right-click this. As soon as you right-click this, you are awarded the title. You get the title. As soon as you've done this, the title's yours. At this point, you can DC, you can do whatever you want. The title is never going away. However, if you want to get a score, which will appear on the leaderboard if it's good, you need to exit with this. If you don't do this, you will not get a score. You will get your title, however. So, let's now analyze the last set. Last set, as I said, the only thing that's kind of set in stone is the match side we're going to use on the last floor. So, it's, again, kind of hard for me to give you a good... you know, it's hard for me to tell you exactly like how it should go for you. But if we go over each floor, well, first of all, I'll just mention this. It's incredibly bad debuff luck. That is about 6 floors that had very I mean, they were not unfightable, but they were quite bad, right? So like you know, something like this is a blind gloom is almost like never want to fight this. I would only even consider it if it was flighted. Gloom HP down, I might fight it with flight, but it would probably be a steal just because it's a bad combination. Same with this gloom. Another blind gloom there, that's like, you know, flight only. And just as a reminder, your flights are probably at 0 coming into this set, so it's not like you're going to be able to flight often. So that's why you're keeping, you know, that's why it's really good that you're keeping all the flow wipes. There we got the no item. I actually tried to fight this in the guide. It was pretty unnecessary though, because at this point I did have the Serenities to spare. And then last floor, this one doesn't really matter what we get, honestly. Like, it doesn't really matter because whatever we get, match site always clears it. Either way, if we just look at it from a floor by floor basis, first floor 10 kill, pretty high. It can go up to 13 if you're very unlucky, but I would say the average on this set, it's usually going to be like, usually it's going to be 8. I'd say 8 is pretty average. So now there we went above average. Second floor we match sided, so it didn't matter. Again, like if you have no flight running, I would always Magicite or Petri something that is gloomed. It's just a waste of time to not do it. Now, if I had flighted, I don't remember if I had a flight at this point, right? But you might pick up a flight on the 91, or maybe you picked up a lot of flights on the previous floor. Like, if I had flighted this, and this was flighted, then I would have probably fought it. I would have fought the Blind Gloom. I would have probably popped a Steal just to make it easier, but I would have fought it. A flight can go up to 7 kill on this set if you're very unlucky. On average, though, it's probably going to be more like 4, but it can go up to 7. So just a heads up, if you do flight and you do get like a 6-7 open, it will really set you back. So just something to keep in mind, right? Just something to keep in mind. Like, in fact, I would even go as far as to say if your floor wipes, which in my case they were, right? They were really good. Like, in my case, I had 3 match site and I had 2 Petri. I would have probably blown this up even if I had used a flight, right? It's just like, if you have a lot, there's no reason to suffer through a gloom. But either way, in our case, we just blew this up. Pretty textbook, you know, example of the way this usually goes. Now, I did pick up Pomanders on a lot of the floors, but I didn't really use them, so I'm not really going to look at them. So there we use a match site. Again, if I had picked up a free altar or a free flight, and I was willing and I was going to use them, right, I would have just used one at this point to see in the next floor. Now, if this floor was flighted, I would have obviously fought it, because I would have fought it because it was just damage down isn't really worth to worry about. So I would have fought it. If I had altered and got encouragence, I would have probably fought too. And if I had just gotten mimics, or if I had used nothing as I did, I might have fought this, because at the end damage down is not so bad. Now I did blow this up in the end. I believe, if I'm not wrong, I believe this was a treasure room. I believe the top square there was a treasure room. And so I just kind of fortune Petri, because it's what made the most sense, right? If you have the floor wipes to spare, I would 95% of the time blow up any treasure room you can find on this set, just for like the possible pickups, and also the fact that you can pick up the 4 chests in the treasure room itself. I would especially do it if your serenities are like not at 3. I would say not at 2. If your serenities are like at 1 or 0, I would definitely do something like this. If you have a lot of serenities, I mean, it's kind of up to you, right? Like, you don't need to blow this up. But then if you have a lot of, like, if you have 2 or 3 serenities, then you can, it's almost like the same, because you can afford to blow it up, because then if you were to get bad debuffs later, you could just serenity at this point. It's really up to you, right? It's a bit of a judgment call. Personally, I prefer Fortune Petri or Fortune Match Site on treasure rooms. If your resources are bad, always do it. It's not up to debate. Always do it if your resources are bad. If your resources are good, up to you. In my case, though, I decided to do it. And then anyway, next floor, same thing. That free flights, free altars, I would use them. Of course, affluences and fortunes as well. In my case, I used nothing. So next floor was Gloom, again, Petri, instant Petri, right? As soon as I zone into 94, it's not flighted. It's not flighted, and I had Gloom, and this is like an instant Petri, right? There's like nothing that will convince me to not Petri. The only reason I wouldn't do it, I mean, honestly, there's no reason I wouldn't do it. I'm trying to think of it, but like, I would maybe not do it. I guess the only way I wouldn't do it is if, like, if I had 0 Serenity, yes, that's the only reason I wouldn't do it. If I had 0 Serenity, I would not blow this up, because it is fightable. It's fightable. It's not impossible to fight. It's just a massive waste of time, but it's not unfightable. And then if I have 0 Serenity, it's very important for me to keep my floor wipes, right? Because if I have 0 Serenity and I have, at this point, my Pomander situation, when I zoned to this floor, it was at 2 match site, 1 Petri. But like, let's say I have 0 Serenity at this point, I can't really justify using a floor wipe on this like possible floor, even if it's going to save me time overall. Because if I do, well, remember what I said last set, right? When I explained like that you should see the match site Petri Serenity as like one whole package. I can't really remove things from that bag because I might need them, right? Because if I did, let's say, like, let's say I did match site this, right? So I would be -1 match site. Well, now suddenly, I'm more likely to lose, right? I'm much more likely to lose, because now I have 0 Serenity and I have only 1 match site, 1 Petri. So if I get anything that's like no item or no match site plus like no ability, well, I need to use my last thing for it. And then if I get this combination again, I'm dead, right? So just something to keep in mind. But however, like I said, if you don't have 0 Serenity, I would just floor wipe anything that's a Gloom. Just for this, it's for saving time, right? It's just for the sake of saving time. So anyway, we did that. And then next floor, I use nothing. Again, I'll repeat it every floor. If you have flight, altars, obviously use them. Same with strength, by the way. CC, I picked up a strength there. If you have a strength on this set, there's like, on DPS, I would argue, okay, there's a reason to maybe keep the strength for a specific floor, because there's a monster that you want to like strength against, because then it will make your life easier. On tank, I don't really subscribe to that thought. I think if you have a strength on tank, use it first time, like first opportunity you are just fighting for a long time, just use it. So like, if we're looking at this floor, like let's say I had 0 strength, which I don't remember if I did, but let's say I had 0 strength, right? I start this floor, zone into this floor, I see that it's not flighted, and I have a Gloom. I'm like, okay, I Petri, but then I find a strength, and of course I'm not going to strength. Of course I'm not going to strength, so I'm just going to keep that in my pocket. Petri, go next floor, which is not flighted, not alter, and then next floor, which I did fight because it had no debuffs. Now I would have strength, right? And I did. Yeah, and I did. I don't remember why I did, but I did. So anyway, that's well, that's exactly what I think you should do, right? The first time you were going to fight, well, you just use a strength and you do it. Even if the strength technically, you know, might help you more if you fight a HP down Gloom, because then in that case you can heal more, right? And it's trying to kill the monsters faster. But I don't think you should do this on tank. I think on tank you should almost only think of the time saving. Because if you're, I mean, you can die on this, of course, but it's probably the timeout that's going to get you more often than not. So anyway, there we got a big room. I lost my marker, 1 sec. So there I got a big room. So I fought. Big room is always nice to fight. There's no reason not to fight a big room if there's no debuffs, because it's like there's many options. It's easy to move around. All it's going to cost you is a safety, really, and that's what I did. So then next floor again, you use something if you have something. In my case, I had nothing. Next floor is another free, like, you know, devoid of thinking kind of floor. Gloom HP down, but it's really the Gloom I'm looking at there. Gloom, at this point we had two... At this point we had 2 match sites. Which I didn't write correctly, but oh well. I had 0 Petris. And then I had 2 Serenities. Yes, 2 Serenities. I did pick up 1, but I mean when I entered, I had 2 Serenities. So again, it makes perfect sense to match side this. Because look at, this is, when you get to like the last, you know, like once you reach like 95, 96, you can usually figure out if you have all you need to clear. Because it's just easy math, right? This floor, always match side. This floor, no matter what, it's going to cost you a match side and nothing else. Never. So this never needs a Serenity, right? So then, when you're there, when you're on 95, in fact, you can already kind of know if you're going to win or not. Because if you are there, like you're there, if you have 3 Serenity, 1 match side, you've won. Now, you haven't won in the, like, you can still die and mess up, right? But you've won. Because even if the game gives you the worst imaginable RNG possible, you can just, you can Sere this, you can Sere this, you can Sere this, and then you can Magi this, right? There's like no combination that will kill you. With one exception, which I will just mention for the sake of being, you know, like, to say everything, but it's not going to happen to you. Very, very unlikely. You could lose, even with these palms, if you got big room. Let's just take B, right? If you got like triple big room, no item. No item. So if you got this 3 times, okay, you might lose. Because then in that case, you would not lose from the Serenity, because you would still have 3 Serenities, right? That I'm saying you're there with 3 Serenity. You would not lose from the Serenity, but you might lose from the lack of safety or lack of conceals to like get around. But this is not going to happen. I would say keep like 1, like keep like, I like to keep personally 1 safety and 1 conceal for like 2 possible no item big rooms, but it's very rare that I get 2. It is pretty rare that you get 1. Well, rare. It's uncommon to get 1. It happens though. And if you do get 1, it's probably going to be on 97, 98, because there's like 2 things about these floors. I don't think I mentioned them actually in my guide, but I'll say it now. Specifically 97 and 98, they have a 50% chance to be a big room each. So when you enter this, there's a 50% chance you're going to get a big room. And it's the same for this one. There's a 50% chance you're going to be a big room. So, you know, it's not unlikely you're going to see at least a big room. And also another thing is, because you cannot get the no match side debuff on the last 3 floors, the odds of you getting no items actually increased. Now, I don't remember the exact numbers, but you are more likely to see no item on these floors. So like the combination of big room, no item, it can happen. Very rarely will it happen more than once per set. But you can get it twice, right? So that's another reason why I think just like blowing up early on is better than using a Serenity, right? That's why I think it's a good idea to also bring your flights down to 0 on the previous set. Because like even if you do find flights and you're lucky and you can use the flights, I would much rather blow up floors on this set. Because most of the time, if you flight, it might force you into a Serenity angle, right? And it'd be kind of a shame to trick yourself into using Serenity for a flighted floor, even though you have time to blow it up. Even though you would blow up over a flight, right? You can still have time to do it. So anyway, I'm kind of doing all over the place there. But anyway, so yes, it's like, just as a reminder, once you reach 97, 96, just kind of like look at your Serenity situation and look at if you have a match site, and just kind of like do the math to figure out if you can still lose to debuffs. And just keep the no item bedroom in the back of your mind. And so, well, that's exactly, you know, how I went. So there, you know, I Serentied and I fought. There, I didn't Serenity initially, but I was a bit stupid for the sake of the guillotine. I was kind of like trying to challenge myself there. A no item is fightable. It's not like you have to Serenity a no item on tank. But especially, I would say the last few floors, it's a bit more hard because there's like pretty bad monsters around. There's good monsters, right? I could fight a Shepti, a Gozu, etc. All of these. But it's definitely a little more tough than the early floors, in my opinion. Also, something keep in mind, I never got around to doing it in my own run, but you can also pre-steal, pre-strength. So like, for example, let's say you are on let's say you just finished 96, and as you enter 97, your palms are something like you have 1 Serenity, 1 match site, and then, you know, these are the debuffs you got. But then let's say that instead of having like Gloom, you have a no item, right? Like this blind is actually a no item. So you zone into this floor, it's a no item, no regen, Gloom, and you have 1 Serenity, no match, and 1 match site. Now in that case, you're kind of in a tough spot, right? Because now you could actually lose, because you kind of have to match site or Serenity this floor. If you match site, then you don't have it for 99. And if you Serenity, now you don't have 1 for 98. Now, in a case like this, what I would personally do is I would unfortunately go down to 0. Serenity. Which in itself is risky, because then if this is a bedroom, no item, you lose automatically. So I would actually, I think, match site. Yes, I would. Okay, yes. So what I would do in a case like this is I would just match site. I would match site this floor, unfortunately. Which means then I would go into this one. Now this one, if I'm lucky, I don't have Serenity, and now I win, right? It's guaranteed that I can win. However, if this was unfightable, so let's say it's exactly, you know, these debuffs, right? It's HP, no item, but let's say it's even a Gloom on top of that, so something that is truly unfightable, then unfortunately I would have to Serenity this. So then there I would do -1 Serenity, and now you may notice I'm at 0 match site, 0 Serenity. Unfortunately, it can happen that you're not able to keep the match site for last floor. It happens. So if that's the case, now I have 0, 0, 0, right? 0 Petri, 0 match site, and 0 Serenity. What can I do to possibly be able to do this last floor? In that case, I can do something what I like to call a pre-steal or a pre-strength, preferably both. So what I do is I just do this floor, right? I use a Serenity, I fight this floor. I don't strain and I don't steal. I do it, but I keep at least 1, right? And now what I do is when I'm on the key, when I'm like just about to leave, I just strength, I steal, and then I zone into this floor with these fresh buffs, right? And now if I do this, there's a chance I could fight these debuffs, right? It's much more likely that I would be able to fight these debuffs. I have 8 minutes to do it. And the way it would go is I would just go around fighting like the hardest things first, and then after, when my strength drops, if I'm still not out, though you're likely to be out with a full strength, but anyway, if I'm not out, then I would start fighting the easier ones, like Shaptis and Kyozos, etc. So as you can see, this set is really going to test just like your decision making. It's almost entirely dependent on what debuffs you get. Also highly dependent on like your match site, Serenity, Petri situation. And the difference between my guide from last time and the guide this time is that we were not aware. When I made my guide the last time, we were not aware that you could not get a no match site debuff on these 3 floors, actually. This is true for these 3 floors. Yes, you cannot get a no match site. However, it's less important for these 2 because these can be bedrooms, and if they are bedrooms on item, you still have Serenity. However, it's very, very good for this one, because this one cannot be a bedroom, which means you always clear it with a match site. But yes, so that's what we did. We finished a run with a lot of Pomanders. I will go over that right after this bit. we'll see what I picked up and what I use. But anyway, I hope it helped you for this set. And now to wrap this up, here are all the Pomanders I use starting from the sets where time matters. So I just removed the Pomanders that in my opinion didn't really affect the time, because this is just a point of reference to see what I needed to use for time. So if something didn't really gain me time, I didn't add it there. As you can see, overall, lots of strength, but it's fine. You're probably going to find a lot of strength. I would say the only thing about this that is a bit unusual is that there were a lot of Serenities used. I used 6 Serenities in total. However, I got a Northern Bedroom twice. I would hope that you don't have this kind of unluck with the debuffs and especially bedrooms in general. But as you can see, for everything else, nothing too crazy. There's a lot from the 61 to the 80s. There's a lot of Pomanders that I saw in chest that I did not pick up because I had no space to do so. So what you see there at the bottom, inventory at the end, floor 100, would have been even more if I'd actually used these Pomanders. But yes, don't stress about it. Pomanders in Level High are very strong. You'll find plenty of them. You'll find way more than me. You'll be using them. You'll be gaining time. And as you can see, none of the sets were very tight for time either. First set, we probably did not even need that strength, right? Second set, we had 3 minutes. 81.90, we had 1:30. However, I fucked around with Onra a lot. And the last set, we had an entire 5 minutes to mess around. Anyway, good luck on your attempts.